This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. Lecture 1, given in Dornach, April 15th, 1923. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, at the opening of this conference, I want to extend my warmest greetings to you all. Had you come some 4 or 5 months earlier, I would have welcomed you in the building we called the Goetheanum, and which stood over there. The artistic forms of its architecture and its interior design would have been a constant reminder of what was to go out into the world from this Goetheanum. However, the misfortune that befell us on New Year's night, and that inflicted such grievous pain on all who loved this building, has robbed us of the Goetheanum, and so for the time being we shall have to nurture the spirit that was to have reigned within this material artistic sheath without its proper earthly home. It gives me great joy to welcome those of you who have come from Switzerland, and who, by your coming, have shown real evidence of your interest in our educational aims, despite the enmity with which they have been received recently on Swiss soil. With equal joy and gratification, I want to welcome the many friends of Waldorf education, or those wishing to become its friends, who have come from Czechoslovakia. Your presence confirms to me that education belongs to one of the most crucial questions of our time, and that it will receive the impetus it needs and deserves only if it is seen in this light by the various members of the teaching profession. Furthermore, I welcome those of you who have come from other countries, and who by your presence show that what is being striven for here in Dornach is not only a matter of cosmopolitan interest, but also a matter of concern for humanity as a whole. And finally, I want to greet our friends, the teachers of the Waldorf School. Their foremost aim in coming here is to contribute to this conference out of their own personal experience. Deeply connected as they are with our impetus, it was their express wish to support this conference. This is greatly appreciated. Today, by way of introduction, I want to prepare the ground for what will occupy us during the next 2 days. Education is very much in the news today, and many people connected with the education of the young are discussing the need for reform. Many different views are expressed, often with considerable enthusiasm, about how education should undergo a change, a renewal. And yet, when hearing the various ideas upon the subject, one cannot help feeling a certain trepidation, because it is difficult to see how such different views could ever lead to some kind of unity and common purpose, especially since each point of view claims to be the only valid one. But there is another reason for concern. New ideas for education are not unduly worrisome in themselves, for the necessities of life usually round off sharp edges, bringing about their own compensations. It is yet another problem that comes to mind when one hears the call for a renewal of education from nearly every person one meets. It is the following question: from where does this praiseworthy enthusiasm for better education spring? Is it not prompted by people's recollections of their unhappy childhood days, of their own deep-seated memory of an unsatisfactory education? But as long as the call for educational reform comes only from these or similar feelings, it merely serves to emphasize personal discontent with one's own schooling. Even if certain educational reformers would not admit this to themselves or to others, by the very nuance of their words, they imply dissatisfaction with their own education. And how many people today share this dissatisfaction? It is little wonder if the call for a change in education grows stronger every day. This educational dilemma, however, raises 2 questions, neither of which is comforting. First, if one's education was bad, and if as a child one was exposed to its many harmful effects, how is one to know the proper educational reform? Where can better ways of educating the young be found? The second question arises from listening to what certain people have to say about their own education. And here I want to give you a practical example, because rather than putting forth theories during this conference, I want to approach our theme in practical terms. A few days ago, a book appeared on the market that in itself did not draw any particular interest. Nevertheless, it is interesting because in the first few chapters, the author, an outstanding personality who meanwhile has become world famous, speaks a great deal about his early school days. I am referring to the memoirs of Rabindranath Tagore, which have just been published. Although I do not have the same interest in this person many other Europeans do, concerning educational matters, his memoirs do contain some noteworthy and pertinent details. I am sure that you would agree that the most beautiful memories of one's early school days, however wonderful these may have been, will hardly consist of fragmented details of what happened in certain lessons. Indeed, it would be sad if this were so. For what works upon children during lessons should become transmuted into habits and skills for life. In later life, we should not be plagued by the details of what we once learned at school, for these must flow together into the great stream of life. Aren't our most beautiful recollections of school memories concerned with different teachers we have had? It is a blessing if in later years one is able to look back with deep inner satisfaction upon having been taught by one or another admired teacher. Such an education is of value for the whole of one's life. It is important that teachers call forth such feelings in their pupils. This, too, belongs to the art of education. If we look at some of the passages in Tagore's memoirs from this point of view, we find that he does not talk about his teachers with much reverence and admiration. To quote an example, he says, quote, "One of our teachers in the elementary school also gave us private lessons at home. His body was emaciated, his face desiccated, and his voice sharp. He looked like a veritable cane." Close quote. One might easily imagine, especially here in our Western civilization, that is so often strongly criticized in the East, that the wrongs of education would hardly be so vehemently emphasized by an Asian. But here you have an example of how an Eastern personality, now world famous, looks back at his school days in India. And so I shall use a word which Tagore also mentions in his book, namely, quote-unquote, school misery. The meaning of this expression is not confined to European countries, but seems to express a worldwide cultural problem. Later on we shall have to say much more about what teachers must do in order to kindle genuine interest for what they bring to their pupils. But now I shall give you another example from Tagore's memoirs of how his English teacher set about this task. Tagore writes, quote, "When I think back on his lessons, I cannot really say that Aghore Babu was a hard taskmaster. He did not rule us with the cane." Close quote. To us, such a remark would point to times long past, long superseded. The fact that in his book Tagore speaks so much about the cane is indicative of what we would consider to be a primitive culture. I believe that one is justified in making such a comment when reading Tagore's description not only of one of his teachers as, quote, looking like a veritable cane, close quote, but also when he points out that another teacher actually did not make use of the cane. Speaking of the latter, Tagore continues, quote, "Even when reprimanding us, he did not shout at us. But whatever his positive sides may have been, his lessons were given in the evening, and his subject was English. I am sure that even an angel would have appeared to a Bengali boy like a true messenger of Jamas, the god of death, had he come to him in the evening after the school misery of the day, kindling a comfortless, dim lamp in order to teach him English." Close quote. Well, here you have an example of how a famous Indian speaks about his education, but Tagore also writes about how each child brings certain needs to his or her education. He points out in a really practical way how such needs should be met and how, in his case, this did not happen. I will leave it to you to translate this situation into Western terms. To me, it seems quite a good thing to look at such matters from a global perspective, matters which, if quoted in a European context, might well arouse strong criticism. Tagore continues, quote, "From time to time, Aghore Babu tried to introduce a refreshing scientific breeze into the dry routine of the classroom. One day he pulled out of his pocket a little parcel wrapped in paper, saying, 'Today I want to show you one of the Creator's wonderful works of art.' Unwrapping the paper, he brought to light a human larynx, which he used to explain to us the wonders of its mechanism. I still remember the shock this gave me, for I had always been under the impression that speech issued from the entire human being. I did not have the slightest inkling that the activity of speaking could thus be isolated from the whole human organism. However perfect the mechanism of each single part might be, surely it would always amount to less than the totality of the human being. Not that I realized this in full consciousness, but it was at the bottom of my feelings of distaste. The fact that the teacher had lost sight of such a truth must have been the reason why his pupil was unable to share in his enthusiasm for this kind of demonstration." Close quote. Well, this was the first shock when the nature of the human being was introduced to the boy. But another one, worse still, was to follow. Tagore continues, quote, "On another occasion, he took us into the dissecting room of the local medical school." Parenthesis, there can be no doubt that Aghore Babu wanted to give his boys a special treat. Close parenthesis. Continue, quote, "The corpse of an old woman was lying on a table. This in itself did not particularly disturb me, but an amputated leg, which was lying on the floor, completely threw me off my balance. The sight of a human being in such a state of fragmentation seemed so dreadful, so utterly lacking in sense to me, that I was incapable of shaking off the impression of this dark and expressionless leg for many days to come." Close quote. This example illustrates the reaction of a young person introduced to anatomy. Fundamentally speaking, this procedure is adopted in education only because it is in line with the orthodox scientific approach. And since the teacher himself has undergone a scientific training, he naturally thinks it is a wonderful idea to demonstrate the mechanics of human speech with a model of the larynx, or to explain anatomic physiological properties with the aid of an amputated leg. For contemporary scientific thinking does not consider it necessary to look upon the human being as a whole. However, these are not yet the main reasons for selecting certain passages from Tagore's memoirs. Of these more later on, not because of their connection with Tagore, but because they belong to our conference theme. But first of all, I wish to make another point. Anyone judging Tagore's literary merits will rightly recognize in him an outstanding personality. And now, in the autobiography of this distinguished author, we read about his dreadful education. Does this not encourage a strange thought? Namely, that his poor education did not seem to harm his further development. Could one not conclude that a thoroughly bad education need not necessarily inflict permanent or serious harm? For did Tagore not demonstrate that, in spite of it, he was able to grow into a good, even a famous individuality? And examples of this kind could be multiplied by the hundred, even if in less spectacular form. Considering the myriad impulses for educational reform, one could easily be pulled in two directions. On the one hand, how can anyone possibly be in a position to improve education if he or she has had the misfortune of suffering from a bad one? On the other hand, if someone's school misery has not prevented him or her from becoming not just a good, but even a great and famous personality, a bad education cannot do permanent harm, Is there any point at all in lavishing so much care on attempting to improve education? From a superficial point of view, one might conclude that it would be more advantageous to occupy oneself with matters more useful than educational reform. If anthroposophy, which has been much maligned, were merely to offer yet more ideas for educational reform in the way this is generally done, I would not even consider it worthwhile to try these out in practice. But in reality, anthroposophy is something quite different from what most people imagine it to be. For it springs from the deepest needs of our present culture. It does not proceed, as so many of its enemies do, by denigrating in a most shameful way everything that does not agree with its own principles. Anthroposophy is more than ready to recognize and acknowledge what is good, wherever it is to be found. More of this later, for as I have already said, today's content is to be only an introduction. Anthroposophy calls our attention to the importance of the scientific achievements of the last 3 to 4 centuries, and above all to those of the 19th century, all of which it fully recognizes. At the same time, however, it also has the task of observing what effects these great scientific successes have upon the human soul. It would be foolish to believe that the thoughts of the comparatively few scientifically trained experts were of little consequence for society as a whole, for even people who know little or nothing about science are influenced in their mood of soul and in their orientation to life by contemporary science. Even people of a strictly orthodox religious faith, born out of tradition and habit, nevertheless owe their orientation to the world to the results of orthodox science. A modern person's attitude increasingly takes its coloring from the scientific outlook, with all its tremendous achievements, which cannot be praised highly enough. Yet, the constitution of the human soul has been strangely affected by modern science. Having revealed more and more of outer nature, it has at the same time alienated the human being from himself. For what happens when the human being is observed from a scientific point of view? First, our attention is drawn to what has already been discovered in a most comprehensive way in the inert, the lifeless world. Then the human being is analyzed according to his physiological and chemical components, and what was established in the laboratories is then applied to the living human being. Or else our attention is directed to other realms of nature, to the plant and animal kingdoms. Here scientists are fully aware of the fact that they have not been able to establish laws equally convincing as those applying to inorganic nature. Nevertheless, at least with regard to the animal world, what has been discovered is then also related to the human being. This is the reason why, in the eyes of, quote, the man in the street, close quote, the human being is the final step in the evolution of the animals. The evolutionary ladder of the animal species ends with the emergence of the human being. Up to a certain point, the animals are understood. Their bony structures or muscular configurations are then simply transferred to the human being, who consequently is considered to represent the most developed animal. No true picture of the human being has as yet arisen out of these methods, and this will become poignantly clear to us when we focus on education. One could say that while in earlier times human beings occupied a central position within the existing world order, they now stand displaced, crushed by the weight of geological data, and eliminated from their own sphere by the theory of the evolution of the animals. Merely to trace back one of the ossicles of the human middle ear to the square bone, Quadratbein, I don't know if that's a German word, of a lower animal, is hailed as real progress. This is only one small example, but the way in which human physical nature is a reflection of the soul and spiritual nature seems to have been entirely disregarded by modern research. This kind of thing easily escapes notice because the orthodox approach is simply taken for granted. It is a byproduct of our modern culture, and quite rightly so. Indeed, it would have been a sad state of affairs if this change had not occurred, for with the attitude of soul which was prevalent before the age of science, humanity would not have been able to make proper progress. Yet today a new insight into the nature of the human being is called for, an insight based on a scientific mode of thinking, and one which will also throw light on the nature of the entire universe. I have often tried to show how the general scientific point of view, which in itself cannot be praised too highly, nevertheless can lead to great illusions, simply because of its innate claims of infallibility. If one is able to prove science wrong in any specific point, the whole thing is relatively simple. But a far more difficult situation arises when a scientific claim is correct within its own bounds. Let me give you an indication of what I mean. What was it that led to a theory such as that of Kant-Laplace? With the aid of this theory, which has been lately modified, and which is known to practically every educated person, scientists tried to explain the origin of the Earth and of our planetary system. In their calculations, some of them went back over long periods of time. When one scientist spoke of some 20 million years, soon enough he was considered a greenhorn by others who spoke in terms of 200 million years. Then other scientists began to calculate the length of time of certain processes which are taking place on Earth today. This is a perfectly correct thing to do, for from a strictly material point of view, there is nothing else one can do. Sedimentation or metamorphosis of rocks was observed, and from the data gained a picture. Sedimentation or metamorphosis of rocks was observed, and from the data gained a picture was built up, explaining how certain changes came about, and the length of time involved was then calculated. For instance, if the waters of Niagara Falls have been falling on the rocks below for such and such a period of time, one can calculate the amount of erosion which has taken place on these rocks. If one now transfers this calculation to another spot somewhere else, where a considerable larger erosion has been found, by means of a simple multiplication one can calculate the time this must have taken. Following this method, one may arrive at, let us say, 20 million years, which, as far as the calculation is concerned, is quite correct. In a similar way, one may start with the present time, and according to another well-known theory, calculate the time it will take for the Earth to become subject to heat death, and so on. Yet such a procedure might equally well be applied to quite a different situation. Observe, for instance, how the human heart changes from year to year. Noting the differences, one could investigate, following the same method applied in the case of Niagara Falls, how this heart must have looked some 300 years ago, and what it would look like some 300 years hence. Technically speaking, this method would be analogous to that of determining the times of geological changes, and in this sense it would be correct. Observing the heart of a person aged about 35, one would be basing one's calculations upon an organ that has been functioning for a considerable length of time. However, one obvious detail has been overlooked, namely the fact that this particular heart did not exist 300 years ago, and that it will not be there 300 years from now either. Though mathematically speaking the calculation is correct, it bears no relation to reality. In our present intellectual age, we are too preoccupied with whether or not a thing is correct, whether or not it is logically right. But we have lost the habit of asking ourselves whether it conforms to actual and real life situations. We shall come up against this problem again and again during this week. But sometimes it can happen that when apparently correct theories are followed, even fundamental issues are simply overlooked. For instance, you may have witnessed, I am not implying that as teachers you have actually carried out this experiment yourselves, for present company is always excluded when negative assertions are being made. You may have witnessed how the rotation of the planets around the sun was graphically illustrated to even a class of young children. A piece of cardboard is cut into a disc, and its center is pierced with a pin. A drop of oil is then put onto its surface before the disc is floated on water. When the pin is twirled around to rotate the floating disc, little droplets of oil will shoot off at a tangent, making quote-unquote little planets, little oil planets. And in this way a most convincing model of a planetary system has been fabricated. Needless to say, this experiment is supposed to prove the correctness of the Kant-Laplace theory. Well, as far as one's own morality is concerned, it is virtuous enough to be self-effacing. But in a scientific experiment of this sort, the first requirement surely is not to omit any essential detail, however small, and to include all existing criteria. And is the teacher spinning the disc not the most important factor involved? Therefore, this hypothesis would make sense only if it were taken for granted that long, long ago a gigantic schoolmaster once twirled round an immense world pin, thus spinning our entire planetary system. Otherwise, one should not make use of such a hypothetical experiment. And so, many elements of an unrealistic soul attitude can be detected in the very cases where science appears to be in the right, where its findings cannot be contested, and consequently these elements of error easily creep into educational practice. How could it be otherwise? For those engaged in teaching are perforce a product of their time, and this is as it should be. And when they come across such geological calculations or astronomical analogies, everything seems to fit so nicely together. Sometimes one cannot help but feel amazed at the incredible ingenuity of scientific interpretations, which, despite their apparent power of conviction, nevertheless can lead us away from reality. However, as educators, we must never deviate from actual reality. In teaching, we are facing reality all the time, and this must spur us on to get to know human nature as it really is. In a certain sense, this failure to penetrate human nature has already crept into present-day educational thinking and practice. I should like to illustrate this point by an example. Whenever you are dealing with children in the classroom, you will find that some are more gifted in one or another subject than others. Most of you will be familiar with the current thoughts and methods regarding this problem. I am referring to them here only to create a basis for mutual understanding. So there are different degrees of abilities in children. And how are these dealt with, especially in today's most progressive centers for educational science? From your study of educational literature, you probably know about the so-called, quote, correlation coefficients, close quote, which have recently been introduced in schools. In accordance with this method, the correlation coefficient 1 is put down if a pupil shows an equal aptitude for two different subjects. Actually, such a thing never occurs, but hypothetically, it is simply assumed to be the case. If, on the other hand, a natural gift exists for two subjects which are mutually incompatible, the correlation coefficient 0 is given. The idea of this method is to test and measure the pupil's various gifts. For example, you may find that drawing and writing carry the correlation coefficient of, let us say, 0.7. This means that more than half the children who are gifted in drawing also have a natural skill for writing. One looks for correlation coefficients also in other combinations of talents. For instance, writing is linked to a pupil's ability to deal with the mother tongue, and in this case the correlation coefficient is put down as 0.54. Arithmetic and writing carry the correlation coefficient of 0.2. Arithmetic and drawing 0.19, and so on. From this it will be seen that arithmetic and drawing are the least compatible partners, whereas writing and drawing are matched most frequently. A natural gift for both the mother tongue and for drawing is found to be equally present in approximately 50% of the pupils. Please note that on principle, I do not object to this kind of scientific research. It would be wrong to declare that such things should not be investigated. As a matter of fact, I find these things extraordinarily interesting. I am not in the least against such experimental or statistical methods of psychology. But if their results are directly implemented in education, it is as if one were to ask someone to become a painter without mentioning to him or her the importance of having to deal with color. It is as if instead one were to say to such a person, quote, "Look, here is a good book on aesthetics. Read the chapter about painting, and that in itself will make you into a good painter." Close quote. A well-known painter in Munich once told me a story which I have quoted on several other occasions. While he was a student of the local art school, Carrera, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right, it's spelled Carriere, I'm going to pronounce that Carrera, the famous professor of aesthetics, was lecturing in Munich. One day the painter and some of his fellow students decided to go and see this famous expert who also lectured on painting. But one visit was enough for them because, as they put it, all he did was, quote, "to crow with aesthetic delight," close quote. This is how it strikes me. If people think that they can draw benefit for their educational practice from the kind of thing mentioned above. Interesting though these experiments may be from a scientific point of view, something quite different is needed for the practical classroom situation. What is needed there, for example, is that the teacher is able to penetrate human nature so deeply that she or he can recognize from which inner functions the skills for drawing and writing originate, or what it is that enables a student to use his mother tongue well. To achieve such a faculty, a living observation of the human being is required, which eventually may lead one to discover how specific capacities for, let us say, drawing or for the use of the mother tongue flow out of some children. Here statistics are of little use. One must take one's cue from what the child reveals of itself. At most, such statistical evidence may serve as an interesting confirmation afterward. Statistics do have their value, but to believe that they can become tools for educational practice only goes to show how far one has become alienated from the real nature of the human being. Today, many people look upon statistics as a key for the understanding of man. In certain spheres of life, this does have its justification. It is possible to build up a statistical picture of the human being, but such a picture will not allow us to understand the human being in depth. Think, for instance, of how useful statistics are in their appropriate sphere, such as in insurance. If I want to take out a life insurance policy, I will be asked how old I am, and I must give evidence of the state of my health, and so on. From such data, the level of my premium can be worked out very neatly, depending on whether I happen to be a youngster or an old fogey. My life expectancy is then calculated, and these details exactly meet the needs of the insurance business. But what if in my 37th year I had taken out a life insurance policy for, let us say, 20 years? Would this make me feel obliged to die at the age of 57, simply because of what had been calculated on paper? To enter fully into the stream of life is something very different from following certain established criteria, however logically correct these may be, and however beneficial they may be in their proper sphere. When considering the question of aptitude for writing and drawing in children who have just entered school, one must bear in mind that they have reached the stage of their second dentition. In the coming lectures, you will hear more about the children's different stages of development, and about how one has to divide their ages into 3 groups: the period from birth to the change of teeth, the period from the second dentition to puberty, and finally the time following puberty. Later on we shall go into more details about what is happening in children during these 3 periods. For the moment, let us consider this question of writing and drawing. Science, having scrutinized so minutely the 3 kingdoms of nature surrounding us, now transfers the knowledge gained to the human being. Knowledge of the outer world and the mode of thinking about outer nature now becomes the key to the understanding of the human individual. And yet if one observes the human being in his or her own sphere, one will come to recognize the true situation. One only needs the courage to do so, with the same accuracy and objectivity with which outer nature has been studied. Present-day research shows this courage only when observing outer nature, but flinches from applying the same methods in the study of the human being. Let us look at how the child develops from birth to the change of teeth. As you know, this change of teeth is a unique event in life, inasmuch as it occurs only once in a lifetime. Now, if you are able to experience feelings similar to those Tagore expressed when he saw the amputated leg, you will realize that what reveals itself in the change of teeth is not confined to what is happening in the jaws alone, but that it must be something encompassing the entire human being. You will feel that there must be something pervading the whole child until about the age of 7, and that there must be some activity that reaches its climax in the change of teeth. It is there in its original form up to the 7th year, and after that time it is no longer present in its original state. When studying physics, for example, scientists have the courage to speak of quote-unquote latent heat, apart from the various forms of liberated heat. According to this concept, there must be some form of heat that cannot be determined by means of the thermometer, but that can be measured once it has been released. When characterizing these phenomena occurring in nature, scientists have shown courage in their interpretations. However, when the human being himself becomes the object of study, this courage is no longer there. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to declare what has been at work in the child up to the 7th year to become liberated during the change of teeth must have been bound to the physical organism before becoming freed and reappearing in a different guise as inner soul properties of the child. Parenthesis, this same process can be recognized also in the other regions of the child's bone formation. Close parenthesis. One would realize that these newly emerging powers must be the same, though transmuted in form, as those which previously had been active in the child's physical organism. One only needs the courage to look at the human being with the same powers of cognition with which outer nature is studied. But this present-day science is not prepared to do. However, if we do this, our attention is drawn toward all that belongs to the bony system, to everything that hardens the human form to give it structure and support. Orthodox physiology might go this far. If not so today, then surely in due time. The most important branches of science are undergoing considerable changes just now, and the time will come when they will follow along the lines indicated. But something else must also be taken into account. In later years, the child will be introduced to many different subjects, such as geometry. Today, in our intellectual age, one has an abstract concept of three-dimensional space. To choose a very simple example, one imagines 3 lines at right angles to one another, hovering about in space and extending to infinity. It is possible to form such a concept abstractly, but in that case it is not inwardly experienced. And yet, three-dimensional space wants to be experienced concretely. This does happen, though unconsciously, in a young child at the crawling stage. When, losing its balance time and again, it will eventually learn to acquire the upright position and to achieve equilibrium in the world. Here we have a case of a concrete experience of three-dimensional space. Here it is not merely a question of drawing three lines into space, for one of the three dimensions is identical with the human upright position, which we can put to the test by no longer assuming it, by lying horizontally or sleeping. This upright position signals the most fundamental difference between the human being and the animal. For unlike the human backbone, the animal's spinal column runs parallel to the surface of the earth. The second dimension we experience unconsciously every time we stretch our arms out sideways. The third dimension is the one that moves from our front toward the back. In reality, the three dimensions are experienced concretely in above and below, right and left, forward and backward. What is done in geometry is but an abstraction. Human beings do experience with their bodies what is shown in geometrical constructions, but only during the age when they are still largely unconscious and dreamy. Later on, these experiences are lifted into consciousness, taking on abstract forms. Now, with the change of teeth, the forces that bring about an inner firmness, an inner consolidation and support have reached a certain climax. From the moment when the child is able to stand upright until the time when the inner hardening processes manifest in the change of teeth, the child inwardly, though unconsciously, tries out, quote-unquote, body geometry as an activity which is akin to the activity of drawing. With the change of teeth, this now becomes a soul activity. That is, it enters the realm of the child's soul. We may be able to understand this transformation better by means of an analogy. Just as in a chemical solution, upon cooling a sediment falls to the bottom, leaving the upper part all the clearer, so on the one hand there is the physiological aspect of the hardening process, the sediment, and on the other its counterpart, the clear solution, within the child's soul realm that manifests itself as a faculty for geometrizing, for drawing, and so on. From this time on, we can see the child's soul qualities streaming outward. Just think how such a discovery engenders real interest in the human being. We shall observe this streaming out in greater detail, and also how later on it is reflected back again. In this respect, everything in life is linked together. What we do to the child has not only an immediate effect, but influences his whole life. Only a few people are prepared to observe a human life as a whole, but most of them focus their attention on present circumstances only. This is the case, for example, when one makes an experiment, where one is dealing with the present only. On the other hand, have you ever observed how the mere presence of some old people can be like a blessing in the company of others? They need not even say a word. Simply through what they have become, goodness radiates from their presence. And if you now look into the biography of such old persons, you may find that when they were children, they learned to feel reverence quite naturally, without any outer compulsion. I could say equally well that they learned how to pray, whereby I mean praying in its widest sense, which includes a deep respect and admiration for another human being. I should like to express this thought in the form of a picture. Whoever has not learned in childhood to fold hands in prayer cannot spread them in blessing in old age. The different phases of life are all interconnected, and it is of great importance in education to take this into full account. We learn a great deal about the child when we recognize how soul forces well forth after they have completed their task of working in the physical body up to the end of the first 7-year period. Psychologists have made the strangest hypotheses about the interplay of soul and body, whereas in fact one period of life throws light upon another. What we can see in the child, between the change of teeth and puberty, will tell us something about the soul forces that had previously been engaged in working within the child's physical realm. Facts speak for themselves, shedding light upon each other. Think of how such things will stimulate interest in education. And genuine interest in the human being is what is needed in education today. Far too many people think about the relationship of body and soul, or of soul and body, only in abstract terms. And because so little of real value has emerged, a rather amusing theory has been formulated, namely the theory of the so-called psychophysical parallelism. According to this theory, processes of soul and body run side by side on a parallel course. No need to bother about points of intersection. No need to bother about the relationship between body and soul at all, for they are supposed to meet in infinity. This is why this theory sounds like a joke. However, if one allows oneself to be guided by practical experience, one will be able to discover the real interrelationship of body and soul. All that is needed is that one looks over a person's whole span of life. Let us take an example of someone who develops diabetes or rheumatism at a certain age. When trying to find a remedy for such an illness, usually only the present conditions are taken into account. This in itself is quite justified. It is certainly right to make every effort to heal a sickness whenever it occurs. But if one surveys the whole life of the patient, one may discover that many a diabetes is due to the fact that the memory was overtaxed or developed in the wrong way between the change of teeth and puberty. Health in older years is largely conditioned by the way a person's soul life was developed during childhood. The way a child's memory is trained will affect his or her metabolism after a certain period of time. For instance, if between 7 and 14 undigested vestiges of memory remain in the soul of a child, they will be precipitated, roughly between the age of 35 and 45, as physical residues that can then lead to rheumatism or diabetes. It is no understatement to intimate that teachers should have at least a modicum of medical knowledge at their disposal. It is not right for them to leave all matters concerning the child's health to the school doctor, who usually does not even know the children. If any profession in our times requires a wider background, then education needs it most of all. This is what I wish to tell you as an introduction to our conference theme, so that you can judge for yourselves when you hear some people say that anthroposophy now also dabbles in education, whereas others believe that it does have something valid to say on the subject. Those who are ready to listen will not be swayed by people who are of the opinion that there is no real need for education, or that there is no point in discussing it, simply because their own experiences in this field have been so frustrating. Anthroposophy takes its beginning from an altogether different attitude. It does not merely wish to correct old ideas, but it begins with a true picture and knowledge of the human being. For these, in accordance with humanity's progress, have become a necessity today. If you go back to the older forms of education, you will find that they have all arisen out of the general culture of their time, out of the universality of human feelings and experiences. We too must find a universal approach again, flowing out of human nature itself. If I had my way, I would give anthroposophy a new name every day, to prevent people from hanging on to its literal meaning, from their translating it from the Greek, in order to form their judgments accordingly. It is immaterial what name is attached to what is being done here. The only thing that matters is that everything we do here is focused on life's realities. and that we never lose sight of them. We must never be tempted to implement sectarian ideas. And so, looking at education in general, we come across the opinion that there already exist plenty of well-thought-out educational systems, but that, since we are all suffering so much from the intellectualism of our times, it would be best if intellectuality were banished from education. This is quite right, but then the conclusion is drawn that instead of developing a science of education, we should appeal again to our inherent pedagogical instincts. However desirable this may sound, it is no longer possible today, because humanity has moved on to a further stage of development. The healthy instincts of past times are no longer with us today. A new and unbiased look at education has to be backed by fully conscious cognition, and this is possible only if our understanding can penetrate to the very nature of the human being. This is what anthroposophy is all about. One more point. Intellectualism and abstractions are so rampant today that there is a general feeling that children should be protected from an all too intellectual education, that their hearts and feelings should also be educated. This is entirely right. But when one looks into educational literature and current practice, one cannot help noticing that such good intentions are not likely to lead very far, because, once again, they are formulated in a theoretical and abstract manner. Still less is it made clear that this request should be made not only on behalf of the child, but that it should be addressed also to the teachers, and above all to the pedagogical principles themselves. To do so is my aim. We must not pay mere lip service when stating that we wish to educate the heart of the child and not only his intellect. But we should ask ourselves how we can best meet this challenge. What must we do so that education can have a heart again? The end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. This is Lecture 2, given in Dornach on April 16, 1923. To begin with, we will try to more fully understand the nature of the growing human being, bearing in mind later stages in life, in order to draw educational consequences from our findings. Knowledge of the human being, made possible through anthroposophical research, as briefly outlined yesterday, fundamentally differs from the findings of present-day scientific and other research. The knowledge of the human being produced by our contemporary civilization is founded mainly upon what remains when the human spirit and part of the human soul are ignored. Such knowledge rests upon what can be found both anatomically and physiologically when one looks at a corpse. Furthermore, it is supported by investigations into pathological changes due to illness or other causes, from which conclusions are drawn with regard to the healthy human being. What is gained through this approach then forms the background for the attitude from which judgments are made regarding the living, healthy human being. The anthroposophical approach begins by looking upon the human being as an entity comprising a physical, soul, and spiritual being. It aims at grasping the human being not in an abstract and dead way, but through a living mode of observation which is capable of recognizing and comprehending with living concepts the human totality of spirit, soul, and body. It is this approach that enables us to accurately perceive the various metamorphoses taking place during the course of a life. Children are different beings, according to whether they are undergoing the development between birth and change of teeth, or between the second dentition and puberty, the latter period being the time when they are in the care of the class teacher, or during the stage following puberty, Human beings are altogether different creatures, depending on which of these three stages they are going through. But the differences lie so deeply hidden that they escape a more external form of observation. This external method of observation does not lead to a clear perception and judgment of how body, soul, and spirit are permeated by spirit in entirely different ways during each of the first three periods of life. It would surely not be right for teachers to first acquire theoretical knowledge and then say to themselves, quote, "What I have learned in theory I will now apply in my teaching in one way or another," close quote. For with this attitude they would merely distance themselves from the real being of the child. What is needed is that teachers transform their knowledge of the human being into a kind of higher instinct, which enables them to respond rightly to whatever comes from each individual child. This is another way in which anthroposophical knowledge of the human being differs from the usual kind, which can lead to a routine approach in education at best, but not to a firmly founded pedagogical sense and teaching practice. To achieve this, one's knowledge of human nature must be capable of turning into pedagogical instinct the moment one has to deal with a child, so that in response to all that comes from the child, one knows instantly and exactly what must be done in each single case. If I may use a comparison, there exist all kinds of theories about what one should eat or drink, but in ordinary life one does not usually follow such theoretical directions. One drinks when thirsty and eats when hungry, according to the constitution of the human organism. The fact that eating and drinking follow a certain rhythmical pattern has its good reasons, but usually one eats and drinks when hungry or thirsty. Life itself sees to that. Now, knowledge of the human being, that is the basis of a sound and practical way of teaching, must create in the teachers, every time they face a child, something akin to the relationship between hunger and eating. The teacher's response to a given pedagogical situation has to become as equally natural a process as their satisfying a sensation of hunger by eating. This is possible only if knowledge of the human being has permeated flesh and blood as well as soul and spirit, so that you intuitively know what needs to be done every time you face a child. Only if your knowledge of humankind has such inner fullness that it can become instinctive can it lead to the right kind of practical teaching. It will not happen on the basis of psychological experiments, leading to theories about pupils' powers of memory, concentration, and so on. For in that case, intellectual ideas are inserted between theory and practice. This presents an unreal situation that externalizes all educational methods and practice. The first thing to be aimed for is a living grasp of the child in all its pulsing life. Let us now look at young children as they grow into earthly life. Let our observations be straightforward and simple, and we shall find that there are three things with which they have come to terms, three activities which become a decisive factor for the entire life to come. These are what are simply called walking, speaking, and thinking. The German poet Jean-Paul, this is the name he gave himself, once said, quote, "The human being learns more for the whole of life during the first 3 years than he does during his 3 years at university," close quote. This is entirely true. It is a fact. For even if academic studies nowadays extend over longer periods of time, their gain for life amounts to less than what is acquired for the whole of life during the time when children are learning how to walk, speak, and think. What does it actually mean when we say the child is learning to walk, speak, and think? The capacity to walk comprises far more than is generally realized. It is by no means simply a case of the young child, after the stage of crawling, managing to stand up and take the first steps, in order to develop what will eventually become an individual and characteristic way of walking. Underlying learning to walk, there is an inner adjustment, an orientation of the child. The equilibrium of the organism, with all its possibilities for movement, becomes related to the equilibrium and all the possibilities for movement of the whole universe, because the child stands within it. While learning to walk, children are seeking to relate their own equilibrium to that of the entire cosmos. They are also seeking the specifically human relationship between the activities of arms and hands with those of the lower limbs. The movements of arms and hands have a special affinity to the life of soul, while those of the legs lag behind, serving more the physical movements. This is of immense importance for the whole of later life. The differentiation between the activities of legs and feet and those of arms and hands represents the human quest for balance of soul, which is lifelong. When raising themselves up, young children are first of all seeking physical balance, but when freely moving arms and hands, they are seeking balance of soul. Infinitely more than meets the eye lies hidden behind what is commonly called learning to walk, as everyone can find out. The expression learning to walk signifies only the most obvious and outwardly important aspect perceptible to our senses. A deeper look at this phenomenon would make one wish to characterize it in the following way. To learn to walk is to learn to experience the principles of statics and dynamics in one's own inner being, and to relate these to the entire universe. Or better still, to meet the forces of statics and dynamics both in body and soul, and to relate these experiences to the whole cosmos. This is what learning to walk is all about. But through the fact that the movements of arms and hands have become emancipated from those of the legs and feet, something else has happened. A basis has been created for attaining a purely human development. Outwardly, this can be seen in that the child who is learning to walk adapts itself to the external visible world with its own rhythms and beat, as also with its entire inner being. So you see that something very noteworthy is woven into the development of the human being. The activities of the legs, in a certain way, have the effect of producing in the physical and soul life a stronger connection with what is of the nature of beat, of what cuts into life. In the characteristic attunement of the movements of right and left leg, we learn to relate ourselves to what lies below our feet, and then, through the emancipation of the movements of our arms from those of our legs, a new musical and melodious element is introduced into that of beat and rhythm, provided by the activities of our legs. The content of our lives, or one might say the themes of our lives, come to the fore in the movements of our arms. Their activity, in turn, forms the basis for what is being developed when the child is learning to speak. Outwardly, this is already shown through the fact that with most people, the stronger activity of the right arm corresponds to the formation of the left speech organ. From the relationship between the activities of legs and arms, as you can observe them in a freely moving human being, yet another relationship comes into being. It is the relationship that the child gains in the surrounding world through learning to speak. When you look at how all this is interconnected and belongs together, when you see how in the process of sentence formation the legs are working upwards into speech, and how the content, the meaning of the words enters into the process of sound production, that is, into the inner experience of the structure of the sentences, you have an impression of how the beat-like rhythmical element of the moving legs works upon the more musical, thematic, and inward element of the moving arms and hands. Consequently, if a child walks with firm and even steps, if its walk does not tend to be slovenly, you have the physical basis, which naturally is a manifestation of the spirit, as we shall see later. you have the basis for a good feeling for the structure of sentences, as well as for spoken sentences. Through the movement of the legs, the child learns to form correct sentences. You will also find that if a child has a slouching gait, it will have difficulties finding the right intervals between sentences, and that the contours of its sentences become blurred. On the other hand, if a child does not learn to move its arms harmoniously, its speech will become rasping and unmelodious. Likewise, if you cannot help a child to become sensitive in its fingertips, it will not develop the right sense for modulation in speech. All this refers to the time during which the child learns to walk and talk. But something else can also be detected. You may have noticed that in life the proper timing of certain processes is sometimes disturbed, that certain phases of development make their appearance later than one would expect, according to the natural course of development. But in this context you can also see that the proper sequence of events can be safeguarded if the child is encouraged to learn to walk first. That is, if one can possibly avoid that the child learns to speak before it can walk. Speech has to be developed on the basis of the right kind of walking and of the free movement of the arms. Otherwise, the child's speech will not be anchored in its whole being. Instead, it will only babble indistinctly. You may have come across some people whose speech sounded not unlike bleating. In such a case, not enough attention was paid to what I have just tried to characterize. The third faculty the child must learn on the basis of walking and speaking is thinking, which should gradually become more and more conscious. But this faculty ought to be developed last, for it lies in the child's nature to learn to think only through speaking. In its early stages, speaking is an imitation of the sounds that the child hears. As the sounds are perceived by the child, in whom the characteristic relationship between the movements of the legs and arms is deeply rooted, it intuitively learns to make sense of the sounds, which it imitates though without linking any thought to what it has heard. At first the child only links feelings to the sounds coming toward it. Thinking, which arises later, can develop only out of speech. Therefore, the correct sequence we need to encourage in the growing child is learning to walk, learning to speak, and finally, learning to think. We must now enter a bit more deeply into these three important processes of development. Thinking, which is, or ought to be, the last faculty developed, always has the quality of mirroring or reflecting outer nature and its processes. Moral impulses do not originate in the sphere of thinking, as we all know. They arise in that part of the human being which we call his conscience, about which we shall have to say more later on. In any case, human conscience arises in the depths of soul before penetrating the sphere of thinking. The faculty of thinking, on the other hand, which we acquire in childhood, clearly shows that in reality it is attuned only to perceiving the essence of outer nature and its processes. That all the first thinking of the child wants to do is to create images of outer nature and its processes. However, when we turn to learning to speak, we come across quite a different element. With regard to the development of this faculty, present-day science has been able to make only tentative observations. Orthodox science has achieved quite wonderful results, for instance, in its investigations into the animal world. And when it compares its findings with what happens in a human being, it has made many discoveries that deserve our full recognition. But with regard to the comprehension of the processes taking place when a child is learning to speak, contemporary science has remained rather in the dark. The same applies to animal communication through the medium of sound. And here a key question needs to be answered first. In order to speak, the human being uses the larynx and other speech organs. The higher animals also possess these organs, even if in a more primitive form. If we disregard certain animals capable of producing sounds, which in some species have developed into a kind of singing, if we think of animals that emit only very primitive sounds, an obvious question comes to mind, and I raise this question not only from a causal, but also from quite a utilitarian point of view. Why should such animals have a larynx with its neighboring organs, since these are used for speech only by the human being? Though the animal is not capable of using them for speaking, they are there, nevertheless, and this even very markedly. Comparative anatomy shows that even in relatively dumb animals, dumb in comparison with the human beings, organs of this kind exist. It is a fact that these organs, at least to a certain extent, have possibilities destined to be realized only by the human being. Though incapable of making use of these organs for speech, the animal nevertheless possesses them. What is the meaning of this? A more advanced physiology will come to discover that the animal forms of the various species depend in each case upon the animal's larynx and its neighboring organs. If, for instance, a certain animal grows into a lion, the underlying causes have to be looked for in its upper chest organs. From there, forces are radiating out that create the form of a lion. If an animal grows into a cow, the cause of this particular form is to be found in what becomes the speech organ in the human being. From these organs, the forces creating the animal forms radiate. One day this will have to be studied in detail in order to learn how to approach morphology more realistically. Then one will find how to correctly study animal forms, how to grasp the nature of the upper chest organs and the way these pass over into the organs of the mouth. For it is from this region that forces radiate that create the entire animal form. Human beings form these organs into speech organs on the basis of their upright walk and freely moving arms. They take in what works through sound and speech from their surroundings, if we are dealing with our present times. And what is it they absorb in this way? Think of how there lies in these organs the potential to give form to the entire human organism. This means that if, for instance, a child hears an angry or passionate voice, if it is surrounded by loud and ill-tempered shouting, it will absorb something the animal keeps out. The animal lets itself be shaped only by the larynx and its neighboring organs. But members of the human species allow vehement or passionate voices to enter their inner being. These flow into the human forms, right into the structure of the most delicate tissues. If children hear only gentle speech in their surroundings, this too flows right into the structure of their finest tissues. It flows into their very formation, and especially so into the more refined parts of their organization. The coarser parts are able to withstand these influences, as in the case of the animal. But whatever is taken in through speech flows into the finer parts of the child's organization. This is how the differing organizations of the various nations come about. They all flow out of the language spoken. The human being is an imprint of language. You will therefore be able to appreciate what it means that in the course of human evolution so many people have learned to speak several languages. It has had the effect of making them more universal. These things are of immense importance for the development of humankind. And so we see how during the early period of childhood the human being is inwardly directed, right down to the blood circulation by what comes from the environment. These influences become instrumental for the orientation of a person's thought life. What happens in a human being through learning to speak is something I ask you to consider most seriously. I would like to recapitulate the essential meaning in 2 sentences that, to a certain extent, also characterize the difference between a human being and an animal. If the animal could express what lives in its forming and shaping, emanating from its upper chest organs, it would have to say, quote, "My form conforms with what streams from my upper chest and mouth organs, and I do not allow anything to enter my being that would modify this form." Close quote. So would the animal speak if it were able to express this relationship. The human being, on the other hand, would say, quote, "I adapt the upper organs of my chest and mouth to the world processes that work through language, and I adjust the structure of my innermost organization accordingly." Close quote. The human being adapts the most inward physical organization to what comes from the surroundings through language, but not the outer organization, which develops in a way similar to that of the animals. This is of immense importance for an understanding of the entire human being. For out of language the general orientation of thought is developed, and because of this the human being, during the first 3 years of life, is entirely given over to what comes from the outer world, whereas the animal is rigidly enclosed within itself. For this reason, the way in which we find our relationship during these 3 years to statics and dynamics, then to speech, and finally to thinking, is of such profound importance. It is essential that this process develops in the right way. No doubt you are all aware that this can happen in the most varied ways in each individual human being. On what does it depend that these processes take their proper course? It depends on many things. But the most fundamental factor during the first age of childhood is the right relationship between the child's times of sleeping and waking. This means that we have to acquire an instinctive knowledge of how much sleep a child needs and how long it should be awake. For example, suppose that a child sleeps too much, relatively speaking. In this case, it will develop a tendency to hold back in the activity of its legs. If a child gets too much sleep, inwardly it will lose the will to walk. It will become lethargic in its walking, and because of this it will also become lazy in its speech. Such a child will not develop a proper flow in its speech, and it will speak more slowly than it should according to its natural disposition. And when we meet such a person in later life, unless this imbalance has been put right during the subsequent school years, we could sometimes despair because he or she gives us the opportunity, well, to go for a little walk between every 2 words spoken. There are such people who have difficulties in finding their way from one word to the next. And if we come across them and look at their childhood, we will find that when they were learning to walk, they were allowed to sleep too much. Now let us take the case of a child whose parents or those in charge did not ensure that it had the relatively long hours of sleep appropriate to its age. The inner being of such a child is incapable of gaining the necessary control over its leg movements. Instead of walking normally, the child will have a floppy gait. In its speech, instead of controlling the sequential flow of words with the forces of the soul, it will let the words fall out of its mouth. The words of the sentences will not cohere. This is quite different from the case of a child who has difficulties in finding the right words. Here, an overabundance of speech energy prevents it from getting from one word on to the next. But in the second instance mentioned, I am referring to the opposite, namely to a lack of the necessary energy. The words, as they follow each other, are not carried along by the flow of the soul, but instead the child waits for the right moment in which to click in the next word. If this reaches extreme proportions, the result is stammering. If one finds a tendency toward stammering in people, especially in their 20s and 30s, one can be sure that as young children they were not given enough sleep. From this you can see how knowledge of the human being can give us the fundamentals of what needs to be done. Now, look into the entire human organism and see how, during the first 3 years, it adapts itself to earthly conditions of life, how it allows the principles of statics and dynamics, underlying the faculty of autonomous movement, to flow into what is produced through shaping the air in speech. Much more is involved in this process, which is of consequence for the development of thinking. Look at all this and then compare the situation with that of an adult, and you will see that in a child there's a much stronger working together of these inner dynamics, of walking, fidgeting, movements of arms, and creating mental images. In the child all this flows together into a unity far more than in the adult. The child remains a far more homogeneous being than a grown-up in other respects also. If, for instance, we as adults suck a sweet, which we really shouldn't do, to us this amounts to a titillation of the tongue, for the sweet taste does not go much further than that. But the child is in a different position. There the taste continues to spread. Children don't tell us this, and we don't notice it, but nevertheless the taste continues to have an effect upon the child. Many among you will surely have observed how, according to their individual makeup, certain children are strongly permeated by soul and spiritual forces, and how this quality comes to outer expression in them. It is far more interesting to watch the arms and legs of such a lively child than its mouth, when it is standing some distance away from a table on which there is a bowl full of sugar. What the mouth says is more or less obvious, but the way in which such a child develops desire right down to its toes, or in the arms as it steers toward the sugar bowl, in this you can clearly see. Here it is not just a matter of the tongue anticipating sweetness, but changes are taking place throughout the entire being of the child. Here tasting flows throughout the whole human being. If you enter into these things without preconceptions, you will come to realize that the young child, in a certain sense, is really just one great sense organ. Naturally, less so in later years. Mainly it is so during the very first years, and more generally so between birth and the change of teeth. What has become localized in the sense organs on the periphery of the human body in the adult permeates the child's entire organism. Of course, you must grasp these things with a certain discernment, but fundamentally they are real. Their existence is so real that orthodox physiology will one day be able to prove them with regard to the most perspicuous of all our sense organs, namely the human eye, EYE. People come to me quite frequently and ask, quote, "Considering the present state of science, what would you recommend as a suitable theme for a thesis?" Close quote. Theses, too, belong to the chapter of school misery. That's in parentheses. If such a question is asked by students of physiology, I refer them to a topical problem. I tell them to observe the developmental phases of the human eye as seen in the embryo, and then to compare these with the corresponding phases of the entire embryo from its germinal stage onward. This will lead them to a kind of inverted parallel between the eye and the whole embryo as its development progresses. They will discover that in a certain way the eye begins its development later. It omits the first stages, whereas the embryo as an entity never reaches its final stage, as the eye does, but stops short beforehand. This points to something of great significance for embryology. If one looks at the whole development of the embryo, one will come to recognize in these beginning stages ideal stages which exist only as an indication. The eye continues to develop into a perfected sense organ, whereas the embryo remains behind in its development to continue its further growth later on. But the situation in the young child is still one where, in its entire soul and spiritual development, the child's senses are poured out, as it were, over all its corporeality. In a certain way, the child is entirely a sense organ, and it confronts the world as such. This has to be borne in mind always, not only with regard to educational matters, but also concerning everything that is happening in the child's environment before the change of teeth. We shall go into questions relating to more practical methods of teaching at a later stage. But only if one is able to see the fundamentals in the right light will one be able to find the correct answers to particular human questions. One of these has been handed to me which, for anyone who does not merely look at the evolution of mankind from external and well-known aspects of history, is of extraordinary importance. As you know, in the past, there was far more discussion of sin and original sin than is customary today. Now, I do not wish to go into this question in detail. I only want to outline what this expression, not in its present popular sense, where such matters have undergone a certain coarsening, what this expression implied to those who studied such questions as we study general scientific subjects today. To those inquiring minds, original sin stood for all inherited characteristics. This means that what a person had inherited from his or her forebears was considered to represent original sin. Such was the actual concept of this expression. Only later on it was changed to what we associate with it today. In earlier times it was definitely felt that the physical features inherited from one's ancestors gave rise to sinfulness. And what do we say today? We not only believe in studying inherited characteristics most carefully, but we even encourage their cultivation. If an earlier form of science had been asked to judge the modern attitude, it would have responded, quote, "With all your progress, you have managed to come up with a most extraordinary principle. You have actually taught society to cultivate what is of sinful origin in the human being." Close quote. Because we know of historical events only from what is rather superficially recorded in history books, we do not notice such subtle changes of interpretation. However, if you look into what I have told you today, namely how the child, through its relationship to dynamics and statics, through learning to speak and to think, adapts itself to the environment, then you will also be able to distinguish between the part played by purely physical heredity and that of the environmental influences, which are far stronger than is generally realized. Often we hear it said that someone has inherited a particular trait from either the father or the mother, whereas, in reality, it is simply the result of imitating a certain way of walking, or a characteristic gesture of hands, or a specific manner of speaking. From those close to the person in his or her early childhood. Child's total surrender to the influences of the environment is what is of eminent importance during the first years, and not heredity as such. In their proper place, theories of heredity have their justification, but these too need to be seen within the context of what I said yesterday, when speaking about soft ground into which footprints were imprinted. If now some hypothetical Martian were to appear on the earth, a being unacquainted with the human race, it might explain the origin of these footprints in the following way. Quote, "Certain forces have pushed up the earth, more in some places and less in others, which has caused the configuration of the footmarks." Close quote. This is how some people would explain the nature of the human soul on the basis of heredity, and as a result of the working of the brain. Just as the footprints have been pressed into the earth from outside, so have environmental influences experienced during the childhood stage of imitation, through learning to walk, speak, and think, been imprinted in the body, and particularly so in the brain and the nervous system. What orthodox physical psychology maintains is perfectly correct. The brain is a clear imprint of what the human individual is as a being of soul. One only has to know that the brain is not the cause, the creator of the soul element, but the ground upon which the soul develops. Just as little as I can walk without the ground under my feet, so can I, as a physical being, not think without a brain. This is obvious. But the brain is no more than the ground into which the activities of thinking and speaking imprint what is received from the surrounding world. It is not a matter of heredity. Perhaps now you can see that people tend to have only unclear notions about what is happening in the child during these first 3 non-academic, as it were, years. During that time, to a large extent, the foundations are being laid for a person's whole inner life and configuration. I have already spoken of how thinking, which develops later, turns toward the outer world. It forms images of the natural world and its processes. But the faculty of speaking, which is developed earlier, absorbs, at least in nuances and in modified form, what lives spiritually in language. And language, coming from the child's environment, works upon the child's soul. Through language we take in from our surroundings what we make our own in the realm of the soul. The entire soul atmosphere of our surroundings permeates us through the medium of language. And we know that the child is one great sense organ. We know that inner processes are inaugurated through these soul impressions. So that, for example, if a child is frequently exposed to the outbursts of an over-choleric father, who utters his words as if in constant anger, it will inwardly experience its father's entire soul background through the way he forms his words. And this has an effect, not only on the child's soul, but through the atmosphere of anger surrounding it, the activity of fine glandular secretions begins to increase. Eventually the glands of such a child become accustomed to an enhanced activity of secretion, and this can affect the whole life of such a child. Unless these harmful influences are balanced through the right kind of education later on, a tendency will develop toward nervous anxieties in an angry atmosphere. Here you have an example of how a certain soul condition directly enters and affects the physical organization. Often the attempt is made to comprehend the relationship between the human soul and body, but a fact such as this, where during the first period of life a physical condition directly manifests itself as a symptom in the realm of the soul, simply goes unnoticed. And now, while the child enters into the realm of statics and dynamics, working through its surroundings, unconsciously it does something which is of great importance. Think for a moment of how much trouble it means for many an older pupil to learn the laws of statics and dynamics and to apply them, even if only in the field of mechanics. The young child does this unconsciously. It really incorporates statics and dynamics into its entire being. Anthroposophical research shows us that what most accomplished experts in the field of statics and dynamics manage to think out for the external world is mere child's play, compared with the way in which the child incorporates these complicated forces while learning to walk. It does so through imitation. Here is an opportunity to observe the strange outer effects of imitation in just this situation. You can find many examples in life. I would like to give you one. There once were 2 girls of roughly the same age who could be seen walking side by side. This case happened many years ago in a town in central Germany. When they walked next to each other, they both limped with one leg. While both were performing the same limb movements, they displayed a marked difference between the movements of their more mobile right arms and right fingers, and a somewhat paralyzed way in which they carried their left arms and left fingers. Both children were exact copies of each other. The slightly younger one was a true copy of the older one, and yet only the older sister had a damaged left leg. Both legs of the younger one were perfectly normal. It was only by sheer imitation that she copied the movements of her handicapped sister. You can find similar cases everywhere, though many of them, being less conspicuous, may easily escape your notice. When a child learns to walk, when it makes the principles of statics and dynamics its own, it takes in the spirit in its environment. One could formulate it in this way. In learning to walk, we take hold of the soul element of our milieu. And in what the child ought to learn first after entering earthly life, it takes hold of the spirit in its surroundings. Spirit, soul, and body. Spirit, soul, and nature. This is the right order in which the surrounding world approaches the human being. But as we take hold of the soul element in our surroundings, we also lay the foundations of our future sympathies and antipathies in life. These flow into us quite unnoticed. The way in which we learn to speak is at the same time also the way in which we acquire certain fundamental sympathies and antipathies. And the most curious aspect of it all is that whoever is able to develop an eye for such matters, an eye of the soul, of course, will find in the way a child walks, whether it does so more with the heel or with the toes, whether it has a firm footstep or whether it creeps along, will find in these outer physical characteristics a preparation for the moral character the child will develop in later life. So that we may say that, together with the spiritual element the child absorbs while learning to walk, there also flows into it a moral element emanating from the environment. And it is a good thing if one can learn to perceive how the characteristic way in which a child moves its legs portends its moral character, whether it will develop into a morally good or bad person. For the most naturalistic quality belongs to what we take in through our thinking during our childhood. What we absorb through language is already permeated by an element of soul. What we make our own through statics and dynamics is pervaded by moral and spiritual powers. But here statics and dynamics are not of the kind we learn about in school. Here they are born directly out of the spirit. It is most important to look at these matters in the right way, so that one does not arrive at the kind of psychology that is primarily based on physical aspects, the kind of psychology where in the first 30 pages of print one reads in fair detail what the author has managed to establish, only to find the relevant aspects of the soul artificially stuck on. Nowadays, one must not speak of the human spirit any longer, since an ecumenical council abolished it. Since it was declared that the human being does not consist of body, soul, and spirit, but only of body and soul, the latter having certain spiritual properties. The trichotomy of the human being was dogmatically forbidden during the Middle Ages, and today our contemporary unbiased science begins its psychology with the declaration that the human being consists of body and soul only, blissfully unaware of how little unbiased its findings are. It is still adhering to medieval dogmatism. The most erudite university professors follow this ancient dogma without having the slightest notion of it. In order to arrive at an accurate picture of the human being, it is essential to recognize all three constituent parts, body, soul, and spirit. Materialistic minds can grasp only human thinking, and this is their tragedy. Materialism has the least understanding of matter, because it cannot see the spirit working through matter. It can only dogmatize. There is only matter and its effects. But it does not know that everywhere matter is permeated with spirit. If one wants to describe materialism, one has to resort to a paradoxical definition. Materialism is the one view of the world which has no understanding of what matter is. What is important is to know exactly where the border lines are between physical, soul, and spiritual phenomena, and how one leads over into the other. This is of special importance with regard to the child's development during the first period of life. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on April 17th, 1923. Yesterday I pointed out that much more is involved in learning to walk, to speak, and to think in the three most important activities of early childhood than is outwardly apparent. I also pointed out that it is impossible to completely observe the human being without distinguishing between what belongs to the inner and what belongs to the outer. It is necessary, especially when considering the organization of the whole human being, comprising body, soul, and spirit, to develop a refined faculty of discrimination, and this is particularly the case in the field of education. Let us first look at what is so simply called, quote, learning to walk, unquote. I have already mentioned that part of this activity is the way in which the child establishes its equilibrium with the physical world surrounding it. The entire lifelong relationship to the forces of statics and dynamics is involved in this activity. Furthermore, we have seen how this seeking, this striving for balance, this emancipation of arm and hand movements from those of legs and feet, also forms the basis for the child's faculty of speech. And how, arising out of this faculty, the new faculty of thinking is gradually born. However, in this dynamic system of forces, the child makes its own in learning how to walk. There lives yet something else that is of a fundamentally different character. I briefly noted it yesterday, but now we must consider it more fully. You must always bear in mind that preeminently during the first stage of childhood, but also up to the change of teeth, the child is one big sense organ. This is what makes it receptive for everything that comes from its surroundings. But it also causes the child to inwardly recreate everything that is going on in its environment. One could say, to choose just one particular sense organ, that a young child is all eye. Just as the eye receives stimuli from the external world, and in keeping with its organization reproduces what is happening there, so the human being during the first period of life inwardly reproduces all that is happening around him. But the child takes in what is thus coming from the environment with a specific characteristic form of inner experience. For example, when seeing father or mother moving a hand or an arm, it will instantly feel an impulse to make a similar movement. And so, through the imitation of movements made in the immediate environment, the generally irregular and fidgety movements of the baby gradually become more purposeful. In this way, the child also learns to walk. But we must not overemphasize the aspect of heredity in the acquisition of this faculty, for this constant reference to heredity is only a fashion in contemporary natural scientific circles. Whether a child first puts down its heel or toes when walking, this too is due to imitating father, mother, or any other person close to it. And whether a child is more inclined to imitate one or the other parent depends on a particularly close connection with the chosen person, an affinity lying, quote, between the lines, close quote, of life, if I may put it this way. An exceedingly fine psychological, physiological process is taking place here, which cannot be recognized by means of the blunt tools of today's theories of heredity. To express it more pictorially, just as the finer particles fall through the meshes of a sieve while the coarser ones are retained, so does the sieve of the modern world view allow the finer elements of what is actually happening to slip through. In this way, only the coarser similarities between child and father or child and mother, only the, quote, rough and ready, close quote, side of life, is reckoned with, disregarding life's finer and more subtle points. The teacher and educator, however, need a trained eye for what is specifically human. Now it would be natural to assume it must surely be deep love that motivates a child to imitate one particular person. But if one looks at how love shows itself in later life, even in the case of a very loving person, one will come to realize that by saying, quote, "the child chooses out of love," close quote, one has not really appreciated what is actually happening. For in reality the child chooses to imitate out of an even higher motive than that of love. The child is prompted by what in later life one might call religious or pious devotion. Although this may sound paradoxical, it is nevertheless so. The child's entire sentient physical behavior in imitation flows from a physical yearning to become imbued with feelings found in later life only in a deeply religious devotion or during participation in a religious ritual. This attitude of soul is strongest during the child's earliest years, and it continues gradually declining up to the change of teeth. The physical body of a newborn baby is totally permeated by an inner need for deeply religious devotion. What in later life we call love is just a weakened form of this pious and devotional reverence. One could say that up to the change of teeth, the child is fundamentally an imitative being. But, and here I must ask you not to misunderstand what I am going to say, for sometimes one has to resort to unfamiliar modes of expression in order to characterize something that has become alien to our culture. The kind of inner experience that pulses through the child's imitation like its very life-blood, this is religion in a physical bodily garment. Up to the change of teeth, the child lives in a kind of bodily religion. We must never underestimate the delicate influences, one could also call them imponderable influences, which only through a child's powers of perception emanate from the environment, summoning forth an urge to imitate. We must on no account underestimate this most fundamental and important aspect of the child's early years. Later on we shall see the great significance this has for both the principles and practical methods of education. When contemporary natural science examines such matters, the methods used appear very crude, to say the least. To illustrate what I mean, I should like to tell you the case of the mathematizing horses, which for a time caused such a sensation in Germany. I have not seen these Düsseldorf horses myself, but I was in a position to carefully observe the horse belonging to Herr von Osten of Berlin, who played such a prominent part in this affair. It was truly amazing to witness how adept his horse was at simple mathematical calculations. The whole thing caused a great sensation, and an extensive treatise dealing with this phenomenon was quickly published by a university lecturer, who came to the following conclusion. This horse possesses an unusually fine sensibility, which enables it to perceive the slightest facial expressions of its master, Herr von Osten, as he stands next to it. These facial expressions are so fine that even a human being would not be able to detect them. And when Herr von Osten sets his horse an arithmetical task, he naturally knows the answer in his head. He communicates this answer to the horse by means of very subtle facial expressions, which the horse is able to perceive. In this way, it is able to, quote, hoof, unquote, the answers on the ground. If, however, one's thinking is even more accurate than that of the contemporary mathematical sciences, one might ask this lecturer how he could prove his theory. It would be quite impossible for him to do so. My own observations, on the other hand, led me to a different conclusion. I noticed that in his grey-brown coat Herr von Osten had large bulging pockets from which he took sugar lumps and small sweets, which he shoved into the horse's mouth during his demonstrations. This ensured an especially close and intimate relationship, a physically based affinity between steed and master. And it was due to this intimate physical relationship, to this deep-seated attachment which was constantly being renewed, that such a close soul communication between man and horse could come about. It was a far more intimate process than the horse's supposedly more intellectual and outward observation of its master's facial expressions. Indeed, a real communication from soul to soul had taken place. If it is even possible to observe such a phenomenon in an animal, then you grasp the kind of soul communication which can exist in a little child, especially if permeated by deeply religious devotion. You must realize how everything the child makes its own grows out of this religious mood, which is still fully centered within its physical body. Whoever is able to observe how the child, with its inner attitude of religious surrender, allows itself to be influenced by the surrounding world, and whoever can discern in all these processes what the child quite individually is pouring into the forces of statics and dynamics, will discover in just this physical response the inherent impulses of its later destiny. However strange it may sound, what Goethe's friend Knebel in his old age once said to Goethe is but too true. Quote, "Whoever looks back over his past life will find that when we have experienced a significant event and then look back at what has led up to it, it is as if we had been steered toward it. We find that it was not just one previous step, but a whole series of previous steps, which now make it appear as if we had been striving toward the decisive event out of a deep inner impulse of soul." Close quote. If such an event is connected with another individual, the person concerned will say to himself, provided he is able to extricate himself from the turmoil of life and perceive the finer nuances of physical existence, quote, "This is not an illusion, or something I have dreamed up. But if, at a decisive moment in life, I have found another human being with whom I am more intimately connected than with other people, then I really have been seeking her or him. I must have already known such a person long before I saw her or him for the first time." Close quote. The most intimate matters in life are closely connected with how the child finds its way into the realm of statics and dynamics. If one is able to develop a faculty for observing such things, one will find that an individual's destiny already begins to reveal itself in a strangely sense-perceptible form in the way he or she, as a child, begins to place the feet on the ground, in how a child begins to bend its knees, or in the way a child begins to use its fingers. For all this is not merely of outward or material significance, but reflects what is most spiritual in the human being. And when a child begins to speak, it adapts itself to a wider circle. In learning its mother tongue, this circle embraces all the people who share the same language. Now the child is no longer restricted to the narrow circle of people who provide it with a more intimate social background. In living into the mother tongue, the child also adapts to something wider than the forces of statics and dynamics. One could say that in learning to speak, the child lives into its folk soul, into the genius of its mother tongue. And, since language is spiritual through and through, the child still lives into something spiritual, but no longer into a spirituality that is only bound up with the individual human being and will become a matter of individual destiny, but into something that receives the child into a wider circle of life. And when the child learns to think, well, in thinking we do not remain in the realm of the individual at all. In New Zealand, for example, people think in exactly the same way we do here today. It is the entire earth realm to which we adapt ourselves when as children we develop thinking out of speech. In speaking we still remain within a smaller circle of life. In thinking we enter the realm of humanity as a whole. this is how the child expands his or her life's circles through walking, speaking, and thinking. And if one is able to discriminate, one will find the fundamental links between the way a child adapts itself to the forces of statics and dynamics and its future destiny during its life on earth. Here we see at work what we have been calling in anthroposophy the ego being of the human individual. For us, this term does not imply anything abstract. It merely serves to pinpoint a specifically human feature. Similarly, through the medium of language, we see something emerge in the human being that is entirely different from the individual ego. Therefore we say that in language the human astral body is working. This astral body can also be observed in the animal world, but there it does not work in an outward direction. In the animal it is bound up more with the inner being, creating the animal's form. We also create our form, but we take away a small part of this formative element and use it to develop language. In speech, the astral body is actively engaged, and in thinking, which has this universal quality, and which is also specifically different from the other two faculties, something is happening of which we can say that here the human etheric body is at work. Only when we come to human sense perception do we find that the entire physical body is collaborating. I do not mind if for the time being you treat these statements more or less as definitions. At this point it is not an important issue, for we are not interested in splitting philosophical hairs. We are merely trying to point out what life itself reveals. And this needs to be based on the kind of knowledge of the human being which is capable of leading us to a true form of education, encompassing both theory and practice. When looking at such a progression of development, we find that the human being's highest member, the quote-unquote I, capital, or ego, is first to emerge, followed by the astral body and etheric body. Furthermore, we can see how the soul and spiritual organization, working in the ego, astral, and etheric bodies, is working upon the physical body up to the change of teeth. All three members are working in the physical body. The second dentition heralds a great change affecting the child's whole life. We can first observe it in a particular phenomenon. What would you say is the most striking factor of early childhood? It is, as I have described it just now, the child's physical religious devotion to its environment. This is really the most decisive characteristic. Then the time comes when the child sheds its milk teeth, to be followed by years developing a certain soul-spiritual constitution, particularly during the school years between the change of teeth and puberty. Now, you see, what has been working physically during the first period of life will later, after the child has gone through puberty, reappear in transmuted form as thought. The young child is by no means yet capable of developing the kind of thinking that can lead to an experience of religious devotion. During this age of childhood, first up to the change of teeth, but also continuing up to puberty, these two things keep each other at a distance, so to speak. The child's thinking, even during the time between the change of teeth and puberty, does not yet lay hold of the religious element. One could compare this situation with certain alpine rivers, which have their source high up in the mountains, and which on their way down suddenly seem to disappear as they flow through underground caves, only to reappear lower down on their further course. What appears as a natural religious reverence during the years leading to the change of teeth withdraws inward, taking on an entirely transformed soul quality and apparently disappearing altogether. Only later in life, when the human being becomes capable of consciously experiencing a religious mood, does it reappear, now taking hold of a person's thinking and ideation. If one is able to observe such transformations, one will find external methods of observation even more meaningful. As I already mentioned in the first lecture, I am not in the least against the more outward forms of observation, which are fully justified. Yet at the same time, we must realize that these methods cannot offer a foundation for the art of education. Experimental child psychology, for example, has discovered the strange phenomenon that children of parents anxious to engender a religious attitude, who try to drum religion into their children, that such children achieve only poor results in their religion lessons at school. In other words, it has been established that the correlation coefficient between the children's accomplishments in religious instruction and the religious attitude of their parents is very low during the years spent in primary education. Yet one look at human nature is enough to find reasons for this phenomenon. However often such parents may talk about their own religious attitude, whatever beautiful words they may speak has no meaning for the child at all. They simply pass by the child. For anything directed to the child's reason, even if couched in terms meant to appeal to the child's feelings, will fail to make any impact, at least until the time of the change of teeth. The only way of avoiding such heedlessness is for the adults around the child, by their deeds and their general behavior, to give the child the possibility of imitating them and of absorbing a genuine religious element right into the finest articulation of its vascular system. This is what is then worked upon inwardly, roughly between the 7th and 14th year. Like the Alpine River flowing underground, it will again resurface at the time of puberty in the form of the faculty of conceptualization. So we must not be surprised if a generous helping of outer piety and religious sentiment aimed at the child's well-being will simply miss its mark. Only the deeds performed in the child's vicinity will speak. To express it somewhat paradoxically, the child will ignore words, moral admonitions, even its parent's attitude, just as the human eye will ignore anything that is colorless. Up to the change of teeth, the child is an imitator through and through. Then, with the change of teeth, the great change comes about. The formerly physically based surrender to a religious mood ceases to exist. And so we must not be surprised if the child who has been totally unaware of his or her innate religious attitude becomes a different being between the change of teeth and puberty. But what I have pointed out just now can reveal to us what only at puberty does the child reach. Let me read that again. But what I have pointed out just now can reveal to us that only at puberty does the child reach an intellectual mode of comprehension. Earlier, its thinking is not yet capable of grasping intellectual concepts, for between the change of teeth and puberty the child's thinking can only unite itself with what is of a pictorial nature. Pictures work upon the senses. Altogether during the first period of life, ending with the change of teeth, it is the pictures of all the deeds that are being performed in its environment which work upon the child. Then, with the coming of the second dentition, the child begins to take in actual content presented in pictorial form. And we must pour this pictorial element into everything with which we approach the child, into all we have to bring to the child through the medium of language. I have already characterized what comes toward the child through the element of statics and dynamics. But through the medium of language, a much wider and immensely varied element comes within reach of the child. After all, language is only a link within an extensive chain of soul experiences. And all experiences belonging to the realm of language are of an artistic nature. Language itself is an artistic element. and it is this artistic element that we have to consider above all during the years between the change of teeth and puberty. Don't imagine for a moment that with these words I am advocating a purely aesthetic approach to education, or that I wish to exchange fundamental elements of learning with all kinds of artificial or aesthetically contrived methods, even if these may appear artistically justified. Far from it. I have no intention of replacing the generally Philistine element, so prevalent in our present civilization, with a markedly bohemian attitude to life. Parenthesis, for the sake of our Czech friends present, I should like to stress that I do not in any way associate a national or geographical trait with the term bohemian. I use it only in its generally accepted sense, denoting the happy-go-lucky attitude of people who shun responsibilities, who disregard accepted rules of conduct, and who do not take life seriously. Close parenthesis. The aim is not to replace the pedantic attitude which has crept into our civilization with a disregard of fundamental rules or with a lack of earnestness. Something entirely different is called for when one has to deal with children between the change of teeth and puberty. Here one has to take into account that at this age their thinking is not yet logical, but has a completely pictorial character. True to its nature, the child rejects a logical approach. It wants to live in pictures. Highly intelligent adults make little impression on children aged 7, 9, 11, or even 13. At that age, they feel indifferent toward intellectual accomplishment. On the other hand, adults with an inner freshness, which, however, does not exclude a sense of discretion, people of a friendly and kindly disposition, do make a deep impression on children. Persons whose voices have a ring of tenderness, as if their words were caressing the child, expressing approval and praise, these are the ones who reach the child's soul. It is this personal impact that matters. For, with the change of teeth, the child ceases to surrender solely to the activities in its surroundings, but now there awakens a new openness for what people are actually saying. In what grown-ups say with the natural authority they have developed, in this can be found the most characteristic element during the years between the change of teeth and puberty. You surely would not expect me, who more than 30 years ago wrote a book entitled The Philosophy of Freedom, to stand up to plead for the principle of authority. Nevertheless, as far as the child between the change of teeth and puberty is concerned, authority is an absolute necessity. It is a natural law in the life of the child's soul. And whoever at that particular stage in life has not learned to look up with a natural sense of surrender to the authority of the adults who brought him up and who educated him, can never grow into a free human being. Freedom can be won only through voluntary surrender to authority during childhood. Just as, during the first period of life, the child imitates all the activities going on in its environment, so during the second period of life it follows the spoken word. This naturally has to be taken in a general sense. Immensely powerful spiritual substance flows into the child through language, which, in accordance with the child's nature, must retain a pictorial character. If one observes how, up to the change of teeth, through first learning to speak, the child dreamily follows all that is to become fundamental for its later life, and how only after the second dentition the child wakes up, then one can gain a picture of what it is that meets the child through the way we use language in its presence during the second period of life. Therefore, we must take special heed as to how, just at this stage, we work upon the child through the medium of language. Everything we bring must speak to it, and if this does not happen, the child will not understand. If, for example, you factually describe a plant to a young child, it is like expecting the eye to understand the word red, I-E-Y-E. The eye can understand only the red color, not the word. A child will not be able to understand an ordinary description of a plant. But as soon as you tell him what the plant is saying and what it is doing, it will immediately begin to understand. The child, too, has to be treated with insight into human nature. We shall hear more of this later on when discussing the practical aspects of teaching. Here I am more concerned with presenting a basic outline. And so we see how an image-like element pervades and unites what we meet in the trinity of the child's walking, speaking, and thinking. And the activities going on in the child's surroundings, which it had first perceived as if in a dream, these too, strangely enough, are transformed into pictures during this second period between the change of teeth and puberty. The child begins to dream, as it were, about what is being done in its environment, whereas during the first period of life it had followed these outer activities quite soberly and directly, simply by imitating them. And the thoughts of the child are not yet abstract, not yet logical. They too are pictures as yet. During the time between the second dentition and puberty, the child lives in what comes through language with its artistic and pictorial element. Hence only what is immersed in imagery will reach the child. This is the reason why the child's memory develops particularly strongly just at this age. And now, once again, I have to say something that will make learned psychologists shudder inwardly and give them metaphorical gooseflesh. It is this: the child receives its memory only with the change of teeth. The cause for such gooseflesh is simply the fact that these things are not observed correctly. If someone were to say, quote, "What appears as memory in the child after the change of teeth surely must have already existed before then, and even more strongly, for then the child had an inborn memory and could remember all manner of things even better than later on," close quote. Saying this would be about as correct as saying that a dog, after all, is but a wolf, and that there is no difference between the two. And if one pointed out that a dog has gone through entirely different living conditions, and that, though descended from the wolf, it is no longer a wolf, the reply might be, quote, "Well, a dog is only a tame version of a wolf, for the wolf's bite is worse than that of a dog," close quote. This sort of thing would be approximately analogous to saying that the memory of a child is stronger prior to the change of teeth than afterward. One has to be able to observe actual realities. Now, what is this special kind of memory in a young child from which the later memory is descended? It is still an inner habit. When taking in the spoken word, a refined inner habit is formed in the child, who absorbs everything by way of imitation. And out of this earlier, specially developed habit, which is still of a more physical nature, a soul habit is formed when the child begins the second dentition. It is this habit, formed in the realm of the soul, which is called memory. One has to differentiate between habit that has entered the life of soul and habit in the physical realm, just as one has to distinguish between dog and wolf. Otherwise one cannot grasp what is actually happening. And now you will also be able to feel the link between the pictorial element in which the soul of the child had been living and the newly emerging, quote, ensouled habit, close quote, the actual memory, which also works preeminently through images. In all these matters, everything depends on a keen observation of human nature. It will open one's eyes to the incisive turning point during the period of the change of teeth. One can see this change particularly clearly by observing pathological conditions in children. Whoever has an eye for these things knows that children's diseases look very different from those of the adult. As a rule, even the same outer symptoms in an ill child are of a different origin from those found in an adult, where they may appear similar, although not necessarily the same. In the child, the characteristic forms of illness all stem from the head, from where they affect the remaining organism. They are caused by a kind of overstimulation of the nerve sense system. This is so even in children's cases of measles and scarlet fever. If one is able to observe clearly, one will find that at the stage when walking, speaking, and thinking exert their separate influences, all these activities are also working from the head downward. At the time of the change of teeth, the head is the part that has been inwardly molded and shaped most perfectly. Thereafter it spreads inner forces to the remaining organism. This is the reason why children's diseases radiate downward from the head. By the way in which these illnesses manifest themselves, one will come to see that they are a reaction to conditions of irritation or overstimulation, particularly of the nerve sense system. Only by realizing this will one find the right pathology in the case of children's illnesses. If you look at the adult, you will see that here illnesses radiate out chiefly from the abdominal motor system, in other words, from the opposite pole of a human being. Between the age when the child is liable to suffer from an overstimulation of the nerve sense system and the years following sexual maturity, that is, between the change of teeth and puberty, lie the years of compulsory school age. And in the midst of all this, there lives this kinship between the child's soul life and the pictorial realm, as I have described it to you. Outwardly, this is represented by the rhythmic system with its interweaving of breathing and blood circulation. The way in which breathing and blood circulation become inwardly harmonized, the way in which the child breathes at school, and the way in which the breathing gradually adapts itself to the blood circulation, all this happens as a rule between the 9th and 10th year. At first, up to the 9th year, the child's breathing is in the head, until through an inner struggle within its organism, kind of harmony between the pulse beat and the breath is established. This is followed by a time when the blood circulation predominates, and this general change takes place in the physical realm and in the realm of the child's soul. All the forces working through the child after it has passed through the change of teeth are striving toward an inwardly mobile imagery, and we support this picture-forming element if we use a pictorial approach in everything we bring to the child. And then, between the 9th and 10th year, something really remarkable begins to happen. The child feels more akin to the musical element. The child wants to be gripped by music and rhythms far more than previously. If we observe how the child up to the point between the 9th and 10th year responds to music, how the musical element lives in the child as a plastically molding force, and how, as a matter of course, the musical forces are active in the inner sculpting of the physical body, if we notice how the child's affinity to music easily expresses itself in an eagerness to perform dance-like movements, then we are bound to recognize that the child's real ability to grasp music begins to evolve between the 9th and 10th year. At that time, this becomes clearly noticeable. Naturally, these things do not fall into strictly separate categories, and if one is able to grasp them completely, one will also cultivate a musical approach before the 9th year, but in an appropriate way. One will tend in the direction suggested just now. Otherwise, the child aged 9 to 10 would get too much of a shock if it were suddenly exposed to the musical element in full force, if it found itself gripped by musical experiences without due preparation. And so we see the child responding to particular outer manifestations and phenomena with definite inner demands by developing certain inner needs. Recognizing these needs, knowledge does not remain theoretical, but becomes pedagogical instinct. one begins to see how here one particular process is in a state of germination, and there another is budding within the child. Observing children becomes instinctive, whereas other methods lead to theories that can be applied only externally and that remain alien to the child. There is no need to give the child sweets in order to foster intimacy. This has to be brought about through the right approach to the child's soul conditions. But the most important element of all is an inner bond between teacher and pupil during the class-teacher age. It is the crux of the matter. Now it also needs to be said that a teacher who is able to see what wants to well forth from the child with such deep inner necessity will become more and more modest, for she or he will realize how difficult it is to reach the being of the child with the scant means available. Nevertheless, we shall see that there are good reasons for continuing with our efforts as long as we proceed in the right way, especially since all education is mainly a matter of self-education. And so we must not be disheartened by the fact that the child, at each developmental stage, reacts in specific ways to what the external world, that is we, the teachers, wish to bring, even if this may take the form of a certain inner opposition. Naturally, since at that age consciousness has not awakened sufficiently, the child remains quite unaware of its inner resistance. In keeping with its own nature, the child, having gone through the change of teeth, demands lesson content that, in its form and coloring, will satisfy what is welling up and flowing out of its organism. I will say more about this later on. But there is one thing the child does not want, certainly not during the stage of second dentition, something it will reject with strong inner opposition, and that is to have to draw a peculiar sign on a piece of paper or on the blackboard that looks like this. There's an A with the letter A, only to be told that this sign is supposed to make the same sound that would spontaneously come from its own mouth when seeing something especially wonderful, like ah. For such a sign has nothing to do whatever with the inner experience of a child. When a child sees a combination of colors, it will immediately feel stimulated. But if one puts something in front of the child that looks like this, F-A-T-H-E-R, expecting it to associate it with what it knows and loves as its own father, the inner being of the child cannot but feel opposition. How have our written symbols come about? Only think of the ancient Egyptians with their hieroglyphics that still retained some similarity with what they were meant to convey. The ancient cuneiform writing also still had a resemblance with what the signs signified, though these latter symbols were more expressive of the will nature of the ancient people using them, whereas the Egyptian hieroglyphics expressed a more feeling approach. The forms of these ancient writings, especially when they were meant to be read, brought to mind the likeness of what they represented from the external world. But what could a child make of such weird and ornate signs on the blackboard? What could they have to do with its own father? And yet the young pupil is expected to learn and work with these apparently meaningless symbols. No wonder that something in the child becomes resentful. At the time when the child is losing its milk teeth, he or she feels least connected with the kind of writing and reading used in our present stage of civilization, for it represents the results of stylization and convention. And now the child, who has only recently come into the world, is suddenly expected to absorb these final results of all the transformations undergone by writing and reading. Though nothing of all the manifold cultural progress which has evolved throughout the ages has as yet touched the child, it is suddenly expected to come to terms with signs that have lost all connection with what lies between our modern age and ancient Egypt. Is it any wonder, then, if the child feels out of touch? If, on the other hand, you introduce the child to the world of number in a way appropriate to its age, you will find that here it is well able to enter the new subject. It will also be ready to appreciate simple geometrical forms. In the first lecture, I have already noted how the child's soul becomes ready to deal with patterns and forms. Numbers, too, can now be introduced, since with the change of teeth a hardening of the inner system is taking place. Through this hardening, forces are being released that find outer expression in the child's working with numbers, in drawing, and so on. But reading and writing is an activity which is initially quite alien to a child in about the 7th year. Please do not conclude from what I have said that the child should not be taught to read and write. Of course it must learn to do so, for after all we do not educate the young for our sakes, but for life. The point is how this should be done without going against human nature. We shall go into this question more thoroughly during the next few days. But generally speaking, it is a good thing if educators realize how alien to a child's soul many things are that we take from contemporary life and teach because we feel it necessary for the child to know them. On the other hand, this must not lead us into the opposite error of wanting to create an aestheticizing form of education, or of declaring that all learning should be child's play. This is one of the worst slogans, for such an attitude would turn a child into a kind of person who only plays at life. Only dilettantes in education would allow themselves to be taken in by such a phrase. The point is not to select certain tidbits pleasing to an adult out of play activities, but to link up with what is actually happening when a child is playing. And here I must ask you a pertinent question. Is play mere fun or a serious matter for a child? To a healthy child, playing is by no means merely a pleasurable pastime, but an absolutely serious activity. Play flows in real earnest out of the child's entire organism. If your way of teaching can capture the child's seriousness in play, you do not really teach in a playful way, taken in the ordinary sense, but you are nurturing the earnestness with which a child plays. What matters at all times is to observe life accurately. Therefore it can be rather regrettable if well-meaning people try to introduce their pet ideas into the one branch of life that demands the closest observation of all, namely that of education. Our intellectual culture has landed us in a situation where few adults have any understanding of childhood anymore, because the child's soul is so entirely different from that of a thoroughly intellectualized grown-up. We must first find the key to childhood again, and this means to imbue ourselves with the knowledge that during the first period of life, up to the change of teeth, the entire behavior of the child reveals a physically anchored religious quality. That hereafter, between the change of teeth and puberty, the child's soul life is attuned to all that is of a pictorial nature, which undergoes many artistic and aesthetic changes during the course of this life period. When the child has reached puberty, the astral body, which has been working through language up to this point, now becomes free to work independently. Previously, the forces working through the medium of language were needed for the building up of the inner organization of the child's body. But after puberty, these forces, which are also working in many other spheres, in all that is form-giving, both with regard to plastic and musical forms, these manifold forces are becoming liberated to be used for the activity of thinking. Only now does the young person become an intellectualizing and logically thinking person. One can clearly see how what is thus flashing, streaming, and surging through language delivers a final jolt to the physical body before becoming liberated. Look at a boy of this age and listen to how his voice changes during puberty. It is a change equally as decisive as the change of teeth in the 7th year. When the larynx begins to speak with a different undertone of voice, it is the last jerk the astral body, that is, the forces flashing and working through speech, make in the physical body. A corresponding change also occurs in the female organism, only in a different way and not in the larynx. It is brought about through other organs. Having undergone these changes, the human being has become sexually mature. And now the young person enters that period of life when what previously radiated into the body from the nerve sense system is no longer the determining factor. Now it is the motor system, the will system, so intimately connected with the metabolic system, that takes over the leading role. The metabolism lives itself out in physical movements. Pathology in adults can show us how at this later age illnesses radiate out predominantly from the metabolic system. Even migraine is a metabolic illness. We can see how in adults illnesses no longer spread from the head as they do in children. It does not matter so much where an illness manifests itself. What matters is to know the source from which it radiates out into the body. But during the class-teacher age, from about 6 to 14, it is above all the rhythmic system that is most actively engaged. During these years, everything living within the nerve sense system on the one hand and within the metabolic limb system on the other is balanced by the rhythmic system. This balancing activity of the rhythmic system encompasses what is working through our physical movement. Parenthesis here, processes of combustion are continually taking place, which are also balanced through the metabolism, close parenthesis. It also is at work during the metabolism's digestion of what will eventually enter the bloodstream and take on the form of circulation. All this comes together in the breathing process, which is of a rhythmical nature, in order to finally work back again into the nerve sense process. These are the two poles in human nature. The nerve sense system on the one hand, the metabolic limb system on the other, and in between there is the rhythmic system. It is this rhythmic system we have to consider above all when dealing with children between the change of teeth and puberty. It comes to full expression during these years, and it is the healthiest of all the human systems. For it to become ill, one would have to subject it to gross outer interference. In this respect, modern methods of observation again take the wrong tack. Think of the scientific tests which have been made recently to study fatigue in children by means of fatigue coefficients. Parenthesis at this point, in order to avoid misunderstandings, let me repeat that I have no intention of running down modern methods of scientific investigation as such, nor of pouring scorn upon its methods. Close parenthesis. In these experiments, varying degrees of fatigue are measured, for instance, in gym lessons or during arithmetic lessons and so on. There is nothing wrong in discovering such factors, but they must not become the basis of one's teaching. One cannot arrange the timetable according to these coefficients, because the real task of a teacher is quite a different one. At this stage of childhood, the aim should be to work with the one system in the human being that never tires throughout a person's whole life. The only system prone to fatigue is the metabolic and limb system. This system does tire, and it passes on its tiredness to the other systems. But I ask you, is it possible for the rhythmic system to tire? No, this it must never do. For if the heart were not beating all through life without tiring, without suffering from fatigue, and if breathing were not going on all the time without becoming exhausted, we simply could not live. The rhythmic system does not tire. If we tire our pupils too much through one or the other activity, it only goes to show that during the age we are considering here, between the 7th and 14th year, we have not appealed strongly enough to the rhythmic system. And this middle system again lives entirely in the pictorial realm and is an outer expression of it. If you fail to present arithmetic or writing lessons imaginatively, you will tire your pupils. But if out of an inner freshness and at a moment's notice you are able to call up powers of imagery in the children, you will not tire them. If they begin to droop, nevertheless, the source of their fatigue can live only in their motor system. For instance, the chair on which a child is sitting might be pressing too hard, or the pen with which it is writing may not fit the hand properly. There is no need to work out, by means of psychological pedagogy, how long a child can be engaged in arithmetic without undue strain. What matters is for the teacher to know how to teach the various subjects in harmony with the pupil's rhythmic system, and how, through knowledge of the human being, the lesson content can be given in the appropriate form. For this to become possible, we have to recognize that the pupil awakens to the intellectual side of life only with the advent of sexual maturity, and that, between the second dentition and puberty, the teachers have to guide by personal example as they bring to their pupils what they wish to unfold within them. Consequently, a pedagogy springing from a true knowledge of the human being has to be largely a matter of the teacher's own inner attitude. It is a pedagogy destined to work upon the teacher's own moral attitudes. Expressing this a little more drastically, one could say, the children in themselves are all right. It is the adults who are not. What is needed above all has already been put into words at the end of the first lecture. Instead of talking about how we should treat children, we should strive toward a knowledge of how we, as teachers and educators, ought to conduct ourselves. In our work we need forces of the heart. Yet it is not good enough to simply declare that instead of addressing ourselves to the intellect of our pupils, we now must appeal to their hearts, both with regard to principles and methods. What we really need, and this I wish to emphasize once more, is that we ourselves have our hearts in our pedagogy. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled A Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. I believe it is also entitled in the newer edition, A Child's Changing Consciousness as a Basis for Pedagogical Practice. This is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on April 18th, 1923. In our previous meetings, I have tried to lead you into what we understand here as knowledge of the human being. Some of what is still missing will surely find its way into our further considerations during this conference. I have also told you that this knowledge of the human being is not of a kind that will lead to theories, but one that can become human instinct, ensouled and spiritual instinct, which, when cast into deeds, can lead to living educational principles and practice. Of course, you must realize that in giving lectures of this kind, it is only possible to point the way, in the form of suggestions, to what such knowledge of the human being can do for the furtherance of practical teaching. But just because our main aim is one of practical application, I can give only broad outlines, something which is very unpopular these days. Few people are sufficiently aware that anything expressed in words can, at best, be only a hint, a mere indication of what in actual life is far more complex and multifarious. If we bear in mind that the young child is essentially an ensouled sense organ, entirely given over in a bodily, religious way to what comes toward it from the surrounding world, we shall take care that up to the change of teeth, everything within its vicinity is suitable to be received through the child's senses, thereafter to be inwardly worked upon. Above all, we have to be aware that whenever the child perceives with its senses, at the same time, through its soul and spirit, It also absorbs the inherent moral element of what is perceived. This means that at the approach of the change of teeth, we have already set the scene for the most important impulses of its later life, and that when it enters school, we are no longer faced with a blank page, but with one already full of content. And now that we are moving more toward the practical aspects of education, we have to take into account that between the change of teeth and puberty, nothing entirely original can be initiated in the child, but that it is the teacher's task to recognize the impulses that have already been implanted during the first 7 years. These they have to direct toward what is likely to be demanded of the pupils in their later lives. This is why it is of such importance for teachers to be capable of perceiving what is stirring within their pupils. For there is more than meets the eye in these life stirrings at the time when the child enters school. Teachers must not simply decide what they are going to do or which method is right or wrong. It is far more important for them to recognize what is inwardly stirring and moving in these children, to guide and develop it further. Naturally, this is bound to raise a question that we have so far been unable to answer in the Waldorf school in practical terms by opening a kindergarten. The work entailed in bringing up and educating children from birth to the second dentition is certainly of paramount importance. But since in the Waldorf school we are already facing great difficulties in coping with the demands involved in teaching children of official school age, we cannot possibly think of opening a kindergarten, because every year we also have to open a new class for our oldest pupils. So far, we have started with an 8-year course in the Waldorf school. At present, we could not possibly entertain the idea of also opening a kindergarten or something similar as a preparatory step for our Class 1. People who take a somewhat light-hearted view of these things may be of the opinion that all that is needed is to make a beginning with a nursery or kindergarten, and that the rest will surely follow. But things are not as simple as that. What is needed is a fully comprehensive, yet detailed program, covering both pedagogical and practical aspects of teaching in a nursery class. To devote oneself to such a task is impossible, as long as a new class has to be added every year. The seriousness and responsibility involved in the so-called movements for school reform is recognized by far too few people. To unprofessional, though well-meaning persons, it seems enough to voice one's demands easy enough to make. In our day, when everybody is so clever, I am not being sarcastic, I am quite serious, nothing is easier than to formulate demands. All that is needed in our society, which is simply bursting with cleverness, is for 11 to 12 people, even 3 or 4 would be brainy enough, to come together to work out a faultless program for school reform, listing their requirements in order of priority. I have no doubt that their theoretical demands would be highly impressive. Such programs, compiled in the abstract in so many places today, are most cleverly conceived. Because people have become so intellectual, they excel in achievements of an external and abstract kind. But if one judges these matters out of real-life experience, and not intellectually, the situation is not unlike one where a number of people have come together to discuss and decide what the performance of an efficient stove should be. Obviously, they would come up with a whole list of, quote, categorical imperatives, close quote, such as that the stove must be capable of heating the room adequately, it must not emit smoke, and so on. But, though the various points may be convincing enough, knowledge of them alone would hardly result in the necessary know-how to light it, keep it going, and control its heat. To be able to do this, one has to learn other things as well. In any case, depending on the location of the room, the condition of the chimney, and possibly on other factors as well, it may not even be possible to fulfill the conditions so competently set forth. But this is how most of the programs for school reform are arrived at today, more or less in an equally abstract manner as the requirements for the hypothetical stove. This is the reason why one cannot contravene them, for they no doubt contain much that is correct. But to cope with the practical needs of an existing school is something very different from making demands which, ideally speaking, are justified. Here one does not have to deal with how things ought to be, but with a number of actual pupils. Here one has to deal, allow me to mention it, for it is all part of school life, one has to deal with a definite number of teachers of varying gifts and abilities. All this has to be reckoned with. There is no problem in planning a program for school reform in the abstract. But the concrete reality is that only a certain number of gifted teachers are available, and that it may not even be possible for them to fulfill the demands agreed upon in theory. This fundamental difference between life as it is and an intellectual approach to it is something our present society is no longer able to appreciate. Because it has become so accustomed to an intellectual interpretation of life, it can no longer perceive this quality, least of all where it is most patently present. Anyone who is aware of the great difference between theory and practice will detect the worst excesses of impractical theories in our present business life. In reality, the structure of today's business life has become as theoretical as can be. Those in control grasp power with robust hands. They use their elbows and often brutally push through their theoretical policies. This goes on until the business is ruined. In the economic sphere, it is possible to proceed intellectually. But in a situation where one meets life in the raw, such as in a school, where it is not simply a case of helping oneself, but where existing impulses have to be worked upon, in such a situation, even the most beautiful theories are of little use unless they offer the possibility of working pragmatically and out of a truly individual knowledge of what the human being is. This is the reason why teachers whose heads are full of pedagogical theories are usually least fit for practical classroom situations. More capable by far are those who still teach out of a certain instinct, teachers who out of their natural love for children are able to recognize and to meet them. But today, it is no longer possible to rely on instinct, unless it is backed by spiritual knowledge. Modern life has become too complex for such a way of life, which would be possible only under more primitive conditions, under conditions almost bordering on the level of animal life. All this has to be considered if one wishes to see in the right light what is being presented here as a really practical form of pedagogy. Generally speaking, education has followed in the footsteps of our modern civilization, which has gradually become more and more materialistic. A symptom of this is the frequent use of mechanical methods in preference to organic methods, and this just during the early years of childhood up to the change of teeth, which is the most impressionable and important time of life. We must not lose sight of the fact that up to the second dentition the child lives by imitation. The serious side of life, with all its demands in daily work, is reenacted in deep earnestness by the child in its play, as already mentioned yesterday. The difference between a child's play and an adult's work is that an adult's contribution to society is governed by a sense of purpose and has to fit into outer demands, whereas the child wants to be active simply out of an inborn and natural impulse. Play activity streams outward from within. Adult work takes the opposite direction, namely inward from the periphery. The significant and most important task for the class teacher years consists in just this gradual progression from play to work. And if one is able to answer in practical terms the great question of how a child's play can gradually be transformed into work, one has solved the fundamental problem during those middle years from 7 to 14. In its play, the child mirrors what is happening around it. It wants to imitate. But because, through lack of knowledge of the human being, the key to childhood has been lost, all kinds of artificial play activities for children of kindergarten age have been intellectually contrived by adults. Whereas, all the child wants to do is to imitate the work of the grown-ups, special games have been invented for its benefit, such as lay the little sticks, or whatever else these things are called. These artificial activities actually deflect the child's inner forces from flowing out of its organism like a living stream, finding a natural outlet in the child's desire to imitate its elders. Through all kinds of mechanical manipulations, children are encouraged to do things that are not at all suitable for their age. During the 19th century, especially, programs for nursery education were thought out, entailing activities a child should not really perform. For the entire life in a nursery class revolves around the children adapting themselves to the few persons in charge who should conduct themselves in a natural way, so that the children feel stimulated to imitate whatever their teachers are doing. There is no need for the nursery class staff to go from one child to the next to show each one what it has to do. The child does not yet want to follow given instructions. All it wants to do is to copy what the adult is doing. And so the task of a kindergarten teacher is to adjust work taken from daily life so that it becomes suitable for the children's play activities. There is no need to think out occupations met with in adult life only under special circumstances, such as work requiring specialized skills. For example, children of nursery class age are told to make parallel cuts in strips of paper, and then to push many-colored paper strips through the slits so that finally a woven colored pattern emerges. This kind of mechanical process in a kindergarten actually prevents children from engaging in normal or congenial activities. It would be better to give them some very simple sewing or embroidery to do. Whatever a young child is told to do should not be artificially contrived by adults who are comfortable in our intellectual culture, but should spring from life's ordinary tasks. The whole point of a nursery class is to give young children the opportunity to imitate life in a simple and wholesome way. This task of adjusting adult life with all its purposefulness to the level of kindergarten age, so that what is done there will satisfy the child's natural and inborn need to be active, is an immensely important pedagogical task. To think out little stick games or design paper weaving cards is simple enough, but to whittle down our complicated forms of life in the way a child does when, for example, a little boy plays with a spade or some other tool, or a girl with a doll, in the way children transform adult occupations into child's play, and to achieve this also in the case of more complicated activities in the adult world, this is the great and important task which needs to be accomplished. It is time-consuming work for which so far hardly any previous quote-unquote spade work has been done. For one needs to recognize that in children's imitation, in all their sense-directed activities, moral and spiritual forces are at work, artistic impulses which allow the child to respond in an entirely individual way. Give a child a handkerchief or a piece of cloth, knot it so that a head appears above and 2 legs below, and you have made a doll or a kind of a clown. With a few ink stains, you can give it eyes, nose, and mouth, or better still, you allow the child to do it. And you will see that a healthy child will have great joy with such a doll. For now it can supplement, with imaginative and imitative soul activity, many other features belonging to a doll. It is far better if you make a doll out of a linen rag than if you give the child one of those perfect dolls, possibly with highly colored cheeks, smartly dressed, a doll which will even close its eyes when put down horizontally, and so on. For what are you doing if you give the child such a doll? You prevent it from unfolding its own soul activity. Every time a fully finished object catches its eye, the child has to suppress an innate desire for soul activity, for unfolding its wonderfully delicate, awakening fantasy. You separate the child from life because you hold back its own inner activity, so much about the child up to the shedding of the milk teeth. So much about the child up to the shedding of the milk teeth. And when the child enters school, one is quite likely to meet a certain inner opposition, mainly against reading and writing, as mentioned yesterday. Try to see the situation through a child's eyes. There stands a man. He has black or blonde hair. He has a forehead, nose, eyes. He has legs. He walks. He holds something in his hands. He says something. He has his own thought life. This is Father. And now the child is to accept that this sign, F-A-T-H-E-R, represents the real Father. There is not the slightest reason why it should do so. The child brings with it formative forces, eager to flow out of its organism. Previously, these forces were instrumental in bringing about the wonderful formation of the brain with its adjoining nervous system. They wrought the wonderful formation of the second teeth. One ought to become modest and ask oneself how one could possibly be capable of creating out of one's own resources such second teeth on the basis of the first milk teeth. What sublime powers of wisdom, of which we are totally unaware, are working in all these forces. The child was entirely given over to this unconscious wisdom, weaving through the formative forces. The child lives in space and time, and now suddenly it is to make sense of all that is imposed upon it through learning how to read and write. It is not right to lead the child directly into the final stages of our advanced culture. We must lead it in harmony with what wants to flow from its own being. The right way of introducing the child to reading and writing is to allow the formative forces, which up to its 7th year have been working upon the physical organization, and which now are being released for outer soul activities, to become actively engaged. For example, instead of presenting the child directly with letters or even complete words, you draw something looking like this, and he has a mouth. He's drawn a mouth. In this way, appealing to the formative forces in its soul, you will find that now the child can remember something that has real meaning, something it had already grasped with its formative forces. It will tell you, quote, "That is a mouth," close quote. And now you can ask it to say, quote, "mouth," close quote. Then you ask it to leave out the end part of the word, gradually getting the child to pronounce m. Next you can say, "Let us paint what you have said just now. We have left something out, therefore this is what we paint." Steiner then draws just the top part of the mouth. "And now let us make it even simpler." And now he draws it very much like the letter M. It has become the letter M. Or we draw something looking like this. See next drawing, it's a fish, and then gradually is formed into an actual F. The child will say fish. The teacher, "Let us make it simpler, this fish." Again, one will ask the child to sound only the first letter, in this way obtaining the letter F. And so, out of the pictures, we lead to the abstract letter forms. There is no need to go back historically in order to show how our contemporary writing evolved from ancient pictography. For our pedagogical purposes, it is quite unnecessary to delve into the history of civilization. All we have to do, helped along by wings of fantasy, is to find our way into this method, and then, no matter which language we speak, to choose some characteristic words which we transform into pictures, and from which we finally derive the actual letters. In this way, we work together with what the child inwardly wants during the second dentition and immediately afterward. From this you will gather that after having introduced writing via drawing painting and painting drawing. It is good for the child to use color immediately because it lives in color, as everyone knows who deals with children. One can progress to reading. For in writing, the entire human being is active. The hand is needed, the whole body has to adapt itself, even if only to a slight degree. The entire person is involved. Writing, when evolved from painting drawing, still remains something more concrete than reading. When reading, well, one just sits. One has already become like a timid mouse, for only the head has to make an effort. Reading has already become abstract. It should be evolved by degrees as part of the whole process. But if, in order to work in harmony with human nature, one adopts this method, one can become extraordinarily difficult. No, it can become extraordinarily difficult to withstand the prejudices of our times. Naturally, the pupils will learn to read a little later than is expected of them today. And if they have to change schools, they appear less able than the pupils in their new class. Yet, is it really justified to kowtow to the views of a materialistic culture with its attendant demands of what an 8-year-old child should know? The real point is that it may not be at all beneficial for such a child to learn to read too early. For by doing so, something is being blocked for life. If a child learns to read too early, one leads it into abstractions prematurely. If reading were taught a little later, countless potential sclerotics would be able to lead happier lives. For it is possible to trace back a hardening of the entire human organism, to give it a simpler name, which manifests itself in the most diverse forms of sclerosis in later life, to a faulty method of introducing reading to a child. Of course, such symptoms can result from many other causes as well, but the point is that the effects of soul and spirit upon a person's physical constitution are hygienically enhanced if the teaching at school is attuned to human nature. If you know how to form your lessons rightly, you will at the same time give your pupils the best foundation for health. And you may be sure that if the methods of our present-day educational system were healthier, far fewer men would be walking about with bald heads. Too little attention is paid by people with a materialistic outlook to the mutual interaction between the soul and spiritual nature and the physical body. Again and again I wish to point out that the tragedy of our present materialistic attitude is that it no longer has an understanding of the material processes, which it observes only externally, and that it no longer recognizes that a moral element enters the physical. Already the way in which the human being is treated, one could almost say maltreated, by our natural science, is liable to lead to misconceptions about what a human being is. You need only think of the usual types of illustrations found in contemporary textbooks on physiology or anatomy, where you see pictures of the skeleton, the nervous system, and the blood circulation. The way these are drawn is very suggestive, implying that they are a true representation of reality, and yet they do not convey the actual facts at all, or at best only 10% of them. For 90% of the human body consists of liquid substances, which are in constant flow, and which consequently cannot be drawn in fixed outlines. Now you may say, quote, physiologists know that, close quote. True, but this knowledge remains within the circle of physiologists. It does not enter society as a whole, especially because of the strongly suggestive influence of these illustrations. And there is something else of which people are even less aware. Not only does solid matter constitute the smallest part of our physical body, while by far the largest part is liquid, but we are also creatures of air at every moment of our lives. At one moment the air surrounding us is inside us, and in the next the air within our body is outside us again. We are part of the air surrounding us, which is constantly fluctuating within us. And what of the conditions of warmth? In reality, we have to discriminate between our solid, liquid, aeriform, and warmth organizations. These distinctions could be further extended, but for the time being we will stop here. It will become evident that quite meaningless and erroneous ideas are held concerning these matters if we consider the following. If these illustrations of the skeleton, the nervous system, and so on really represented the true state of affairs, always implying that the human being is a solid organism, if this were really the whole truth, then it would be little wonder if the moral element, the life of the soul, could not penetrate this solid bone matter or this apparently rigid blood circulation. The physical and moral life would have to have separate existences. But if you include the liquid, gaseous, and also the warmth organizations in your picture of the individual, then you have a fine agent, a refined entity, for example in the varying states of warmth, for allowing the existing moral constitution to also extend into the physical processes of warmth. If your picture is based on reality, you will come to find this unity between what is physical and what is of a moral nature. It is this you have to bear in mind when working with the growing human being. It is essential to have this awareness. And so it is really important for us to look at the totality of the human being and to find our way unimpeded by generally accepted physiological, psychological attitudes. It will enable us to know how to treat the child who otherwise will develop inner opposition toward what it has to learn. It should be our aim to allow our young pupils to grow gradually and naturally into their subjects, and then they will also love what they have to learn. But this will happen only if their inner forces become fully involved in these new activities. The most damaging effects, just during the age of 7 to 9, are caused by one-sided illusions, by fixed ideas about how certain things ought to be taught. For example, the 19th century, but this was already prepared for in the 18th century, was tremendously proud of the new phonetic method of teaching reading, which superseded the old method of making words by adding single letters, a method which was again replaced by the whole word method. And because today people feel ashamed of openly respecting old ways, one will hardly find anyone prepared to defend the old spelling method. According to present opinion, such a person would be considered an old crank, for to enthuse over the old-fashioned spelling method is simply not done. It is the phonetic and also the whole word method that carry the day. One feels very proud of the phonetic method, teaching the child to develop a feeling for the quality of sounds. No longer do young pupils learn to identify separate letters such as P, N, or R, but they are taught to pronounce the letters as they sound in a word. There is nothing wrong in that. The whole word method is also good, which sometimes even begins by analyzing a complete sentence, from which the teacher progresses to separate words and then to single sounds. What is bad is when these things become fads. The underlying ideas of all three methods are good. There is no denying that each one has its merits. But what is it that makes them so? Imagine that you know a person only from a photograph showing a frontal view. The picture will have created in you a certain image of the person. Now imagine that another picture falls into your hands, and that someone tells you that this is the same person. The second picture shows a side view and creates such a different impression that you may feel convinced that it could not be the same person. Yet in reality both photographs depict the same individual, only from different angles. And this is how it always is in life. Everything has to be considered from different angles. It is easy to fall in love with one's own particular point of view because it appears to be so convincing. And so one might have good reasons for which to defend the spelling method, the phonetic method, or the whole word method, to an extent that anyone of the opposite opinion could not refute one's arguments. Yet even the best of reasons may prove to be only one-sided. In actual life, everything has to be considered from the most varied angles. If the letter forms have been gained through painting drawing and drawing painting, and if one has gone on to a kind of phonetic or whole word method, which is now appropriate because it leads the child to an appreciation of a wholeness and prevents it from becoming too fixed in details, if all this has been done, there is yet something else which has been overlooked in our materialistic climate. It is this: the single sound by itself, the separate M or P. This too represents a reality. And it is important to see that when a sound is part of a word, it has already entered the external world, already passed into the material and physical world. What we have in our soul are the sounds as such, and these largely depend on the nature of our soul. When we pronounce letters, such as the letter M, for example, we actually say EM. The ancient Greek did not do this. He pronounced it mu. In other words, he pronounced the auxiliary vowel after the consonant, whereas we put it in front of the consonant. Today, in Middle Europe, we find the sound of a letter by proceeding from the vowel to the consonant. But in ancient Greece, only the reverse path was taken. This is an indication of the underlying soul condition of the people concerned. Here we have a significant and important phenomenon. If you look at language, not merely from an external or utilitarian point of view, for today language has mainly become a means of conveying thought or messages, and words are hardly more than symbols for outer things. If you go back to the soul element living in the word, living in language as a whole, you will find the way back to the real nature of the so-called sounds. For every sound with a consonantal quality has an entirely different character from a vowel sound. As you know, there are many different theories explaining the origin of language. Quote, here we have a situation similar to that of the photographs taken from different angles. Close parenthesis. Among others, there is the so-called bow-wow theory, representing the opinion that words are an imitation of sounds coming from different beings or objects. According to this theory, when people began to speak, they imitated characteristic outer sounds. For instance, they heard a dog barking, bow-wow. If they wished to express a similar soul mood, they produced a similar sound. No one can refute such an idea. On the contrary, there are many valid reasons to support this bow-wow theory. As long as one argues only from this particular premise, it is irrefutable. But life does not consist of proofs and refutations. It is full of living movement, of transformation, of living metamorphosis. What is right in one particular situation can be wrong in another, and vice versa. Life has to be comprehended in all its mobility. Now, as you may know, there is another theory, called the ding-dong theory, whose adherents strongly oppose the bow-wow theory. According to this second theory, the origin of language is explained in the following way. When a bell is struck, the ensuing sound is caused by the specific constitution of its metal. A similar mutual relationship between object and sound is also ascribed to human speech. The ding-dong theory represents more of feeling oneself into the materiality of things, rather than an imitation of external sounds. Again, this theory is quite correct in certain respects. Much could be said for either of these two theories. However, in reality, language came into being neither exclusively according to the ding-dong theory nor to the bow-wow theory, though both theories contain elements of truth. Many other related factors would also have to be considered, but taken in isolation, each theory gives only a one-sided point of view. There are many instances in our language exemplifying the ding-dong theory, and many others where sound represents an imitation, as in bow-wow or in the mooing sound of lowing cattle. The fact is that both theories are correct, and many others as well. What is important is to get hold of life as it really is, and if one does so, one will find that the bow-wow theory is more related to the vowels, and the ding-dong theory more to the consonants. But again, not entirely. Such a statement would also be one-sided. For eventually one will come to see that the consonants are formed as a kind of reflection of events or shapes in our environment, as I have indicated already in the little book titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man. Thus the letter F is formed in likeness of the fish, M in likeness of the mouth, or the letter L in the likeness of leaping, and so on. To a certain extent, the origin of the consonants could be explained by the ding-dong theory, only it would have to be worked out in finer detail. The vowels, on the other hand, are means of expressing and revealing the inner nature of a person. The forms of the letters expressing vowel sounds are not an imitation of outer things at all, but express human feelings of sympathy and antipathy. Thus feelings of joy or curiosity are expressed by the sound E, amazement or wonder by ah, as in father. I am astonished. A in English say without the Y expresses I want to get rid of something that irritates me. Oo as in shoot, I am frightened. I as in kind, I am fond of you, I like you. Vowels directly reveal feelings of sympathy and antipathy. Far from being the result of imitation, they enable human beings to give utterance to their sympathies or antipathies. When hearing a dog's threatening bark, humans, if their feelings are akin to those of the dog, adapt their own experiences to the bow-wow sound of the dog, and so on. Vocalizing leads outwards from within, whereas forming consonants represents a movement inward from outside. Consonants reproduce outer things. Merely by making these sounds, one is already copying outer nature. You can confirm this by yourselves if you go into further detail. But since all this applies to sounds only, and not to words, you will be able to appreciate that when using the analytic method, one is actually progressing from the whole word to the original soul condition. In general, we must always try to recognize what the child at each stage is asking for inwardly. Then we shall proceed in freedom, just as a good photographer does when asking clients to look in many different directions in order to capture their personalities while taking their pictures, and thereby making such sessions so tedious. Similarly, a complete view is essential if one wants to get hold of the human being in depth. With the whole word method, one gains only the physical aspect. With the phonetic method, one is already approaching the region of the soul. And, however absurd this may sound, with the spelling method, one really enters the realm of the soul. Today this last method is of course looked upon as a form of idiocy, but without a doubt it is more closely related to the soul than the other methods. However, it must not be applied directly. It needs to be introduced with a certain pedagogical skill and artistry, which will avoid a too one-sided drill in pronouncing the letters in the conventional way. Instead, the child will gain some experience of how letters came about, and this is something which can live within its formative forces, something which is real for the child. This is the crux of the matter. And if young pupils have been taught along these lines, they will be able to read in due course, perhaps a few months after their 9th year. It does not really matter if they cannot read earlier, because they have learned it in a natural and wholesome way. Depending on the various children's response, this stage may be reached a little earlier or later. This 9th year marks the beginning of one of the smaller life cycles. The larger ones have already been spoken about several times. They are from birth to the second dentition, from the second dentition to puberty, and from then on into the 20s. But these days, by the time young people have reached their 20s, one no longer dares speak to them of a further developmental phase, which will reach its climax after the age of 21. This would be considered a sheer insult. At that age they feel fully mature. At that age they already publish their own articles in newspapers or magazines. And so one has to exercise great discretion when speaking about life's later stages of development. But for the educator, it is important to know about the larger life periods as well as about the smaller ones contained in them. Between the 9th and the 10th year, but nearer to the 9th, one of the smaller periods begins, when the child gradually awakens to the difference between self and the surrounding world. Only then does it become aware of being a separate ego. All teaching before this stage should therefore make the child feel at one with its surroundings. The most peculiar ideas have been expressed to explain this phenomenon. For example, you may have heard people say, quote, "When a young child hurts itself by running against a corner, it reacts by hitting the corner," close quote. An intellectual interpretation of this phenomenon would be that one hits back only if one has consciously received a hurt or an injury consciously inflicted. And this is how the child responds in hitting a table or other object is explained. This kind of definition always tempts one to quote the Greek example of a definition of the human being, namely, a human being is a living creature which has 2 legs but no feathers. As far as definitions go, this is quite correct. It leads us back into the times of ancient Greece. I won't go into details to show that present definitions in physics often are not much better, for there, too, children are frequently taught that a human being is a creature that walks on 2 legs and has no feathers. A boy who was a bit brighter than the rest thought about this definition. He caught himself a cockerel, plucked out its feathers, and took it to school. He presented the plucked bird, saying, "This is a human being. It is a creature that walks on 2 legs and has no feathers." Well, definitions may have their uses, but they are almost always one-sided. The important thing is to find one's way into life as it really is, something I have to repeat time and again. The point is that before the 9th year, a child does not yet distinguish between self and surroundings. Therefore, one cannot say that a little child, when hitting the table that caused it pain, imagines the table to be a living thing. It would never occur to a child to think so. This so-called animism, the bestowal of a soul on an inanimate object, an idea which has already crept into our history of civilization, is something that simply does not exist. The fantastic theories of some of our erudite scholars who believe they have discovered that human beings endow inanimate objects with a soul are truly astonishing. Whole mythologies have been explained away in the light of this theory. It strikes one that people who broadcast such ideas have never met a primitive person. For instance, it would never occur to a simple peasant For instance, it would never occur to a simple peasant who has remained untouched by our sophisticated ways of life to endow natural phenomena with a soul quality. Concepts such as ensouling or animation of dead objects simply do not exist for the child. The child feels alive, and consequently everything around it must be alive also. But even such a primitive idea does not enter its dim and dreamy consciousness. This is the reason why in teaching of pupils under 9, you must not let the child's environment and all that it contains appear as something separate from the child. You must let plants come to life. Everything must live and speak to the child, because it does not yet make the distinction between its own self and the world at large. From this it will become evident that before the 9th year you cannot reach the child with any kind of intellectual descriptions. Everything has to be transformed into pictures, into fresh and living pictures. As soon as you pass on to a more direct description, you will achieve nothing during this 8th to 9th year. This approach becomes possible only later. One has to find one's way into each specific life period. Up to the 9th year, the child only has an understanding for a pictorial presentation. Everything else will bypass it, just as sound bypasses the eye, EYE. But between the 9th and 10th year, as the child gradually becomes more aware of its own identity, you can begin to present more factual descriptions of plants. However, it is not yet possible to describe anything belonging to the mineral kingdom, for the child's newly evolving capacity for differentiation between self and world is not yet strong enough to allow it to grasp the significant difference between what has life of its own and what belongs to the dead mineral world. At this stage it can only appreciate the difference between its own self and the plant. Thereafter you can gradually progress to a description of animals. But again, this has to be done in such a way that the introduction to the animal world remains something real for the child. Today there is an established form of botany, and with it goes the tendency to introduce this subject in junior schools just as it stands. This is done out of a kind of indolence, but it is really a dreadful thing to carry the botany of adults into the younger classes of our school. For what is this botany of ours really? It consists of a systematic classification of plants arranged according to certain agreed principles. First come the fungi, then algae, ranunculacea, and so on, one family put neatly next to the other. But if such a branch of science, which itself may be quite acceptable, is taught to young children in schools, it is almost as if one were arranging different kinds of hairs plucked out of a human body, and classifying them systematically according to where they grew, behind the ears, on the head, on the legs, and so on. Following this method, you may manage to build up quite an impressive system, but it will not help you to understand the real nature of hair. And because it seems almost too obvious, one might easily neglect to relate the various types of hair to the human being as an entity. The plant world does not have its own separate existence either, for it is part of the earth. You may think that you know the laburnum from what you can find in a botany book about it. I have no objections to its botanical classification. But to understand why its blossoms are yellow, you have to see it standing on a sunny slope, and you have to include in your observation the various layers of earth out of which it grows. Only then will you realize that its yellow color is connected with the colors of the earth from which it grows. But in this case, you look upon this plant as you would look at hair growing out of a human body. Earth and plants, as far as the child knows them already, remain one. You must not teach adult botany in junior classes, and this implies that you cannot describe a plant without at the same time also talking about the sun shining upon it, about climatic conditions, and about the configuration of the soil, of course, in a manner appropriate to the age of the child. To teach botany in the way this is done in object lessons, taking isolated plants one next to another, violates the nature of the child. Even in object lessons, everything depends on the choice of object to be studied. The child has an instinctive feeling for what is living and for what is truly real. If you come with something dead, you inflict wounds upon what is thus alive in the child. You attack its sense of truth and reality. But nowadays there is little awareness of the subtle differences in the qualities of things. Imagine contemporary philosophers pondering the concept of being, of existing. It would make precious little difference to them whether they chose a rock crystal or a blossom as the object of their contemplation, for both, quote-unquote, are. One can put them both on a table. Both are things that exist. But this is not at all the truth. With regard to their being, they are not homogeneous. The rock crystal you can pick up again after 3 years. It is by dint of its own existence. But the blossom is not at all as it appears. A blossom taken by itself is an untruth in nature. To ascribe existence or being to the blossom, one has to describe the entire plant. Taken by itself, it is an abstraction in the world of matter. Not so the rock crystal. But today one has lost the sense for such differentiations within the reality of things. The child, however, still has this feeling by instinct. If you bring something to the child that is not a whole, it experiences an uncanny feeling. Such a thing can follow it right into later life. Otherwise, Tagore would not have described the sinister impression the amputated leg made upon him in his childhood. A human leg in itself does not represent reality. It has nothing to do with reality. For a leg is only a leg as long as it is part of a whole organism. If cut off, it ceases to be a leg. Such things have to become flesh and blood again, so that by progressing from the whole to the parts, we grasp reality. It can all too easily happen that we treat a separate part completely wrongly if we take it in isolation. And so in the case of botany in junior classes, we must start with the earth as a whole and look upon the plants as if they were hair growing out of it. And with regard to the animal world, a child cannot gain a proper relationship to the animal at all if you follow the usual method of classification. As animal study is introduced only in the 10th or 11th year, you can now expect a little more from the children. But to teach animal study according to the usual classification has little real meaning for pupils of that age, even if this method is scientifically justified. The reality is that the entire animal kingdom represents a spread-out human being. Take a lion, for example. There you see a one-sided development of the chest organization. Take the elephant. Here the entire organization is oriented toward a lengthening of the upper lip. In the case of the giraffe, the entire organization strives toward the lengthening of its neck. If you can thus see in each animal a one-sided development of a human organic system, and survey the entire animal kingdom down to the insect, one could go even further, right down to the geological animals. Terebras are not really geological animals anymore. Terebras, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's T-E-R-E-B-R-A-S. Then you will come to the realization the entire animal kingdom is a human being, spread out like an opened fan. And the human physical organization comprises the entire animal kingdom folded together like a closed fan. This is how one can bring the mutual relationship between the human being and the animal into proper perspective. Putting all this into such few words is making it into an abstraction, of course. You will have to transform it into living substance until you are able to describe each animal form in terms of a one-sided development of a specific human organic system. If you can find the necessary strength to give your pupils a lively description of animals in this sense, you will soon see how they respond, for this is what they want to hear. And so the plants are linked to the earth, as if they were the hair of the head. The animal is linked to the human being and seen as a one-sided development of various human organic systems. It is as if human arms or legs, and in other instances the human nose or trunk and so on, had grown into separate existences to live as animals on earth. This is how pupils can gain an understanding of the animal forms. It will enable the teacher to form his lessons so that their content is attuned to what is living in the growing human being, in the child itself. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on April 19, 1923. Between the ages of 7 and approximately 14, the teacher's main concern has to be directed toward the pupil's evolving life of feeling. It is really of great importance for educators to acquire the ability to create the kind of mental imagery capable of guiding the pupil through the tender transitional stages characteristic of this period. When the child enters school, remnants of the previous, quote, bodily religious mood, close quote, as I called it, still exist. There is still a longing in the child to take in through the senses everything that is happening in its surroundings, and this perceiving, which is transmuted into imitation, then links itself to listening to what comes from the natural authority of the teacher. At this stage, truth is not based upon the child's own judgment, but it comes in the guise of what the naturally revered authority of the teacher has to say. Similarly, what is considered untruth simply accords with what the freely accepted authority judges false. The same applies to what is seen to be beautiful or ugly, good or evil. Children will be able to develop the faculty of independent judgment in adulthood only if they have gone through the experience of looking up to the voice of authority with uncritical veneration. Of course, I am not referring to any kind of enforced authority here. The authority I am speaking of must never be imposed from without. And if in some instances an authoritarian approach is necessary for the sake of society in general, the child must not be aware of it. The child must always feel secure in looking up in total confidence to the authority of the teacher or other adult in charge. Everything has to come under the aegis of this tender relationship to authority from the day the child enters class 1 up to its 9th year, and particularly so during the years from 7 to 9. This relationship has to be preserved even longer, but between the 9th and 10th year it will of necessity undergo certain changes. And now there's also another point belonging to this context to which we must turn our minds. It is the fact that during the first life period, that is from birth to the change of teeth, the child lived like one great multifaceted sense organ, but as a sense organ in which will forces were working in every instant of its life. For me to use the expression, quote, a sense organ in which will forces were working, close quote, may sound strange, but only because what contemporary physiology and the popular ideas derived from it tell us is totally inadequate. Today one does not associate will forces with the function of the human eye, EYE, for example. Nevertheless, even in the case of the eye, the perceived image is due to will activity. The same is true of the functioning of every other sense organ. Will substance is instrumental in creating the inner sense impressions. The task of a sense organ, first of all, is to expose itself, or the human being, in a passive manner to the influences of the external world. But in every sense organ, an inner activity also takes place, which is of a will nature. It is this will element which works so intensively throughout the child's whole body, up to the change of teeth. It also remains active after this event, and one of the consequences is that between school entry and the 9th year, this predominant will element in the child will tolerate only an entirely human and pictorial approach to external nature and to the human being. This is the reason why we introduce not an aestheticizing, but a thoroughly artistic element, especially in the younger classes. We do so by allowing the child to use liquid colors right from the beginning, even if this practice is quite likely to bring with it rather uncomfortable consequences in the classroom. We let children handle colors, because by putting them on paper one next to the other, not according to any preconceived notions, but simply out of an instinctive sense of color, and through the ensuing inner satisfaction, they are working in harmony with their own formative forces. When given this opportunity, children reveal a wonderful instinct for painting artistic color combinations, and these will soon show the teacher how to direct their efforts toward drawing with colored pencils, from which finally writing can evolve. But the one thing a child of this age is incapable of is following explanations. For this it has no understanding at all. If a teacher tries to explain his subjects during those first school years, the child will react by becoming blunted and dull. This approach simply does not work. On the other hand, everything will go with a swing if, instead of explaining one's subject matter, one casts the content into story form, if one paints with words, with mental images, and if one brings rhythm into one's whole way of teaching. If the teacher's relationship to music is not restricted to music in a narrow sense, but if they are able to introduce a musical element into their teaching, if their lessons are permeated by beat, rhythm, and other more hidden musical qualities, then the children will respond spontaneously and with an acute understanding. On the other hand, if teachers who introduced the world by thus appealing to their pupils' feelings were now to speak about the human being as a separate entity, the children would feel inwardly resentful. They would reject it. In fact, they simply could not bear it. What children really want during this stage is that everything they learn about, even if it is part of inorganic nature, should be presented in living human terms. The inner horror of facing a description of the human being, I think one can put it that strongly, remains with the child roughly until the 12th year. From the 9th to the 12th year, we can use as content for our lessons what I described yesterday. As long as we present it imaginatively, we can speak about the plant world in terms of hair growing out of the earth, and we can introduce animal study by showing how in every animal form we can see a part of the human organism, but specialized in a one-sided way. However, what we must not do at this stage is to make the human being the direct object of study, because the child is not yet ready for it. Only toward the 12th year does it experience a dim longing to gather together the entire animal kingdom in order to discover in the human being a synthesis of the animal world. This then can form the new content for the classes following the 11th and 12th year. For you to be told that teachers should relate parts of the human organization to certain animal forms before their pupils have reached the necessary maturity to study the human being as a separate entity may sound contradictory, but life is full of such apparent contradictions. It is, nevertheless, correct to proceed in this way, until the great moment comes when teachers can show their pupils how what we thus find spread out all over the animal kingdom is concentrated within one single human individual. To allow the child to experience such decisive moments in life really intensely is of great importance in teaching. And one of these moments is the realization passing through the child's soul that the human being seen physically is both the extract and synthesis of the entire animal world, only on a higher level. The inner experience of such a climb over a childhood peak, if I may use this comparison, is more important than the acquisition of knowledge, gained step by step. It will have a beneficial effect for the rest of the child's life. But because of the way our times have developed in an outwardly scientific direction, there is little inclination to look at human nature so intimately. Otherwise things would not happen as they do in our civilization, and especially so in today's spiritual life. You need only consider what I emphasized already in our first meeting. Up to the child's 7th year, soul forces are working in all physical processes, reaching a certain conclusion during the second dentition. I have compared this situation with a solution that forms a sediment at the bottom of its container. The precipitate represents the denser parts, while a more refined solution remains above it. The two substances have become separated from each other. In a similar way, until the change of teeth, we can look upon the child's physical and etheric bodies as still forming a homogeneous solution until the physical is precipitated, leaving the etheric free to work independently. But now it may happen that too much soul substance is being held back by the physical body. Part of the soul substance always has to remain behind, for the human physical body has to be permeated by soul and spirit throughout life. But it can happen that too much soul and spiritual substance is retained so that there remains too little of it in the upper region. The result is a human individual whose physical body is oversaturated with soul substance, and whose soul and spiritual counterpart has become too tenuous. This is a condition met with all too frequently, and with the necessary insight one can clearly observe it in children aged 7 to 14. But in order to do so, one has to be able to distinguish the coarser and the more refined constituents of our human organization today. What is essential for our society today is to develop a physiology that is backed up by a sufficiently strong psychology, and a psychology that is not abstract, but that is supported by the necessary background of physiology. In other words, one has to be able to recognize the mutual relationship between body and soul. Otherwise, the result will be a dilettantish physiology and an equally dilettantish psychology. It is due to this lack of ability to see through the human being clearly that contemporary scientific life has produced two such dilettantish branches of science, and the reciprocal effect between them has had the result of a squaring of dilettantism, or as it is also called, creating psychoanalysis. Just as a number multiplied by itself is that same number squared, so does a dilettantish physiology, when multiplied by dilettantish psychology, equal psychoanalysis. This is the secret underlying the origin of psychoanalysis. I am not saying this in order to cast aspersions upon psychoanalysis. Things could hardly have been otherwise, because due to our present-day scientific climate, society lives in an age where psychology has become too attenuated and physiology too dense. Seen in this light, physiology, instead of becoming a genuine branch of science, assumes the part of the precipitate out of what ought to have remained a homogeneous solution. This is only a picture, but I hope that you understand it. We cannot avoid the need for clarity about how the growing human being develops, and how we have to pay due regard to each particular stage in the life of the child. And so we find that between the 9th and 12th year, the child is receptive to everything that comes to it in the form of pictures. Until approximately the 9th year, it wants to participate in the formation of the picture. It will not yet play the role of a spectator. During this time, teachers have to work with their pupils in such a living way that their joint efforts in themselves already have a pictorial quality. It does not matter whether actual picture making is involved, such as painting, drawing, or similar activities. All work, the lessons themselves, must form a picture. And then, between the 9th and 10th year, the child develops a new sense for a more outward presentation of the pictorial element. And this is the time for us to introduce botany and animal study in the appropriate way. Those two subjects, in particular, have to be presented pictorially and imaginatively. And the more one is able to do this, the better a teacher one is for the 9 to 12-year-olds, in contrast to what one finds in the usual textbooks on botany, where lack of imagery is displayed to a high degree. Portraying the plant world in its manifold forms with true imagination is most rewarding, because to achieve this one must be co-creative. This partaking in the creativity of the world is the very thing our present culture is waiting for. It happens again and again that people standing in the midst of life come to me full of despair because of their inability to grasp anything of a pictorial character. This shortcoming can be traced back to their childhood days, when their needs were not adequately cared for. It is all too easy for the world to laugh at our saying that the human being consists of a physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego. As long as one judges these matters only with the yardstick of customary science, one cannot help laughing. This is quite understandable. But considering the serious tangle in which our civilization finds itself, one would expect at least some readiness to seek for what cannot be found elsewhere. There are many instances of apparently inexplicable riddles. Of course, it is easy enough to greet with derision the following description of the human being. The physical body is born at birth. It develops by way of the body-bound religiosity, by imitation, up to the change of teeth. During these early years, the etheric body and all other forces are fully engaged in working upon the child's physical body. They are the soul and spiritual forces working in the child. The astral body is born only at puberty, to gain its independent existence from that time on. And as far as the human ego is concerned, this is something that can be spoken of with certain reservations only. The ego is fully born only after the 20th year of life. Although it may be wisest to remain silent with regard to this last point when talking to young adults engaged in their first years of academic study, it is nevertheless an unalterable fact. If one does not know the characteristic differences between the four members of the human being, one is likely to look upon their differentiations as being nonsensical, or at least as something highly superfluous. This, however, changes as soon as one has knowledge of the complete human being. You see, if we look at physical matter, we find its main characteristic in its exerting a certain pressure. I could equally well say that it occupies space. It presses upon other matter, pushing it. It also presses upon our body, and we experience this pressure through our sense of touch. Physical matter exerts pressure. The etheric, well, the nature of the etheric has a peculiarity of its own. During the last 40 to 50 years, it has appeared to natural science as rather a peculiar phenomenon. If one were to speak about all the theories that have been formulated regarding the essence of the etheric, one would be kept busy for a long time. This has already gone so far that a considerable number of people maintain that basically the etheric is the equivalent of the principles of mathematics and mechanics working in space and existing only as linear forces of some kind. To many inquiring minds, the essence of the etheric is not much more than differential quotients flying about in space, or at least something that is mathematically calculable. As you can see, a great deal of hard thinking has gone into the question of what the etheric is, and this in itself is praiseworthy enough. However, as long as one follows along these lines, nothing of real significance will be discovered regarding the etheric. What one has to know is that the etheric has the polar opposite characteristic of pressure. It has the effect of suction. It always has the tendency of expediting physical matter out of space, of annihilating it. This is the characteristic feature of the etheric. Physical matter fills out space. The etheric gets rid of space-occupying matter. It could be called negative matter, but in a qualitative sense and not from a quantitative point of view. The same applies to the human etheric body. Our relationship to the physical body and the etheric body is one where we constantly destroy and renew ourselves. The etheric continually destroys our matter, and our physical body builds it up again. This statement contradicts the law of conservation of energy, which is generally accepted today. I am mentioning this only in passing. But the fact is nevertheless that this law of conservation of energy is not compatible with the inner nature of the human being, and that it contradicts the truth. In the strict sense of the word, this law is only applicable to the inorganic realm, and with regard to the organic world it is correct only as far as the iron particles in the blood serum are concerned, but not for the whole of the human being. For there is a constant oscillation. A constant oscillation is taking place between the suction process of the etheric, whose forces destroy matter, and the restoration brought about by the physical body. The astral body not only sucks up space, but, strange to say, it sucks up time. It has the quality of leading backward in time. This will be clearer to us if we think of an older person's life. Imagine that you were, let us say, 50 years old. In your astral body, forces are always at work that lead you back to earlier times in your life, that take you back to prepubescent times. 50-year-olds do not experience their present age in their astral body. but in reality they experience themselves as 11, 12, 13, or 14 years old again. These past ages radiate back to them through the backward-leading activity of their astral bodies. This is the secret of life. In reality, we grow older only with regard to our physical body and with our etheric body, with its oscillations. The astral body leads us back again and again to previous stages of our life. Regarding the astral body, we are all still, quote, mature children, close quote. If we imagine the course of our lives expressed symbolically in the form of a tube, and we have reached this point, say, aged 50, then our mature childhood rays right into our 50s, because the astral body always takes us back in time. In the astral body, one always lives backward, but this retrospective life naturally begins only with the advent of puberty. If one can accept this fact in all earnestness, one will appreciate its implications with regard to education and give pupils content that will serve them for their later lives. Whatever one chooses to do with them would then be seen against the background of their entire lives, even if they should live to the age of 90. This awareness will endow teachers with an appropriate sense of responsibility. It is this feeling of responsibility, arising from the knowledge of what one is really doing, that truly matters. However, it can be developed only if teachers learn to recognize these hidden interconnections affecting human life. And if they do, they will not declare that the child should be taught only what it can fully apprehend. Such an attitude is really appalling if one considers the true nature of the human being, and the textbooks and handbooks on pedagogy written under the influence of the object-lesson mentality can lead one to despair. There the aim is always to come down to the level of the child's present stage of development, and to treat all matters in such a way that he or she will see through them in every detail. This method deprives the child of immensely important values for life, as anyone can see who recognizes how childhood is related to human life as a whole. Let us take the example of a child who at the age of 8 has accepted something it could not yet comprehend, simply on the strength of its love and respect for the teacher, simply because what the teacher says must be right and good. Here love for the teacher, or sympathy, was the vehicle for inner acceptance. For the child to understand the matter fully might have required the maturity gained only at the age of 35 or thereabouts. It is not easy to speak about these things to a modern person, because people tend to refute the idea that only in the 35th year of life is enough maturity gained to understand certain matters. But the truth is nevertheless that one becomes mature enough to understand certain things, which one has accepted as a child out of love for one's teacher, only in the 35th year. At this age one again has experiences that are the outcome of the astral body's regressive forces. Something rises up from within, some kind of a mirror reflection, that in reality is a return to the days of one's childhood. It is like a rising up of an inner vision. One is 35 years old, one has become mature, and from the depths of one's soul there comes the realization, quote, "Only now do I understand what I accepted on trust at the age of 8. This ability to understand what, imbued with love, has thus lived in one for many years, has a tremendously revitalizing effect upon one's life. And this potential force of rejuvenation we can grant the child by safeguarding its inborn feeling for authority, so that it may become a vehicle of love and sympathy, and also by giving the child content it cannot yet fully comprehend, but that will gradually ripen during the coming years of its life. These interconnections are not recognized by teachers who bring to their classes only what lies within their pupils' present ability to understand. On the other hand, the opposite view is equally wrong and out of place. A teacher who knows human nature would never say to a child, quote, "This you cannot understand yet," close quote. One must never resort to this kind of remark, because it is always possible to clothe what one wants to say in an appropriate garment, provided one has established the necessary rapport with one's pupils. If the pedagogy we are here speaking of has become instinctive, one will know just what to say at the right moment. Above all, one will avoid sharply defined or rigid concepts. It is really dreadful if a teacher's ideas and concepts have been worked out to such an extent that they are no longer adaptable or mobile. They would have an effect upon the soul of a child similar to the effect of iron gloves forced onto its little hands, preventing them from growing naturally. We must not chain children's minds to finished concepts, but give them concepts capable of further growth and expansion. We must give them living concepts capable of transformation. But this can be achieved only by an imaginative approach in all subjects, certainly up to the 12th year. And then the way of teaching I have sketched out for you so far will encourage you to use language creatively to draw helpful drawings on the blackboard or take up a paintbrush to make colorful illustrations of what you wish to impart. But there always has to be awareness that everything a teacher brings must be inwardly mobile and capable of remaining so. For one has to know that the approach of the 12th year, actually very close to the 12th year. Let me read that again. For one has to know that at the approach of the 12th year, actually very close to the 12th year, something new begins to develop, and that is the sense of causal connections. Before the approach of the 12th year, the concept of causality does not exist in the minds of children. They have an eye for what is mobile. They can get hold of ideas that are flexible, and they can perceive what comes to them in the form of pictures or music. But anything connected with causality makes no sense to them until about the 12th year. Consequently, this concept must be avoided at all costs until around the 12th year. We can reckon with a newly emerging understanding for the relationship between cause and effect. Only at that time does the child begin to have its own thoughts about various things. Previously it saw the world in pictures, but now something begins to dawn which will light up only at puberty, and that is the life of thinking and the ability of forming judgments, which is closely allied with thinking. Between the change of teeth and puberty, the child lived mainly in the realm of feeling, and before the second dentition, in the region of the will, which, still far removed from the sphere of thinking, was intimately connected with the child's imitating its surroundings. But what at that time entered the child's being quite physically also contained moral and spiritual forces that became firmly established in the child's organism. This is the reason why during the 10th and 11th years, and in most cases up to the beginning of the 12th year, it is impossible to impart knowledge demanding an understanding of causality. From this it follows that one should not introduce pupils to the mineral kingdom until around the 12th year. Neither should concepts belonging to physics be explored before that age, although these have to be prepared for earlier on through the kind of imagery that bypasses causality. Anything relating to cause and effect in the inorganic world can be grasped by the child only around the 12th year. This is one side of the problem. We meet the other when teaching history. For before about the 12th year, it is impossible to awaken an understanding of the complex fabric of historical interconnections in pupils. Until that age, the teacher is well advised to give graphic descriptions of historical personages, whose deeds, on account of their goodness, truth, and other attributes of greatness, will arouse sympathy, or in the case of negative qualities, antipathy in the children's souls. At this stage, historical content should appeal above all to the pupil's feelings. And this can be achieved by a judicious selection of historical personalities and happenings. These should present a complete story in themselves, which nevertheless should remain flexible in the pupil's minds in the sense already spoken of. Causal links between earlier and later historical events can meaningfully be taught only at the dawn of the regressive forces of the astral body, which come more and more into their own after the 14th year. At about the 12th year, the child enters this backward leading stream, and that is the time when one can begin to also appeal to a sense of causality in history. If this is done earlier, and closely connected with the concept of cause and effect is the formation of judgment, one sets into motion something that can become very damaging in the life to come. For at first there is only the child's ether body. Toward the 12th year, the astral body slowly begins its process of birth, which is completed at puberty. But the ether body was already fully developed before that. And if you ask pupils to form judgments which always have a yes or no quality, or if you make them remember ready-made concepts, these will enter their etheric bodies instead of their as yet unborn astral bodies. But of what else is the astral body the carrier? As you can deduce from the facts of sexual maturity, the astral body is also the carrier of human love. Love is, of course, already active in the child before the onset of puberty, but at that time it has not yet reached an independent existence. It has not yet become fully born. And so critical judgments, with their attendant yes and no qualities, are implanted in the child's etheric body instead of in its astral body. On the other hand, if they are made at the right time, the astral body's power of love and benevolence becomes an integral part in the formation of judgments or criticisms. If you inflict upon the child a misdeed of forcing it to form critical judgments, of making it decide between yes and no at too early an age, you cram its etheric body full of these immature judgments. But the etheric body is not benevolent. It sucks up what is in its way. In fact, in this context, it is even malevolent. It has a destructive effect. And this is what you do to a child if you ask it to make positive or negative judgments prematurely, for a yes or no judgment always lies at the back of the concept of causality. On the other hand, an historical process complete in itself, or historical characters vividly described, can simply be looked at in the way one looks at pictures. But as soon as one links later historical periods to earlier ones, one has to make judgments. One has to reject or accept. And this choice always contains an element of yes or no. The final outcome of such premature judging in a child under the age of 14 is an inner resentment against the judgments generally accepted by society. If the power of judging is developed at too early an age, other people's judgments are not received benevolently, but with a latent destructive force. These things can show us the importance of doing the right thing at the right time. Bearing this in mind, let us once more compare the animal with the human being. You look at the animal's outer appearance. Its form is already indicative of all it does. We observe the animal's behavior. But when it comes to the human being, we have to look for the inner causes. And since the child becomes mature enough to look for causes only in its 12th year, this is the right time in which to present the animal world as a spread out human being, or the human being as the synthesis of the entire animal kingdom. This is an instance where the teacher is called upon to bring about an experience in the child that satisfies an inner demand, and for which it is ready at this particular stage. But now you must admit that this marks a powerful reversal in the nature of the child between the change of teeth and puberty. In a certain way, the child's soul now proceeds entirely from within outward. Just recall that until the 12th year, the child could not bear to listen to a description of the human being, and now it is beginning to look at itself as the mirror of the world. And it does this conceptually, in the form of ideas. This new readiness for a portrayal of the human being, that is, of him or herself, really does represent a complete about-face of the child's nature between the second dentition and puberty. Within this same span of time, roughly between the 9th and 10th year, there occurs another very important transition in the child's life. This change can vary individually. In some children it only happens after the 10th year. Each child instinctively, unconsciously, faces a kind of life riddle. This change of direction from within outward, this new awareness of being a self surrounded by an external world, whereas previously these two aspects were woven into one unity, is something the child does not experience consciously, but rather through inner doubts and restlessness which make themselves felt at that time. Physically, the breathing becomes properly integrated into the blood circulation, as the two processes begin to harmonize and balance each other. The relationship between pulse beat and breathing is established. This is the physical aspect. Its soul and spiritual counterpart is a new kind of dependence of the child upon help from the teacher or educator. This appeal for help is not necessarily expressed by direct questions, but in a characteristic form of behavior. And now the teacher is called upon to develop the necessary skill in correctly weighing this great yet unspoken life question that lives in each pupil, though differently in each individual. What is this great question of life? Until this time, the child's natural sense of authority was the outcome of the teacher's image as the representative and mediator of the entire world. For the child, the stars moved because the teacher knew that the stars moved. Things were good or evil, beautiful or ugly, true or false, because this is how the teacher judged them. Everything coming from the world had to find its way to the child through the agency of the teacher, and this represented the only healthy relationship between teacher and child. But now, between the 9th and the 10th year, and sometimes a little later, the following question rises up in the soul of the child, not in the form of a concept or idea, but in a feeling way. Quote, "From where does she or he have all this knowledge?" Close quote. At this moment the teacher begins to become transparent for the pupil, if I may put it pictorially. The child wants to see the world as living behind the teacher, who must not now fail to uphold the pupil's heartfelt conviction that he or she is rightly attuned to the world, embodying truth, beauty, and goodness. Here the unconscious nature of the child puts the teacher to the test to quite an unprecedented degree. It wants to find out whether she or he is really worthy of being the representative of the entire world. Once again, all this has to remain unspoken. If a teacher were ever to mention it or to allude to it by giving explanations or in other ways, this could only appear as a sign of weakness to the child, who in its present state of consciousness has not yet developed a sense of causality. For anything needing proof can only show weakness and inner uncertainty. There is no need to prove what is powerfully experienced in one's soul. The same is also true for the history of our civilization. I do not wish to go into details now, but merely want to give you a dynamic impression of it. Up to a certain time in the Middle Ages, people knew what the Last Supper meant. For them, there was no need for any proof. But then suddenly the situation changed, and this, when seen in the right light, only goes to prove that there no longer existed a real understanding of this event. No one would have need to prove that someone is a thief if the person in question is caught red-handed. Only if a thief escapes unseen must proof be found before he can be rightly called a thief. Proof is always demanded in the cases of uncertainty, but never for what the facts of life tell us directly. This is the reason why it is so comical when some people try to find the inner connection between formal logic and reality. This is almost as if someone were looking for the inner connection between a path leading to a mountain and the mountain itself. For the path is there to allow the wanderer to reach the mountain, and then the mountain itself begins. Logic is there only for the sake of reaching reality, and reality begins where logic ends. To be aware of these things is of fundamental importance. One must not fall into the error of wanting to prove to one's pupils, who are going through this important stage in life, that one is truthfully interpreting the world for them. Adjusting to the new situation in the classroom, one has to bring about a spontaneous conviction in the pupils that the teacher knows even more than they had previously imagined. The right relationship between teacher and pupil will be re-established if, perhaps while surprising a child with an amiable side remark about something new and unexpected, which will make it sit up and listen, the pupil feels, "Up till now my teacher has not yet shown this, her, true mettle at all. She is able to reach quite unexpected heights." One has to save up some things for just such moments, so that the image of the teacher will continue to command respect. For the pupils to feel that their teacher is capable of growing even beyond the confines of his or her own personality, therein lies the solution to an important riddle of life. In this also lie the comfort and strength one must give to the child at this point, in order to not disappoint the hopeful expectations with which it came forward. For the child was inwardly longing to be reassured by the one person for whom it had already developed sympathy and love. And if this critical moment remains unheeded, teachers will have to go through the bitter experience of losing their authority and grip over pupils aged 9 to 10. Then they may well feel tempted to furnish proofs for everything they do, and this dreadful mistake will only make matters worse. If such a way of looking at education has become second nature, one will also find other helpful guidelines. But whatever is presented in class has to cohere, it has to fit together. I have already told you that we let our young children paint quite freely, out of their own formative forces, naturally at first, not with colored pencils, but with liquid colors. This soon makes one realize how much a child lives in the world of colors. After a time, the young pupil will gradually come to experience in blue something distant, something that draws us away into far distances. It goes without saying that the teacher must have experienced this quality of blue also. Yellow and red appear to move toward the beholder. This a child can already experience quite concretely in its 7th or 8th year, unless it has been plagued with set tasks in drawing or painting. Of course, if you make children copy houses or trees naturalistically, this color experience will soon be lost. But if one guides the child so that it can feel, quote, "Wherever I move my hand, there the color follows," close quote, the kind of material used is of secondary importance. Or, quote, "The color really begins to live under my fingers. Here it wants to spread a little further," close quote. If one can call forth such feelings in the child's soul, one enables it to discover something fundamental and significant, namely color perspective. The child will feel that the reddening yellow comes toward us, and that the mauve blue takes us further away. This is how one can prepare the ground in a living way for something that has to be introduced at a later stage: linear perspective. It is very damaging to teach this subject before the pupils have had an intensive experience of color perspective at an earlier stage. To teach them quantitative perspective without their first having inwardly absorbed qualitative perspective, inherent in the experience of color, has the thoroughly bad effect of making them superficial. But there are even further implications. If you prevent a child from an intensive experience of color perspective, it will not develop the necessary impetus while learning to read, always with the reservation expressed yesterday that there is no need to rush the child into reading at the earliest possible moment. These color experiences will stimulate mobility in the child's mental imagery, suppleness in its feelings, and flexibility in its will activities. The child's entire soul life will become more sensitive and pliable. It may well be that the child learns to read more slowly if you use the method of painting-drawing and drawing-painting. But when the right time comes, reading will be anchored neither too loosely, as can happen, nor too heavily, in which case it is as if each letter were making a kind of scratch upon the tender soul substance of the child. What matters is that what is comprehended through soul and spiritual faculties should find its proper sphere within the human being. The question should never be, quote, what is the point of teaching the child to paint, for she or he will never use it in later life, close quote. This would represent an entirely superficial view of life, for in reality the child has every need for just this activity. And if one wants to understand the complexity of a child's needs, one simply has to know something about the spiritual background of the human being. Just as the expression, quote, you can't understand this, close quote, should never be used when talking to children, so should there never be a skeptical attitude among adults about what a child needs or does not need. These needs should be recognized as flowing out of the human constitution itself. And if they are, one will respond out of the right instinct. Nor will one unduly worry if the child forgets some of what it has already learned. For knowledge is transmuted into capacities, and these are of real importance in later life. They will not develop if you overload a child with knowledge. It is essential to realize and to apply in practice that one should imprint upon the pupil's memory only as much as is demanded by social life, and that there is no need, and that there is no sense in overburdening the pupil's memory. This leads us to the question of the relationship of the individual to the body social, to the national or ethnic background, and to humanity as a whole. When dealing with this problem, our aim must be never to harm human nature when blending outer demands with our educational practice. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. This is Lecture 6, given in Dornach on April 20th, 1923. Consideration of the relationship of the growing child to its surroundings raises the questions of ethical and social education. It is these two issues we will consider today, even if only briefly, and sketchily because of shortness of time. Once again, the crux of the matter is knowing how to adapt oneself to the individuality of the growing child. At the same time, you will have to bear in mind that as a teacher and educator, you are part of the social setting, and that you bring the social environment and its ethical attitudes to the growing pupil personally. Again, pedagogical principles and methods must be formulated in such a way that they offer every chance of reaching the true nature of the child, which one has to learn to know in accordance with what has been briefly shown here in the last few days. As always, a great deal depends on how one brings one's content to the pupils in their various ages and stages. Now, there are three human virtues we need to consider here. On the one hand, with regard to the child's own development, and on the other, seen against the background of society in general. They are the three fundamental virtues. Firstly, all that can live in willing gratitude. Secondly, all that can live in the will to love. And thirdly, all that can live in the will to do one's duty. Fundamentally, these are the three principal human virtues, to a certain extent encompassing all other virtues. Generally speaking, people are far too little aware of what, in this context, I should like to call gratitude or thankfulness. And yet gratitude is a virtue which, if it is to play its proper part in the human soul, has to grow up with the child. It is something that has to flow into the human being already at the time when the growth forces working in the child in an inward direction are at their liveliest, and when they are at the peak of their shaping and molding activities. Gratitude is something that has to be developed out of the bodily religious relationship, which I have described as being the dominant feature in the child from birth to the loss of the milk teeth. Yet at the same time, it is also something that will develop quite spontaneously during this first period of life, provided the child is treated rightly. all that is flowing from its inner being with devotion and love toward what is coming from the periphery through the parents and or other educators, and all that finds outer expression in the child's imitation will be imbued with a natural mood of gratitude. We only have to behave in ways worthy of the child's gratitude for it to flow toward us, especially so in the first period of life. And then this gratitude develops further by streaming into the forces of growth which make the limbs grow and which even alter the chemical composition of the blood and other body fluids. This gratitude lives in the physical body, and it must dwell in it, since otherwise it would not be anchored deeply enough. Now, it would be quite wrong to constantly remind the child that it must be thankful for everything that comes from its surroundings. On the contrary, an atmosphere of gratitude should grow naturally, simply through the children's witnessing the gratitude felt by their elders as they receive what is freely given to them by their fellow human beings, and also in the way they express their gratitude. In this situation, one would also cultivate the habit of feeling grateful by letting the child imitate what is done in its surroundings. If a child will say thank you quite naturally, not in response to exhortations, but simply out of imitation, it does something that will be of great benefit for the whole of its life. For out of this, there will develop an all-embracing gratitude toward the whole world. It is the cultivation of this universal gratitude toward the world that is of paramount importance. It need not always be in one's consciousness. It may simply live in the background of one's feeling life, so that someone at the end of a strenuous day can experience thankfulness upon entering a beautiful meadow full of flowers, to give an example. Such a subconscious feeling of gratitude may rise up in us every time we look at nature. It may be felt every morning when the sun rises. It may emerge when beholding any of nature's phenomena. And if we only conduct ourselves rightly in front of the children, a correspondingly graduated feeling of thankfulness will develop in them for all that comes to them from the people living around them, from the way they speak, smile, or deal with them. This universal mood of gratitude is the basis of a truly religious attitude. For it is not always recognized that this universal sense of gratitude, provided it grips the whole human being during the first period of life, will engender yet something else. For in human life, love will flow into everything, if only the right conditions offer themselves for its development. The possibility of a more intensive experience of love reaching the physical level is given only during the second period of life, between the change of teeth and puberty. But that first tender love, so deeply embodied in the inner being of the child, without as yet working in an outward direction, this tender blossom will take firm roots through the development of gratitude. And love born out of the experience of gratitude during the first period of the child's life, this is the love of God. One ought to realize that just as one has to dig the roots of a plant into the soil in order later on to receive its blossom, so one has to plant gratitude into the soul of the child, because it is the root of the love of God. The love of God will develop out of universal gratitude as the blossom develops out of the root. We should pay attention to these things, because in the abstract we usually know quite well how they ought to be. Yet in actual life situations, all too often they turn out to be quite different. In theory, it is easy enough to state that people ought to carry the love of God within themselves, and this is as right as can be, but such demands made in the abstract have a peculiar habit of never seeing the light of day in practice. I would like to return to what I said during one of the last few days. It is easy enough to think of the function of a stove in the following way, quote, "You are a stove, and we have put you here because we want to heat the room." Your categorical imperative, the true categorical stove imperative, tells you that you are obliged to heat the room." Close quote. We know only too well that this in itself will not make the slightest difference in the temperature of the room. But we can also save our sermonizing and instead simply light the stove and heat it with suitable logs. Then it will radiate its warmth without being reminded of its categorical imperative. And this is how it is when during the various stages of childhood we bring to the child the right thing at the right time. If during its first period of life we create an atmosphere of gratitude around the child, and if we carry out something else of which I shall speak later, then out of this gratitude toward the world, toward the entire universe, and also out of an inner thankfulness for being in this world at all, which is something that should ensole all people, there will grow the most deep-seated and warmest piety. Not the kind that dwells on one's lips or in one's thoughts only, but a piety that will pervade the entire human being, and that will be upright, honest, and true. As for gratitude, it has to grow. But this can happen with the intensity necessary for such a soul and spiritual quality only if it develops from the child's tender life stirrings during the time from birth to its change of teeth. And then this gratitude will become the root of the love of God. It is the foundation of the love of God. Knowing all this will make us realize that when we receive children into Class 1, we must also take into consideration what kind of lives they have led prior to reaching school age. There really ought to be a direct contact with the parental home, that is, with what has gone on before the child entered school. This contact should always be striven for, because the teachers ought to have a fairly clear picture of how the child's present situation was influenced by the social conditions in the milieu in which it grew up. Then at school they will find plenty of opportunities of rectifying any possible hindrances. But for this to happen, knowledge of the child's home background through contact with the parents is of course absolutely essential. It is necessary for teachers to be able to observe how certain characteristics have developed in a child simply by watching and imitating mother at home. To be aware of this is very important when the child begins its schooling. It is just as much part of teaching as what is done in the classroom. These matters must not be overlooked if one wants to build up an effective and properly founded education. We've already seen that during the years between the child's change of teeth and the coming of puberty, the development of a sense for the authority of the teacher is both natural and essential. Out of it, there then grows the second fundamental virtue, which is love. At that time of life, the child is in the process of also developing the physical basis of love, but one has to see love in its true light. For, owing to the prevailing materialistic attitudes of our time, the concept of love has become very one-sided and narrow. And since a materialistic outlook tends to see love only in terms of sexual love, it generally traces all manifestations of love back to a hidden sexuality. In an instance of what I called dilettantism squared the day before yesterday, we find, if not in every case, that at least many psychologists trace human traits back to sexual origins, even if they have nothing to do with sex whatsoever. To balance such an attitude, the teacher must have acquired at least some measure of appreciation for the universal nature of love. For it is not only sexual love that begins to develop between the child's second dentition and puberty, but love in its fullest sense, love for everything in the world. Sexual love is only one aspect of love that develops at this time of life. At that age, one can witness how love of nature and also love of one's fellow human beings awakens in the child. And the teacher needs to have a strong conception of how sexual love represents only one facet, one single chapter in life's book of love. If one realizes this, one will also know how to assign to sexual love its proper place in life. Today, for many people who look at life with theoretical eyes, sexual love has become a kind of Moloch, devouring his own offspring, in that if their views were true, sexual love would devour all other forms of love. Love develops in the human soul in a way different from that of gratitude. Gratitude has to grow with the growing human being, and this is the reason why it has to be planted at the time when the child's growing forces are at their strongest. Love, on the other hand, has to awaken. The development of love actually does resemble the process of waking, and like it, it has to remain more in the region of the soul. The gradual coming into being of love is a slow awakening until the final stage of this process has been reached. Observe for a moment what happens when one wakes up in the morning. At first there is a dim awareness of vague notions. Perhaps first sensations begin to stir. Slowly the eyelids rest themselves free from the closed position. Gradually the outer world comes to the aid of one's awakening. And finally the moment of waking passes over into the physical body. This is also how it is with the awakening of love, except that in the child this process takes some 7 years. At first love begins to stir when sympathy is aroused for all that is being taught during the early days of school, at school. If we begin to approach the child with the kind of imagery I have described, we can see how love especially comes to meet this activity. Everything has to be saturated with this love. At that stage, love has a profoundly soul-like and tender quality. If one compares it with the daily process of waking up, one would still be deeply asleep, or at least in a state of sleeping dreaming. Here I am referring to the child's condition, of course. The teacher must not be in a dream, although this seems to happen all too frequently. This condition then yields to a stronger jolt into wakefulness. And in what I described yesterday and the day before, regarding the 9th and 10th year, and especially in the time leading up to the 12th year, love of nature awakens in the child. Only then do we see it truly emerging. Before this stage, the child's relationship to nature is totally different. It then has a great love for all that belongs to the fairy world of nature, a love that has to be nourished by a creative and pictorial approach. Love for the realities in nature awakens only afterward, and at this point we are faced with a particularly difficult task. Into all that belongs to the curriculum at this time of life, causality, the study of lifeless matter, an understanding of historical interconnections, the beginnings of physics and chemistry, into all this the teacher has to introduce, and here I am not joking, but speaking in deep earnest, the teacher has to introduce an element of grace. In geometry or physics lessons, for example, there is every need for the teacher to allow real grace to enter into the teaching. All lessons should be pervaded with an air of graciousness, and above all the subjects must never be allowed to become sour. So often, just during the ages from 11½ or 11¾ to 14 or 15, work in these subjects suffers so much by becoming unpalatable and sour. What the pupils have to learn about the refraction and reflection of light, or about the measurement of surface areas in a spherical calotte, C-A-L-O-T-T-E, is so often spoken of not with grace, but with an air of sourness. Just at this time of life, the teacher has to be mindful of the need for a certain soul breathing in the lessons, which communicates itself to the pupils in a very strange way. Soul breathing must be possible. Ordinary breathing consists of inhaling and exhaling. In most cases, or at least on many occasions, teachers in their physics and geometry lessons only breathe out with their souls. They do not breathe in, and it is the outgoing breath that produces this acidity. I am referring to the kind of outbreathing of soul that expresses itself in dull and monotonous descriptions, infusing all content with an added seriousness of inflated proportions. Seriousness does have its place, but not in an exaggerated form. On the other hand, an inbreathing of soul brings with it an inherent sense of humor that is always ready to sparkle, both inside and outside the classroom, or whenever there is an opportunity for teachers and pupils to be together. The only possible hindrance to such radiating humor could be the teachers themselves. The children certainly would not stand in its way, neither would the various subjects, provided they were handled with the right touch during this particular age. If teachers could feel so at home in their subjects that they were entirely free from having to chew over their content while giving lessons, then they might find themselves in a position where even reflected light was liable to crack a joke, or where the spherical calotte might calculate its surface area with a winning smile. Of course, jokes should not be planned beforehand, nor should they be forced upon the classroom situation. Everything should be tinged with spontaneous humor, which is inherent in the content, and not artificially grafted onto it. This is the crux of the matter. Humor has to be found in the things themselves, and above all, it should not even be necessary to look for it. At best, teachers who have prepared their lessons properly need to bring a certain order and discipline into the ideas which will come to them while teaching, for this is what happens if one is well prepared. But the opposite is equally possible. If one has not prepared the lessons adequately, one will feel deprived of ideas, because one still has to wrestle with the lesson content. This spoils a healthy outbreathing of soul and shuts out the humor-filled air it needs. These are the important points one has to bear in mind at this particular age. If teaching thus follows its proper course, the awakening of love will happen in such a way that the pupil's soul and spirit are rightly integrated into the human organization when the final stage of this awakening, namely the approach of puberty, begins. For this is the time when what first developed in the child's soul in such a tender and subsequently in a more robust way is finally able to grip the bodily nature in the right and proper manner. Now you may be wondering what the teachers have to do in order to be capable of carrying out their tasks in the way described. And here we have to consider something I would like to call the social aspect of the teaching profession, the importance of which is far too little recognized. Too often we come across an image of a certain age. Too often we come across an image a certain age, not however ancient times, has associated with the teaching profession, whose members are not generally respected and honored as they should be. Only if society looks upon teachers with the due respect for their calling, only if it recognizes that the teachers stand in the forefront of bringing new impulses into our civilization, and this not only when speeches are made from a political platform, only then will teachers receive the moral support they need for their work. Such an attitude, or perhaps better still, such a sentiment, would pave the way toward the acquisition of a wider and more comprehensive view of life. For this is what the teachers need. They too need to be fully integrated into life. They need not only proper qualifications in educational principles and methods, not only a specialist training for their various subjects, but above all they need something that will renew itself ever and again, namely a conception of life that pulsates livingly through their souls. What they need is a deep understanding of life itself. They need far more than what can pass from their lips as they stand in front of their classes. All this has to flow into the making of a teacher. Strictly speaking, the question of education should be part of the social question, and it needs to embrace not only the actual teaching schools, but also the inner development of the teaching faculty. At the same time, it should be understood that the aims and aspirations for contemporary education, as presented here, are by no means rebellious or revolutionary. To believe so would be a great misunderstanding. What is advocated here can be introduced into the present situation without any need for radical changes. and yet one feels tempted to add that it is just this social aspect of education that points to so many topical questions in life. And so I would like to mention something, not because I wish to agitate against present conditions, but only in order to illustrate or to put into words what is bound to come one day. It will not happen in our present age. Therefore, kindly do not look upon what I am going to say as anything radical or revolutionary. As you know, it is customary today to confer a doctorate on personalities who, fundamentally speaking, have not yet gained any practical experience in the subjects for which they are given their degree, be this chemistry, geography, or geology. And yet the proof of their knowledge and efficacy surely would have to include the ability of passing on their expertise to other candidates, of teaching them. And so a doctor's degree should not really be granted until a candidate has passed the practical test of teaching and training others who wish to take up the same vocation. You can see great wisdom, based on instinctive knowledge, in the popular expression. For in the vernacular, only a person capable of healing, capable of giving tangible proof of healing abilities, is called a doctor. In this instance, the word doctor refers to someone engaged in practical healing, and not just to a person who has acquired specialist medical knowledge, however comprehensive this might be. Gradually, two concepts have arisen out of the original single one, the concept of educating, as well as that of healing. In more distant times, teaching or educating was also thought of as including healing. The process of educating was considered synonymous with that of healing, because it was felt that the human being bore too many marks of physical heredity. Education was viewed as a form of healing, as I have already mentioned during a previous meeting here. Using the terminology of past ages, one could even say teaching was considered a means of healing the effects of original sin. Seen in this light, the processes of healing, set in motion by the doctor, are fundamentally the same as those of teaching, though in a different realm of life. From a broader perspective, the teacher is as much of a healer as a doctor, and so the weight the title doctor usually carries in the eyes of the public could well become dependent on a general awareness that only those who have passed the test of practical experience should receive the honor of the degree. Otherwise, this title would remain only a label. However, as already said, this must not be mistaken as a demand made by an agitator for the immediate present. I would not even have mentioned it, except in a pedagogical context. I am only too aware of what kind of claims are likely to be heeded in our times, and which ones inevitably leave the impression that one is trying to crash through closed doors. If one wants to achieve something in life, one must be willing to forego abstract aims or remote ideals, the attempted realization of which would either break one's neck or bruise one's forehead. One must always try to remain in touch with reality. Then one is also justified in using something to illustrate certain needs of our present age, even if these may be fulfilled only in the future. For what I have spoken of cannot be demanded for a long, long time to come. Nevertheless, it may help us to appreciate the dignity within the social sphere that should be the due of the teaching profession. I have mentioned all this because it seemed important that we should see this question in its proper light. If teachers can feel moral support coming from society as a whole, the gradual awakening of love in the young will become the close ally of their natural sense of authority, which must prevail in schools. These things sometimes have their origin in quite unexpected places. Just as the love of God is rooted in gratitude, so genuine moral impulses have their origin in love, as already described. For nothing else can be the basis of the truly ethical virtue except the kind of love for humankind that does not let us pass our fellow human beings without bothering to know them, because we no longer have an eye for what lives in them, as happens so easily in our present times. It is the general love toward all people, love that reaches out for human understanding everywhere. It is the love that awakens in the child during the time between the change of teeth and puberty, just as gratitude has grown between the child's birth and the loss of the milk teeth. At school, we must do everything we can to awaken it. How is the child affected by what is going on in its immediate surroundings during its first period of life, that is, from birth to the change of teeth? It sees that people are engaged in all kinds of activities, but what the child takes in are not the actual deeds in themselves, for it has not yet developed the faculty of consciously perceiving them. What it does perceive are meaningful gestures. During this first period of life, we have to do only with a childlike understanding of meaningful gestures it imitates. And out of the perception of these meaningful gestures develops the feeling of gratitude from which springs the gratitude-engendered will to act. Nor does the child perceive the activities going on in its environment during the subsequent years between the change of teeth and puberty, especially not during the early stages of this period. What it perceives, even in the kind of movements performed by the people around it, no longer represents the sum total of meaningful gestures, but it now begins to speak to the child. It becomes a meaningful language. Not only what is spoken in actual words, but also every physical movement and every activity speaks directly to the child during this particular time. Hence it makes all the difference whether a teacher writes on the blackboard leaf in very nice letters, or whether he or she writes the same word thus, leaf, very sloppily written. Whether the teacher writes the figure 7 like this, sloppy, or like this, nice, whether it is written in an artistic, in a Philistine, or even in a slovenly way, all this makes a great difference. It is the way in which these things affect the child's life that matters. Whether the word leaf, blatt, is written in the first or second way is a meaningful language for the child. Whether the teacher enters the classroom in a dignified manner, or whether he or she tries to cut a fine figure, all this speaks directly to the child. Likewise, whether the teacher is always fully awake to the classroom situation, in the child's eye this will show itself in the way she or he handles various objects during the lessons, or whether during winter time it could even happen that the teacher absent-mindedly walks off with the blackboard towel around his or her neck, mistaking it for a scarf. All this speaks volumes to the child. It is not so much the outer actions that work upon the child, but what lives behind them, be they unpleasant and ugly or charming and pleasant. In this context, it is even possible that a certain personal habit of a teacher may generate a friendly atmosphere in the classroom, even if in itself it might appear quite ludicrous. For example, from my 13th to 18th year, I had a teacher, and I always considered him to be my best teacher, who never began a lesson without gently blowing his nose first. Had he ever started the lesson without doing so, we would have sorely missed it. I am not saying that he was at all conscious of the effect this was having on his pupils, but one really begins to wonder whether in such a case it would even be right to expect such a person to overcome an ingrained habit. But this is an altogether different matter. I have mentioned this episode only as an illustration. The point is that everything teachers do in front of children at this stage of life has a meaningful language for them. The actual words spoken by the teachers are only part of this language. There are many other unconscious factors lying in the depths of the feeling life, which also play their part. For instance, the child has an extraordinarily fine perception, which never reaches the sphere of consciousness, of whether a teacher makes up to one or another pupil during lessons, or whether she or he behaves in a natural and dignified way. All this is of immense importance to the child, and as already mentioned during our discussion, it makes a tremendous difference to the pupils whether teachers have prepared themselves well enough to give their lessons without having recourse to any printed or written notes. For without being aware of it, the child asks itself, "Why should I have to know what the teachers do not know? After all, I too am only human. They are supposed to be full-fledged grown-ups, and I am only a child. Why should I have to work so hard to learn what even they don't know?" This is the sort of thing that rankles deeply in the child's unconscious, something that cannot be rectified once it has become fixed there. It confirms that the sensitive yet natural relationship between teachers and pupils of this age can come about only if the teachers, forgive this rather pedantic remark, but it cannot be avoided in this situation, have their content completely at their fingertips. It must live in them well greased, if I may use this expression, but not in its sense of bad and careless writing. I use it here in the sense of greasing wheels to make them run smoothly. Then teachers will feel in full command of the classroom situation, and they will conduct themselves accordingly. This in itself will ensure an atmosphere in which it would never occur to pupils to be impertinent. For that to happen among 10, 11, or 12-year-olds would really be one of the worst things possible. We must always be aware that whatever we say to our pupils, even if we are waxing humorous, should never induce them to give a saucy or insolent reply. An example of this is the following situation. A teacher might say to a pupil who suddenly got stuck because of a lack of effort and attention, "Here the ox stands held up by the mountain," and the pupil retorts, "Sir, I am not a mountain." This sort of thing must not be allowed to happen. If the teachers have prepared their lessons properly, a respectful attitude toward them will emerge as a matter of course, and if that is there, such an impertinent reply would be quite unthinkable. It may of course be of a milder and less undermining kind. I have mentioned it only to illustrate my point. Such impudent remarks would destroy not only the mood for work in the class, but they could easily infect other pupils, thus spoiling a whole class. Only when the transition from the second life period to the third takes place is the possibility given for, how shall I call them now in these modern times, for the young men and the young women to observe the activities going on around them. Previously it was the meaningful gesture that was perceived, and later the meaningful language of the events around the child. Only now does the possibility exist for the adolescent to observe the activities performed by other people in the environment. I have also said that out of the perception of meaningful gestures and through the experience of gratitude, the love of God develops, and that through the meaningful language coming from the surroundings, love for all things human is developed as the foundation for the individual's sense of morality. If now the adolescent is enabled to observe other people's activities in the right way, love of work will develop. While gratitude must be allowed to grow and love must be awakened, what is to evolve now must make its appearance with the young person's full inner awareness. We must have enabled him or her to enter this new phase of development after puberty with full inner awareness, so that in a certain way the adolescent comes to find the self. Then love of work will develop. This love of work has to grow freely on the strength of what has already been attained. It is a love of work in general, and also love for what one is doing oneself. At the moment when an understanding for the activities of other people awakens, as a complementary image, a conscious attitude towards love of work, love of doing, must arise. In this way, during the intervening stages, the child's early play has become transmuted into the right conception of work, and this is what we must aim for in our society today. What part do teachers and educators have to play in all this? It is something that belongs to one of the most difficult things in their vocational lives. For the best thing they can do for the child during the first and second life period is to aid what will awaken out of its own accord with the advent of puberty. When, to their everlasting surprise, they witness time and again how the child's individuality is gradually emerging, they have to realize that they themselves have been only a tool. Without this attitude sparked off by this realization, one can hardly be a proper teacher. For in one's classes one is faced with the most varied types of individualities. It would never do to stand in one's classroom with the feeling that all one's pupils ought to become copies of oneself. Such a sentiment should never arise. And why not? Because it could well happen that if one is fortunate enough among one's pupils, there might be 3 or 4 budding geniuses, quite apart from the dull ones, about whom we will have to speak later. You surely will admit that it is not possible to select only geniuses for the teaching profession, and that it is bound to happen that teachers are not endowed with the genius that some of their pupils will display in later life. Yet teachers must be able to educate not only pupils of their own caliber, but also those who, with their exceptional brightness, will far outshine them. However, this the teachers will be able to do only if they get out of the habit of hoping to make their pupils into what they themselves are. If they can make a firm resolve to stand in the school as selflessly as possible, and to obliterate not only their own sympathies and antipathies, but also their personal ambitions, in order to dedicate themselves to all that comes from the pupils, then they will rightly educate potential geniuses as well as dull-witted pupils. Only such an attitude will lead to the realization that all education fundamentally is a matter of self-education. Basically, there is no education other than self-education, whatever the level may be. In its full depth, this is recognized in anthroposophy, which through spiritual investigation has conscious knowledge of repeated earth lives. Every education is self-education, and as teachers we can only provide the environment for the child's own self-education. We have to provide the most favorable conditions in which, through our agency, the child can educate itself in accordance with its own destiny. This is the attitude the teacher should have toward the child, and it can be developed only through an ever-growing awareness of this fact. For people in general, there may be many kinds of prayers. Over and above these, there is this special prayer for the teacher. Dear God, make that I, as far as my personal ambitions are concerned, quite obliterate myself. And Christ, make true in me the Pauline word, not I, but the Christ in me. This prayer, addressed to God in general and to Christ in particular, continues, that the Holy Spirit may hold sway in the teacher. This is the true Trinity. If one is able to live in these thoughts while in close proximity to the pupils, then the hoped-for results of this education can at the same time also become a social deed. And here other matters too come into play, and I can only touch upon them. Just consider what, in the opinion of many people, would have to be done in order to improve today's social order. They expect better conditions through the implementation of external measures. You need only look at the dreadful experiments that are being carried out in Soviet Russia. There the happiness of all the world is sought through the inauguration of external programs. It is believed that improvements in the social sphere depend on the creation of institutions, and yet these are the least significant factors within social development. You can set up any institutions you like, be they monarchist or republican, democratic or socialist. The decisive factor will always be the kind of people who live and work under any of these systems. And for those who spread a socializing influence, the two things that matter are a loving devotion toward what they are doing and an understanding interest in what the others are doing. Think about what can flow from just these two attributes. Nothing less than that people can again work together in the social sphere. But this will have to become a tradition over eons. As long as you work only externally, you will produce no tangible results. You have to bring out these two qualities from the depths of human nature. If you want to introduce changes by external means, even if these are set up with the best of intentions, you will find that people will not respond in the way expected, and conversely their actions may elude your own understanding. Institutions are the outcome of individual endeavor. You can see this everywhere. They are brought into being by the very two qualities which to a greater or lesser extent lived in the initiators, namely loving devotion to what they were doing and an understanding interest in what the others were doing. If one looks at the social ferment in our times with open eyes, one will find that the most peculiar ideas have arisen, especially in the social sphere, simply because the present situation was not understood properly. Let me give you an example. Today, the message of so-called Marxism regarding human labor and its relationship to social relationships is being drummed not just into thousands, but into millions of heads. And if you investigate what its author alleges to have discovered, something with which millions of people are being indoctrinated so that they look upon it as their socialist gospel, to use as a means for political agitation, you will find that it all rests upon a fundamental error regarding the attitude towards social realities. Karl Marx wants to base the value of work done on the human energy spent while performing it. This leads to a complete absurdity. For from the point of view of energy output, it makes no difference whether someone cuts a certain quantity of firewood within a given time, or whether, if he can afford to avoid such a menial task, he spends his energy and time on treading down the pedals of a wheel, specially designed to combat incipient obesity. According to Karl Marx's reckoning, there is no difference between the human energy expended on those two physical activities. But cutting firewood has its proper place within the social order. Treading the pedals of a slimming wheel, on the other hand, is of no social use, because it only provides a hygienic effect for the person doing it. And yet Karl Marx's yardstick for measuring the value of work consists of calculating the food consumption necessary for work to be done. This way of assessing the value of labor within the context of the national economy is simply absurd. Nevertheless, all kinds of calculations were made toward this end. But the importance of one factor was ignored, namely loving devotion toward what one is doing, and an understanding interest in what others are doing. What we must achieve when in the company of the young is that by our own conduct, a full consciousness of the social implications contained in those two sentences will enter the minds of the adolescents. To do so, we must realize what it means to stand by the child in such a way that we aid its own self-education. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of the cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. This is Lecture 7, given in Dornach on April 21st, 1923. As you can probably imagine, it is not easy for anyone who is free from a fanatical or sectarian attitude to carry through the kind of education based upon knowledge of the human being of which we have spoken in the last few days. Many among you will already have noticed that what is considered to be both right and good in education here differs in many ways from what is found in conventional forms of education with their regulations, curricula, and other fundamental policies. In this respect, one finds oneself caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, we stand on the firm ground of a pedagogy that is the outcome of objective knowledge, and that prescribes specific curricular and educational tasks for each year, as you will have already found out from what you have heard so far. In this education, we take our cue for what must be done from the child itself. And this is not only for each year, but also for each month, each week, and finally each day. And here I feel justified in expressing appreciation for how the teachers of the Waldorf school have responded in a high degree to the objective demands of a truly grounded pedagogy, and also of their insight into how this pedagogy is related to the needs of the growing child. They have come to realize that not a single detail of this pedagogy is arbitrary, but that everything in it is in direct response to what can be read in the child's own nature. This represents one side of what has led to the dilemma. The other side consists of demands made by life itself. Those who, despite their own ideals, or whatever else you choose to call these things, are free from any fanaticism, and who feel the need to be firmly rooted in the realities of life, experience this other aspect particularly keenly. What must never happen is to allow a more or less sectarian or fanatical zeal to creep into our educational endeavors, only to find at the end of the road that our pupils do not fit into life as it is. For life in the world takes no notice of one's educational ideals, but it is governed by what springs from the prevailing conditions themselves. And these find their expression in regulations concerning education, in school curricula, and other related matters which correspond to the current ways of thinking. And so there is always a danger of our educating children in a way that, though right in itself, could alienate them from life in the world, whether one may consider this to be right or wrong. One always has to bear in mind that one must not steer fanatically toward one's chosen educational aims, regardless of whether or not one estranges one's pupils from the life around them. Opponents of anthroposophy have often attributed fanaticism and sectarianism to this movement, but as you will see, this is not the case. On the contrary, just these two attributes are alien to its nature. They may appear among some individual members, but anthroposophy itself always strives to enter fully into the realities of life. And just because of this, one is only too aware of the difficulties to be encountered dealing with the practical sides of life. Right at the beginning of the Waldorf school, something had to be done. It is difficult to give it a proper name. Something bad or negative had to be agreed upon, namely a kind of compromise, simply because this school is not grounded in fanaticism, but in objective reality. Right at the beginning, a memorandum addressed to the local school authorities had to be worked out, in which I made the following points. During the first 3 years, the pupils in our school are to be educated stage by stage and wherever possible, in accordance with what is considered relevant to their inner needs. At the same time, the standards generally achieved in other schools are to be respected to the extent that after completion of the first 3 years, the pupils of the Waldorf school should be able to fulfill the necessary requirements for gaining entry into the corresponding classes in other schools, if so desired. For our teachers, such an offer amounted to a, quote, deferential compromise, close quote. Forgive this tautology. I cannot express it in any other way. A realistic mind has to take such a course, for prudence is essential in all one does. A fanatic would have responded differently. Naturally, many difficulties have to be ironed out if one chooses such a procedure, and many of our teachers would find it preferable to steer a straight course toward our aims and ideals. Lengthy discussions took place, going into minute details, before a passage through these two conflicting approaches was found. A further point in my memorandum was that after completion of their 12th year, that is, when our pupils are in class 6, counting upward from class 1, they should again be able to fulfill the requirements for entry into the corresponding class of another school. My choice for this particular age is based on the fact that it marks the end of a period of development, as already described during one of the previous meetings. And finally, it was set forth in the memorandum that in their 14th year our pupils should again have reached the necessary standards of learning, enabling them to change schools if this should be desired. In retrospect, one could say that during the first 3 classes, this plan has worked fairly well. At that level, it has been tolerably successful. With a great deal of effort and trouble, it is still workable, up to the pupil's 12th year. However, the real difficulties begin during the years that follow. For you see, out of a dark subconsciousness, some knowledge of what is happening in a young child had lingered on from the distant past into our present times, however dim this insight may have become today. And this has led to the established custom of sending children to school at the time when they are losing their milk teeth. Today, people hardly realize that the one thing is connected with the other. Nevertheless, school entry at about 6 is still the result of ancient wisdom passed on through the ages, which today has become only vague and instinctive. But since these things are no longer recognized, there is a tendency toward fixing the age of school entry abstractly to the completion of the 6th year, which is always a little premature, and therefore not in keeping with the child's nature. There is nothing one can do about it, for if parents do not send their children to school when they have completed their 6th year, the police or bailiff or whatever else such people are called will come and take the children to school. However, as already mentioned, it is comparatively easy to work with this compromise during the first 3 years. Admittedly, if one or another pupil, by force of circumstance, has to leave the Waldorf school for another school during this time, one is usually told that such a pupil is behind in reading and writing. He or she may be found to be far ahead in the artistic subjects, such as in drawing or eurythmy, but these, so we are told, are not generally considered to be of much consequence. However, such official judgments can even be looked upon as an affirmation of Waldorf methods. They spur me on to tell you something interesting about the young Goethe. If you look at his spelling, when he was even much older than 7 or 8, you will find it full of quite outrageous mistakes. And from his way of writing, it is easy to deduce that today far more is expected of an 8-year-old child, if more be the right word, than what Goethe at that time, aged 17, managed to achieve, naturally only with regard to spelling. This surely goes to show that there is also another way of judging the situation, for Goethe owed a great deal to the fact that even at the age of 17 he was still liable to make spelling errors, because not having been fettered too much to rigid rules, his inner being could remain flexible with regard to the unfolding of certain soul forces. If one knows how these things mutually affect each other, and for this a more sensitive kind of psychology is needed than is frequently met with today, one will be influenced by adverse criticism as little as by the outer criteria of such an historical fact, which is interesting to say the least. Another interesting example can be found in so-called Mendelism, which emerged around the beginning of the 20th century, perhaps already toward the close of the 19th century, and which was considered by natural scientists to be the best theory for explaining the phenomena of heredity. It received its name from a certain Gregor Mendel, an historian who lived during the middle of the 19th century, and who was also a teacher at a gymnasium, a type of grammar school in Moravia. Gregor Mendel made careful experiments with plants in order to investigate their inherited properties. His writings remained obscure for a considerable time, only to surface again toward the turn of the last century, and to be hailed as the most convincing theory regarding heredity. Now, it is interesting to follow up on the biography of Gregor Mendel. As our Austrian friends here will know, monastic clerics had to pass an examination before becoming eligible for a teaching post at a gymnasium. Mendel failed his exam brilliantly, which meant that he was considered incapable of becoming a teacher at a gymnasium. But there existed an Austrian regulation permitting failed candidates to retake their exams after a certain period of time. Gregor Mendel did so, and again failed brilliantly. I believe that today, even in Austria, such a person would never be able to find a teaching position in a gymnasium. However, in those days, regulations were a little less stringent. At that time, due to a shortage of teachers, even failed candidates were sometimes employed as teachers, and so, at long last, Gregor Mendel did become a teacher in a gymnasium, although he had failed his exam twice. But since this had been made possible only by the grace of the headmaster, he was considered to be a second-rate staff member by his colleagues, and according to the rules governing middle school teachers, he was not entitled to add Doctor of Philosophy to his name. Successful exam candidates usually write these abbreviated degrees after their names, for example, Joseph Miller, Doctor of Philosophy. In the case of Gregor Mendel, these letters were missing, the omission pointing out his inferior position. Well, several decades passed by, but after his death, this same individual was hailed as one of the greatest naturalists. Real life presents some strange examples, and though it is not possible to plan the education of the young to fit in with the practical demands of their later lives, for if this were the only aim, some most peculiar requests would be bound to be made, even if one cannot adapt the curricula to what life itself will bring to maturity later on, one must nevertheless be ready to listen with inner clarity and a sense of psychology to what the manifold occurrences in life are trying to tell us, both with regard to primary and secondary education. So it surely can be said that it is not such a tragedy if a Waldorf's pupil who already has to leave in Class 3 has not yet reached the same level of achievement in certain elementary skills as pupils in another school, who were drilled by use of bad methods, the harmful effects of which will come to the surface only later in their lives. Many biographies could be quoted to substantiate this claim. Strange things sometimes come to light when one looks at obituaries. Röntgen, for example, was also excluded from teaching at a gymnasium, and only by the special kindness of an influential person was he allowed to gain a teaching post at all. As already said, one cannot base one's educational ideas upon such things, but they ought to be taken note of, and one must try to grasp their significance by means of a more discriminating psychology. Now to come back to our point. After the 12th year, it becomes increasingly difficult to find a workable compromise with regard to our way of teaching. Up to the 12th year, it is just possible to do so, so long as one really knows what is going on inside the pupils. But afterward, the situation begins to get more and more difficult, because from that time on, the curricula and the required standards of achievement no longer have any connection with what corresponds to the nature of the growing human being. They are chosen entirely arbitrarily. The subject matter to be covered in any one year is chosen entirely autocratically, and one simply can no longer bridge the conflicting demands made, on the one hand, by the powers that be, and on the other by what springs directly from the evolving human being. Remember what I said yesterday. By the time puberty is past, the adolescent ought to have been helped toward developing sufficient maturity and inner strength to enter the realm of human freedom. I referred to the two fundamental virtues, gratitude, for which the ground has to be prepared before the change of teeth, and the ability to love, for which the ground needs to be prepared between the change of teeth and puberty. This theme was developed yesterday. Furthermore, we have seen that with regard to the life of ethics, the soul life of the child must also experience feelings of sympathy and antipathy toward what is good and evil. If one approaches a pupil of this age with a "thou shalt" attitude, one will hinder the right development in the years to come. On the other hand, if instead, through natural authority, one moves the prepubescent child to love the good and hate the evil, then during the time of sexual maturity, out of the inner being of the adolescent, there develops the third fundamental virtue, which is the sense of duty. It is impossible to drill it into young people. It can only unfold as part of natural development, and this only on the foundation of gratitude, in the sense described yesterday, and on the ability to love. If these two virtues have been developed rightly, when sexual maturity is reached, the sense of duty will emerge, the experience of which is an essential part of life. For what belongs to the realm of the human soul and spirit has to develop according to its own laws and conditions, just as what belongs to the realm of the physical has to obey the physical laws. Just as an arm or a hand has to be allowed to grow freely, that is, in accordance with the inner forces of growth, just as these must not be artificially controlled by, say, being fixed into a rigid iron frame, although in certain regions of the earth there is a custom of restricting the free growth of feet in a way similar to that in which we here impede the free unfolding of the child's soul life, so must the adolescent feel that this new sense of duty is arising freely from within. Then the young person will integrate him or herself rightly into society, and Goethe's dictum will find its noblest fulfillment. Quote, "Duty is to love what one commands oneself to do." Close quote. Here again you see how love plays into everything, and how the sense of duty has to be developed in such a way that eventually one comes to love it. In this way, one properly integrates oneself as a human being into society, and then from the previous experience of right authority, the ability of supporting oneself on one's own strength will evolve. What finally reveals itself as genuine piety, when seen with spiritual eyes, is the transmuted, body-linked, natural religiousness during the time before the change of teeth, as I have described it to you in fair detail. These are all things that have to be deeply rooted in a true pedagogy and its practical application. Soon enough, one will realize how necessary it is to let the curriculum from the 12th year until puberty, and above all after puberty, tend more and more toward practical activities. In the Waldorf school, the ground for this task is already prepared early on. In our school, boys and girls sit side by side. Although interesting psychological facts have emerged from this practice alone, and each class has its own psychology, of which more tomorrow, one can definitely say, if one lets boys and girls practice their handicrafts, sitting side by side as a matter of course, it is an excellent preparation for their adult lives. Today there are but few men who recognize how much help toward healthy thinking and healthy logic can be derived from the ability to knit. Only a few men can judge what it means for one's life if one is able to knit. In our Waldorf school, boys do their knitting alongside the girls, and they also mend socks. Through this practice, the differentiation between the types of work performed by the two sexes will find its natural course later on, should this become necessary. At the same time, a form of education is being implemented that takes full account of the practical aspects of the pupils' future lives. People are always terribly surprised when they hear me say, and the following assertion not only expresses my personal conviction, but is based upon a psychological fact. I cannot consider anyone to be a good professor, in the full meaning of the word, unless he or she is also capable of mending a shoe in an emergency. For how could it be possible for anyone to know something of real substance about being and becoming in the world, unless such a person can also repair a shoe or a boot if the situation demands it? This is, of course, rather a sweeping statement, but there are men about who cannot even sew on a trouser button properly, and this is a lamentable failing. Knowledge of philosophy carries little weight, unless one is able to turn a hand to anything that needs doing. This is simply part of life. In my opinion, one can only be a good philosopher if one could equally well have become a shoemaker, should this have been one's destiny. And as the history of philosophy shows, it sometimes happens that cobblers become philosophers. Knowledge of the human being calls upon us to make adequate provision in our curricula and schedules for preparing pupils for the practical side of life. Reading in the book of human nature, we are simply led to introduce the children, or rather the young men and women, as we shall call them now, to the art of weaving and of setting up a loom. From there it follows quite naturally that they should also learn to spin, and that they gain a working idea of how paper is manufactured, for instance. They should be taught not only mechanics and chemistry, but also how to understand at least simple examples of mechanical and chemical processes used in technology. These they should reproduce on a small scale with their own hands, so that they will know how various articles are manufactured. This change of direction toward the more practical side of life must definitely be made possible. It has to be striven for with honest and serious intentions, if one wishes to build up the right curriculum, specifically for the upper classes. But this can land one in terrible difficulties. It is just possible to equip children under 9 with sufficient learning skills for a transfer into class 4 of another school without neglecting what needs to be done with them for sound pedagogical reasons. This is also still possible in the case of 12-year-olds who are to enter class 7. It is already becoming very difficult indeed to bring pupils to the required standards of learning for their transfer to a gymnasium or Realschule, but tremendous difficulties have to be overcome if pupils from our upper classes have to change to one or the other of these senior schools. In such cases, one would do well to recall the days of ancient Greece, where a wise Greek had to put up with being told by an Egyptian, quote, "You Greeks are like children. You know nothing about all the changes the earth has gone through," close quote. A wise Greek had to listen to the judgment of a wise Egyptian. But nevertheless, the Greeks had not become so infantile as to demand of a growing youth, who was to be educated in one or another particular subject, that he should first acquire knowledge of the Egyptian language. They were quite satisfied with his using his native Greek tongue. Unfortunately, today we do not act as the Greeks did, for we make our youngsters learn Greek. I do not wish to speak against it. To learn Greek is something beautiful, but it is inconsistent with fulfilling the needs of a particular school age. It becomes a real problem when one is told to allocate so many lessons to this subject on the schedule at a time when such a claim clashes with the need for lessons in which weaving, spinning, and a rough knowledge of how paper is made ought to be practiced. Such is the situation in which one is called upon to finalize the schedule. And since we know only too well that we shall never be granted permission to build up our own university anywhere, it is absolutely essential for us to enable those of our pupils who wish to continue their education at a university, technical college, or other similar institution to pass the necessary graduation exam, called an Abitur. All this lands us in an almost impossible situation, with almost insuperable difficulties. While one is trying to cultivate the practical side in education, prompted by insight into the inner needs of adolescent pupils, one has to face the bitter complaints of a Greek teacher who declares that he could never cover the exam syllabus with the lesson time allocated to his subject, and that in consequence his candidates are doomed to fail in their exams. Such are the problems we have to tackle. They surely show that it is impossible for us to insist on pushing through our ideals with any fanatical fervor. What will eventually have to happen no longer depends solely on the consensus of a circle of teachers regarding the rights and wrongs of education. Today it has become necessary for much wider circles within society to recognize the ideals of a truly human education, so that outer conditions will make it possible for education to function without alienating pupils from life. For this is obviously the case if, after having gone through a grammar school type of education in one's own school, pupils were to fail their graduation exams, which they have to take somewhere else. Speaking of failing an exam, and here I am speaking to specialists in education, I do believe that it would be possible to make even a professor of botany, however clever he might be, fail in his own subject, if such were one's only intention. I really believe such a thing to be possible, for anyone could fail in an exam. In this chapter of life also, some most peculiar facts have come to light. There lived, for instance, a Robert Hammerling, an Austrian poet, whose use of the German language was later acclaimed the highest level any Austrian writer could possibly reach. The results of his exam certificate, qualifying him for a teaching position at an Austrian gymnasium, make interesting reading. Greek, excellent. Latin, excellent. German language and essay writing, hardly capable of teaching the subject in the lower classes of a middle school. You actually find this written in Hemmerling's teaching certificate. So you see, this matter of failing or passing an exam is quite a tricky business. And so the difficulties besetting us make us realize that society at large must provide better conditions before one can achieve more than what is possible, making the kind of compromise of which I have spoken. If I were to be asked, quite abstractly, whether a Waldorf school could be opened anywhere in the world, I could only answer, again entirely in the abstract, quote, yes, wherever one would allow it to be opened, close quote. On the other hand, even this would not be the determining factor, for as already said, in the eyes of many people these are but two aspects of one and the same thing. There are some who struggle through to become famous poets, despite having bad exam results in their main subject. But not everyone is able to do so. For many, a failed graduation exam means being cast out of the stream of life. And so it has to be admitted that the higher the class in our school, the less one is able to work toward all one's educational ideals. It is something not to be lost sight of. It shows how one has to reckon with actual life situations. For an education based on an understanding of the human being, the following question has to be ever present. Will the young people, as they enter life, find the right human contact in society, which is one of the fundamental human needs? For after all, those responsible for the demands made in graduation exams are members of society too, even if the style and content of their exam papers is based upon error. And so, if one wishes to integrate Waldorf pedagogy into our present social conditions, one has to put up with having to do certain things that in themselves one would not consider right or beneficial. Anyone inspecting our top classes may well be under the impression that what is found there does not really correspond to the avowed ideals of Waldorf pedagogy. But I can guarantee you that if we were to carry these out regardless of the general situation, and especially where we attempt to make the transition to the practical side of life, all our candidates for the graduation exam would fail. So diametrically opposed do matters stand today. But they have to be reckoned with, and this can be done in the most varied ways. At the same time, an awareness has to emerge of how much needs to be changed, not only in the field of education, but in life in general, before a truly human form of education becomes established. Despite all obstacles, the practical activities are being carried through in the Waldorf school, at least to a certain level, even if it does happen from time to time that in some cases they have to be curtailed because the Greek or Latin teacher claims some of these lessons. It is something that cannot be avoided. From the foregoing, you will have seen that puberty is the right time to make the transition, leading the adolescent into the realities of outer life, and that those elements will have to play more and more into school life that in a higher sense will make the human individual, as a being of body, soul, and spirit, a helpful and useful member of society. In this respect, our present period lacks the necessary psychological insight, for the finer interrelationships in the human spiritual, soul, and physical spheres are generally not even dreamt of. These can be felt intuitively only by people who make it their special task to learn to know the human psyche. From personal self-knowledge, I can tell you, in all modesty, that I should not have been able to accomplish certain things in spiritual science, in the way this proved possible, if at a particular time in my life I had not learned bookbinding, which may well appear to be of little use to many a person. And this was not in any way connected with Waldorf pedagogy, but simply as part of my destiny. This particularly human activity is of special consequence to most intimate spiritual and soul matters, especially if it is practiced at the right time of life. The same also holds true for other practical activities. I should consider it a sin against human nature if we did not include bookbinding and box making in our Waldorf school craft lessons, introduced into the curriculum at a particular age, determined by insight into the pupil's development. These things are all part and parcel of becoming a full human being. What matters in this case is not the fact that a pupil has made a particular cardboard box, or that she or he has bound a book, but that the pupils have undergone the discipline necessary in making such items, and that they have experienced the inherent feelings and thought processes that go with them. The natural differentiation between the boys and girls will become self-evident. Here also one needs to have an eye for what is happening, an eye of the soul. For instance, the following situation has arisen, the psychology of which has not yet been fully investigated, because I have been unable to spend enough time at the Waldorf school. It will be gone into thoroughly at a later date. What has happened is that during lessons in spinning, it was the girls who took to the actual spinning. The boys, too, wanted to be involved, and somehow they found their task in fetching and carrying for the girls. The boys wanted to be chivalrous. They brought the various materials the girls then used for spinning. The boys seemed to prefer doing the preparatory work. This is what happened, and we still need to digest it from the psychological point of view. But this possibility of, quote, shunting our craft lessons about, close quote, if I may put it thus, allows us to switch now to bookbinding and then to box making. All are part of the practical activities which play such a dominant role in Waldorf pedagogy, and which show how an eye for the practical side of life is a natural byproduct for anyone who has made spiritual striving and spiritual research the main objective in life. There are educational methods in the world, the brainchild of downright unpractical theoreticians who believe they have eaten practical life experience by the spoonful, methods that are, nevertheless, totally removed from reality. If one begins with educational theories, one will end up with the least practical results. Theories in themselves yield nothing useful, and all too often they breed only prejudices. A realistic pedagogy, on the other hand, is the offspring of a true knowledge of the human being. And the part played by arts and crafts at a certain time of life is nothing but such knowledge applied. Let me read that again. And the part played by arts and crafts at a certain time of life is nothing but such knowledge applied to a particular situation. In itself, this knowledge already presents a form of pedagogy that will turn into the right kind of practical teaching through the living way in which the actual lessons are given. It becomes transmuted into the teacher's right attitude, and this is what really matters. The nature and character of the entire school has to be in tune with it. And so, in the educational system cultivated in the Waldorf school, the center of gravity lies in the College of Teachers and in their regular meetings. Because the whole school is meant to be one living and spirit-permeated organism. Thus, the teacher of Class 1 is expected to follow with great interest not only what the physics teacher is teaching to Class 12, but also the physics teacher's experiences of the various pupils in that class. All this flows together in the college meetings, where practical advice and counseling based on actual teaching experience are freely given and received. Through the College of Teachers, a real attempt is made to create a kind of soul for the entire school organism. And so the teacher of Class 1 will know that the teacher of Class 6 has a child who is retarded in one way or another, or who may be an especially gifted child. Such common interest and shared knowledge have a fructifying influence. The entire teaching body, being thus united, will experience the whole school as a unity. Then a common enthusiasm will pervade the school, but also a willingness to share in all its sorrows and worries. Then the entire teaching staff will carry whatever has to be carried, especially with regard to moral and religious issues, but also where matters of a more cognitive nature are concerned. In this way, the different colleagues will also learn how one particular subject, taught by one of the teachers, affects quite another subject, taught by another teacher. Just as, in the case of the human organism, it is not a matter of indifference whether the stomach is rightly adjusted to the head, so in a school it is not insignificant whether a lesson from 9 to 10 in the morning, given to Class 3, is rightly related to the lesson from 11 to 12 in Class 8. This is, of course, putting it in rather radical and extreme terms. Things do not happen quite like that, but they are presented in this way because they do correspond intrinsically to reality. And if thinking is in touch with reality, judgments of matters pertaining to the sense-perceptible world will differ greatly from those made on the basis of abstract theories. To illustrate this point, I would like to mention certain lay healers who give medical treatment in places where this is not illegal. They are a people who have acquired a certain measure of lay knowledge in medicine. Now, one of these healers may find, for instance, that a patient's heart is not functioning normally. This may be a correct diagnosis, but in this case it does not imply that the cure would be to bring the heart back to normality. For according to such a lay healer, the patient in question may have adapted the entire organism to the slightly abnormal function of the heart. This means that if now one were to get the heart to work normally again, such a quote-unquote cured heart, just because of its return to normality, might upset the entire organism, thus causing a deterioration of the patient's general condition. Consequently, the therapy could actually consist of leaving the heart as it is, with the recommendation that should the symptoms of the slight heart defect return, a different course of treatment should be given from what would normally be done by use of medicaments under similar circumstances. I already said yesterday that educating and healing are related activities, and so something similar is also called for in the field of education. Namely, a kind of conceptual and sensitively feeling approach, which is both comprehensive and in touch with reality, since it would have to apply to other realms of cognition directly related to practical life. If we look at what contemporary anatomy and physiology have to tell us about the human being, not to mention psychology, which is a hodgepodge of abstractions anyway, we find a certain kind of knowledge from which a picture of the human being is subsequently manufactured. If this picture is then used as a means of self-knowledge, it creates the impression that we are merely a skeleton. Within certain limits, knowledge of the human being is also self-knowledge, not the introspective kind, but rather a recognition of essentially human qualities found in each individual. If, when looking at ourselves, we would have to disregard everything that is within and surrounding our skeleton, we would naturally come to the conclusion that we were only skeletons. This is how the human totality, comprising body, soul, and spirit, would strike us if we were to use for our picture of the human being only what present-day anatomy and physiology can offer. Psychology needs to truly permeate the human psyche with the spirit, and if this is achieved, we can follow the spiritual element right down into the physical realities of the body, for spirit works in every part of the human body. I have already said that the tragedy of materialism lies in its inability to understand the true nature of matter. It is knowledge of the spirit which leads to the true understanding of matter. Materialism may speak of matter, but it does not penetrate into the inner structures of the forces working through matter. In a similar way, a pedagogy that only observes outer phenomena does not penetrate into those regions of the human being that reveal what should be done with regard to practical life. This brings about a situation that to the spiritual investigator is quite natural, but that for many people would appear to be paradoxical. They wonder why a pedagogy grown out of anthroposophy always emphasizes the necessity of training children at certain ages in certain practical activities, that is, to train them in the correct handling of material processes. Far from leading pupils into some foggy mysticism, the principles and methods of the education based on anthroposophical research will not estrange them from life. On the contrary, it will induce spirit and soul substance to penetrate their physical bodies, thus making them useful for this earthly life, and at the same time providing them with the proper conditions for developing inner certainty. This is why at the beginning of each school year, when we have to add a new class to the existing ones, we began with 8 classes, adding a 9th, 10th, and 11th class, and we are now about to open our first class 12. We feel it necessary to expand the practical type of work. And so, naturally, our difficulties will increase with every new school year. This has led to the situation where quite recently, while other problems facing the anthroposophical cause were being dealt with, a memorandum was handed in by the pupils of the present top class in the Waldorf school. Those among them who were expecting to have to take their graduation exam had worked out a remarkable document, the deeper aspects of which will be appreciated only when the whole matter is seen in the right light. They had sent more or less the following memorandum to the Anthroposophical Society, quote, "Since we are being educated and taught in the sense of the true human being," close quote, this they had somehow gleaned, quote, "and since in consequence we cannot enter already existing types of colleges, we wish to make the following proposal to the Anthroposophical Society, that a new Anthroposophical College is to be founded in which we can continue our education," close quote. No negative judgment regarding colleges in general is implied in this wording, although such judgments are frequently met with in present-day society. All this presents us with the greatest difficulties. But as you have made the effort to come here in order to find out what this Waldorf pedagogy is all about, something we know how to appreciate only too well, these problems should also be aired. Any sincere interest in what is willed in this education deserves a clear indication of all the difficulties involved. So far, Waldorf pedagogy is being practiced only by the teachers of the one existing Waldorf school, and there we find that our difficulties increase the higher up the school we go. I can only assume that in a college run along anthroposophical lines, they would be greater still. But since such a college is only a very abstract ideal, I can speak about it only hypothetically. It has always been my way to deal directly with the tasks set by life, and this is the reason why I can talk about this education only up to class 12, for its opening is imminent. The kind of things that belong to a misty future must not take up too much of the time of persons standing in life, since it would otherwise only detract from the real tasks at hand. All one can say is that the problems would increase substantially, and that there obviously would be 2 kinds of difficulties. First, if we were to open a college, our exam results would not be recognized as proper qualifications, which means that successful candidates could not take up professional positions in life. They could not become medical doctors, lawyers, and so on, professions that in their present customary forms are still essential today. This presents one side of the problem. The other side would conjure up really frightening prospects if certain hard facts did not offer relief from such anxieties. For on the strength of the praiseworthy efforts made by our young friends, an association has actually been founded with the express aim of working toward the creation of such a college, to be based upon the principles of Waldorf pedagogy. The only reason why there is no need to feel thoroughly alarmed about the potential consequences of such an undertaking is that the funds to be raised by this association surely will not reach such giddy heights as to tempt anyone to think seriously about going ahead with the project. The underlying striving toward this aim is thoroughly laudable, but for the time being it is still beyond the realm of practicality. The real worry would come only if, for example, an American millionaire were to suddenly offer the many millions needed to build, equip, and staff such a college. The best one could do in such a situation would be to promote en masse the entire teaching staff of the Waldorf school to become the teachers of the new college. But then there would no longer be a Waldorf school. I am saying all this because I believe that actual facts are far more important than all kinds of abstract arguments, while acknowledging that the idea of founding education, including college education, upon true knowledge of the human being, represents a far-reaching ideal, we must not overlook the fact that the circle of those who stand firmly behind our ideals is an extremely small one. This is the very reason why one feels so happy about every move toward an expansion of this work, which might also possibly gain further momentum through your welcome visit to this course. At the same time, one must never lose sight of all that must happen in order that the Waldorf ideal can rest upon really firm and sound foundations. This needs to be mentioned within the context of this school, for it follows from the constitution of the Waldorf school. Tomorrow, in the concluding lecture, I would like to tell you more about this constitution of the Waldorf school, about how it is run, about what the relationship should be between teachers and pupils, as well as that of pupils among themselves, and teachers among themselves. Furthermore, about what, in our way of thinking, are the right methods of dealing with exams and school reports, so that they reflect knowledge of the human being. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. This is the concluding lecture in the series, Lecture 8, given in Dornach on April 22nd, 1923. There are some additional items after this, some questions and answers, and I believe there's another small talk on eurythmy. To round off what could be said only in a poor and sketchy outline during the last few days about education based on anthroposophical investigations, I should like to add something today about the way the Waldorf school is run, as an example of how these ideas can be put into practice. What has to emerge clearly out of the spirit of this education is that equal consideration be given to everything pertaining to the human body, the soul, and the spirit. If, therefore, the actual teaching is carried out in the way characterized, it will at the same time become a kind of hygiene in the life of the child, and if need be, even a therapy. In order to see this clearly, one has to be able to look at the being of the child in the right way. And here it must be understood that everything we had to say about the child's development from birth to the change of teeth is revealed, above all, in the activities of the nerve sense system. Every organic system naturally extends over the entire human body, but at the same time each system is localized in one definite part of the physical organization. And so the nervous system is chiefly organized in the head. But when speaking about the three main organic systems of the human being, namely the nervous sense system, the rhythmic system, and the metabolic motor system, we do not imply that they are confined only to the head, the chest, and the metabolic limb systems, for this would be wholly inaccurate. It is impossible to divide the human organization into three separate spatial regions. All one can say is that these three systems interpenetrate one another, and that they work and weave into each other everywhere. Nevertheless, the nerve sense system is localized mainly in the region of the head. The rhythmic system, which includes everything of a rhythmic nature in the human being, is chiefly organized in the chest organs, in the organs of breathing and blood circulation. Here one must not overlook the fact that everything that furthers the rhythms of digestion, and finally also those of sleeping and waking, belongs to the rhythmic system too, insofar as digesting and sleeping and waking have their physical foundation within the human organism. The actual chemical physiological process of digestion is intimately connected with all that forms the human motor system. As for movement itself, a reciprocal activation is going on between the nutritional and digestive system on the one hand and the actual physical movement on the other. All this means that although the three systems, of course, work into each other during the child's early years, up to the change of teeth, the formative and plastic molding forces involved in the child's growing and in the processes of nourishment work mainly downward from the head, the center of the senses and the nervous system. Consequently, if a young child falls ill, the illness is essentially due to the influences of the nerve-sense system. This is the reason why young children before their second dentition are particularly liable to suffer from those illnesses that originate from within and that are called children's illnesses. The influences emanating from the surroundings, which reach the child via its urge for imitation, have a most powerful effect on this vulnerability to children's illnesses, more than is generally realized by the medical profession in the present materialistic climate. Thus, a sudden outburst of anger on the part of an adult when witnessed by a young child can in many a case be held responsible for an attack of measles. Here I am not referring to the psychopathic outburst of a maniac, but to a less violent form of temper that can be so often seen among people. The ensuing shock, together with its moral and spiritual implications, must certainly be looked upon as a contributory cause for measles. Furthermore, all these influences, working upon the child, will remain as after effects until almost its 9th year. If it should happen that a teacher becomes very angry in school, for instance, if he or she reacts to a child's accidentally spilling some ink by shouting, quote, "If you do that again, I'll pour the entire inkwell over your head, or I'll throw it at your head," close quote. If such a thing should happen, then we must not be surprised if it has a very damaging effect upon the child's physical health. I have, of course, chosen a somewhat drastic example, but it is the kind of thing that can happen all too easily in a classroom. Inner untruths in teachers also have a very harmful effect upon the children, even beyond their second dentition. Untruths can take on many different guises, such as insincere or hypocritical piety, or laying down a moral code for the children which the adults would not dream of applying to themselves. In such cases, the element of untruth weaves and lives in the words spoken and in what is being unfolded in front of the child. An adult may remain totally oblivious to it, but a child will take it in through the teacher's gestures. Dishonesty and hypocrisy have an exceedingly powerful effect via the nerve-sense system upon the organization of the child's digestive tract, and particularly so upon the development of the gallbladder, which subsequently can play a very significant part in the rest of the child's life. All pedagogical dealings have to be permeated by this intensive awareness of how spirit, soul, and body constantly interweave and mutually affect each other, even though there is no need for teachers to talk about it all the time. And since during these early years the human organism is so active from the head downward, that is, from the polarity of the nerve-sense system, and because abnormal conditions can so easily override so-called normal ones in the head region, the child is particularly vulnerable to children's diseases just at this age. The years between the change of teeth and puberty, strangely enough, and yet true to the nature of the human organism, are the child's healthiest years, though this is hardly surprising to anyone with insight into human development. The reason is that at this age the child's entire organization radiates out from the rhythmic system. This is the very system that never tires and never becomes overstimulated on its own account. Symptoms of illness occurring during these years are brought about by outer circumstances, though naturally this statement must not be taken too rigidly, and only in the context of actual life situations. The child who is subject to illness at this particular age, when the rhythmic system plays such a dominant part, cannot, in one way or another, have been treated properly in outer life. And when puberty is left behind, falling ill radiates outward from within, namely from the metabolic motor system. At that time of life, the causes of illness to which the young persons are exposed rise up from within. As the way of teaching the actual lessons is largely instrumental in what plays into the physical disposition of the pupils, We must always allow a certain physical and soul hygiene to be carried as if on wings by our educational ideas and methods. This must always be part of whatever we may be doing with our classes, particularly during the second period of childhood. Here one can point out some details. Let us take, for example, a child of a melancholic disposition. If you give it sugar, naturally in appropriate dosage, you will find that the sugar has a totally different effect from what happens in the case of a predominantly sanguine child. In a melancholic child, the sugar will have a suppressive effect upon the activity of the liver. It is this gradual lessening of liver activity that, in radiating out into the entire being of the child, has the effect of curbing the melancholic tendencies from the physical side. It is a useful expedient, but one has to know it. Using it as an aid does not mean denying soul and spirit. For whoever knows that in all physical or material processes spirit is working, as revealed in anthroposophy, will not look upon the effect of an increased sugar intake on the activity of the liver as something merely physical, but as the working of soul and spirit brought about by physical means. Naturally, the result always depends on the correct dosage. In the case of a sanguine child, it can be beneficial to stimulate its liver activity by withholding sugar. This is one example of how knowledge of the interaction and mutual working together of body, soul, and spirit can be of great benefit to the three systems of the human being. It also surely allows one to say that, contrary to frequently held opinions, Waldorf pedagogy, which proceeds from spiritual foundations, definitely does not neglect the physical aspects of education. On the other hand, you will find that other forms of pedagogy, bent on developing the physical part of the child according to fixed and abstract rules, in actual fact serve at least because their adherents do not realize that every soul and spiritual stirring in the child has a direct effect upon its physical nature. Because of all this, I felt it necessary to give a seminar course before the opening of the Waldorf school for the benefit of those personalities who had been chosen to become its first teachers. One of the main aims of this course was to bring the fundamental and comprehensive thought of the working together of soul, body, and spirit into the new pedagogy before its actual launching. For the knowledge of it has been gradually lost during the 19th and 20th centuries, more so than is generally realized. During the years that followed the founding of the Waldorf school, shorter supplementary courses were also given. It goes without saying that anyone who seriously considers taking an active part in Waldorf education needs to live in the spirit of these courses. This is what really matters. If one wants to treat a certain content in a living way, the details are of lesser importance, for they can always be worked out of the spiritual background. And then the details will also appear in their proper perspective. You may already have seen from talks given by Waldorf teachers such as Dr. von Baraval and Dr. von Heidebrandt that the attempt was made to let the spirit living in this education flow into the ways in which various subjects were taught. Something akin to life-blood will pulsate through the lessons when the human organization is conceived in terms of an all-comprising spiritual entity. Naturally, in this respect, much of what can be said today will have to remain brief and sketchy. Yesterday I already mentioned that a united college of teachers, functioning like the soul and spirit of the entire school organism, is absolutely fundamental to the running of a Waldorf school. In accordance with one of its pedagogical impulses, it is not so much a statistical collation of the teacher's observations expressed during the meetings which matters, but that a living and individualizing psychology should be jointly developed out of the actual experience of lessons taught. I would like to give you an example. In our school, boys and girls sit next to each other. When we started, there were just over 100 pupils in the Waldorf school, but our numbers have grown so rapidly that last year we had 700 pupils, and this necessitated opening parallel classes, especially in the lower part of the school. Now we find that in some classes there are more girls than boys, while in others there is a majority of boys over girls. Only in very few classes are the numbers of boys and girls more or less even. To insist on equal numbers in each class would not only be pedantic, but would also not work. First of all, new arrivals do not come neatly paired, and secondly, such a scheme would not represent an actual life situation. The right way forward in such a situation is to make it possible to apply one's educational impulses, whatever the outer circumstances may be. All the same, we soon found that a class with a majority of girls presented a very different psychological picture from one where there was a larger number of boys, and this quite apart from the outer circumstances, that is to say, from what was more obviously discernible. What gives such a class its psychological character is the imponderable element which so easily escapes one's notice. Nevertheless, when working together in our meetings, the possibility of making fruitful investigations in this direction was given, and it soon became clear that sharing such questions of common interest greatly contributed to the school's becoming a living and ensouled organism. Let us imagine a person who says, "I want to think only thoughts which will be useful to me in later life. I do not wish to allow anything to enter my soul which is not of direct value for later life, for this would be uneconomical." Such a person would become quite a dreadful figure in life. For first, he or she would have nothing to dream about, in fact would never be able to dream. Of course, people who are inclined this way might easily reply, "Dreams are unimportant. One can well do without them, for they have no real meaning in life." True, dreams are of little consequence for those who accept only outer reality. But what if there were more to dreams than merely fantastic images? Naturally, the kind of people who believe they see something highly significant and deeply prophetic in every dream, even if it is only caused by their liver, gall, or stomach activities, people for whom dreams are more important than events in waking life, they will not draw any benefit from their dreaming. Yet if one knows that in one's dream life forces come to expression, even if only indistinctly, that have either a health-giving or an illness-inducing effect on the breathing, circulatory, and nerve sense systems, then one also knows that half of the human being is mirrored in these dreams, either in a hygienic or pathological sense. Moreover, one will recognize that not to dream at all would be similar to one's undermining the digestion or circulation through taking some form of poison. It is of importance to realize that in a human being, much of what might appear unnecessary for outer life nevertheless plays an important part, just as we find it in outer nature. Only compare the infinite number of herring eggs distributed all over the seas with the number of herring actually born, and you could easily reproach nature for being grossly wasteful. However, this can only be the opinion of people who do not know of the powerful spiritual effects the perished herring eggs have upon the growing herrings. So and so many eggs are to die, so that so and so many eggs may thrive. These things are all interconnected. If we now relate this thought to the school as a living organism, we have the following situation. In the meetings of our College of Teachers, such matters as the proportion of boys to girls, and many other problems as well, are being worked through from a psychological and pneumatological aspect as part of a common study of soul and spirit. Efforts are continually made to bring about a new understanding of the psychological and pathological problems facing the school. And in order to cover every contingency, there is something else that is essential in the life of a school, something we have in the Waldorf school, and that is a school doctor. He is a full-time member of the staff who also teaches various classes in the school. This enables the teachers, insofar as they take an active part in all the meetings, to discuss and work through pathological and therapeutic questions, as well as those posed by the specially gifted child. Problems are studied not only for the benefit of individual cases, more or less statistically, but they are worked through in depth. In this way, a great deal can be learned from each individual case, even if it does not always appear to be of immediate use. One could compare the situation with someone who has taken in something or other which he or she declares to be of no use in life. Nevertheless, life may prove it to be otherwise. In like manner, what is worked through by the teachers in these meetings, creating a living psychology, a living physiology, and so on, continues to have its effect, often in quite unexpected places. Imagine that you had occupied yourself, say, with the spiritual functions of a child's gall, forgive this expression, but it is fully justified, and that through this study you would learn to find your way into this kind of thinking. If you were now suddenly called upon to deal with a child's nose, you actually would relate quite differently to the new situation. Even if you may think, what is the good of learning all about the gall if now I have to deal with the nose? Once you have found a point of entry, you meet all problems and tasks in a different way. In this sense, the College of Teachers must become the spirit and soul of the entire school organism. Only then will each teacher enter the classroom with the right attitude and in the right soul condition. At the same time, we must also bear in mind that just in these matters an intensely religious element can be found. There is no need to have the name of the Lord constantly upon one's lips, nor of calling upon the name of Christ all the time. Better to adhere to the command, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord God in vain." Nevertheless, it is possible to permeate one's entire life with a fundamental religious impulse, with a most intensely Christian impulse. Then certain experiences of old, no longer known to modern intellectuality, will begin to stir in one's soul. They are experiences that are deeply rooted in human evolution, in the Christian development of humankind. For instance, teachers who in the depths of their souls are seeking the right stimulation for finding the appropriate forms of pedagogy, especially in these pathological, physiological areas, would do well to let themselves be inspired, time and again, by what radiates from the Gospel of St. Luke. To modern ears, such a statement must sound grotesque. On the other hand, teachers who wish to instill in their pupils the necessary idealism for life would do well to find a source of inspiration by reading again and again in the Gospel of St. John. If teachers do not want their pupils to grow up into cowards, but into the kind of people who will tackle life's tasks with ebullient energy, they should look for inspiration in the Gospel of St. Mark. And those who are keen on educating the young to grow into perceptive adults rather than into people who go through life with unseeing eyes may find the necessary stimulation in the Gospel of St. Matthew. These are the qualities which in olden times were felt to live in the different Gospels. If our contemporaries were to read that in the past ages the Gospel of St. Luke was felt to radiate a healing element in a medical sense, they would be unable to make anything of it. On the other hand, if they entered life as real pedagogues, they would begin to understand such matters again. This is one way in which one can speak about these things. It is equally possible to speak about them in an entirely different way, no less religious or Christian. For instance, the main theme during a seminar course could well be the 4 temperaments of the human being, namely the psychic, physical, and spiritual natures of the choleric, melancholic, sanguine, and phlegmatic temperaments. First, one would give a description of these 4 temperaments, and then one could discuss how they must be treated in class. For instance, it has a salutary effect if one seats choleric children together in one corner of the classroom, in this way giving a certain relief to the rest of the class, because the teacher is freed from having to constantly discipline them. Choleric children can't help pushing and hitting each other. If they now find themselves suddenly at the receiving end, this in itself produces a thoroughly pedagogical effect, because the ones who do the pushing and shoving, goading others into retaliating, are being licked into shape in a very direct way. And if by seating the phlegmatics together one lets them phlegmatize each other, this too has a wonderfully pedagogical effect. However, all this needs to be done with the necessary tact. One really has to know how to handle the situation in each individual case. You will find a detailed treatment of the children's various temperaments in the published version of the first training course given to the teachers of the Waldorf school. What I have said about the four Gospels, fundamentally speaking, is exactly the same thing when seen from a spiritual point of view, because it leads one into the same element of life. Today it is generally felt that if one wants to learn something, the relevant elements have to be put neatly side by side. But this is a procedure that will not lead to fundamental principles as they have to be dealt with in actual life. For instance, one cannot understand the human gall or liver system unless one also has an understanding of the human head, because every organ in the digestive tract has a complementary organ in the brain. One does not know anything about the liver unless one also knows its correlative function in the brain. Likewise, one does not have an inner understanding of the immense inspiration that can flow into the human soul from the Gospels unless one is also able to transpose these into the ways in which character and temperament are imprinted into the human individuality here on earth. To grasp the world in a living way is something significantly different from grasping it by means of dead concepts. This will also lead one to see that if one brings up children in the light of the education spoken of here, one allows something to grow up in them that will outlast their childhood days, something that will continue to have an effect throughout their lives. For what is it you have to do when you grow old? People who do not understand human nature are incapable of judging how important certain certain impulses which can be implanted only during childhood are for life. At that tender age, it is still possible for these impulses to be immersed into the soft and pliable organism of the child, still so open to the musical formative forces. In later years, the organism becomes harder, not necessarily physically, but at any rate tending toward psycho-bodily sclerosis. However, what one has absorbed through one's upbringing and education does not grow old. However old one may have become, one is still inwardly endowed with the same youthful element that was one's own from, say, the 10th to the 15th year. This element of youthfulness one always carries within, but it has to remain so supple and flexible that the now aged brain, perhaps already covered by a bald head, is capable of using it in the same way in which the formerly soft brain did. However, if a person's education has not aided this process, the result is the generation gap, which so often makes its appearance these days and which is considered unbridgeable. People sometimes say something that in reality is the opposite of what is actually happening. For instance, one often hears the remark, "Today the young do not understand the old, because old people no longer know how to be young with the young." But this does not represent the truth, not at all. What is really happening is that the young generation expects the old generation to be able to make the right use of the physical organization which has grown old. In this, the young recognize something in the old that is different from their own condition, something that is not yet theirs. It is this quality that leads to the natural respect for old age. When young people meet an old person who is still capable of using an already bald head in the way a child used its tousled head, they feel that they can receive something from the old generation, something that they cannot find in their contemporaries. This is how it ought to be. We must educate the young so that they know how to grow old in the right way. It is the malaise of our times that the young, as they grow up, do not recognize in members of the old generation people who have aged rightly. Instead, they see in them merely childish individuals who have remained at the same level of development as the young generation. Because due to their inadequate education, old people are unable to make proper use of their physical organization, they remain infantile. The expression "big kids" is really chosen with great ingenuity, for it implies that such persons lost the ability to get hold of their entire organism during the course of their lives. They can work only with the head, which is precisely what children or youngsters are meant to do. So the young respond by saying, "Why should we learn from them? They have progressed no further than we have. They are just as childish as we are. The point is not that old age is lacking in youthfulness, but that it has remained behind at too infantile a stage, and this is what causes the difficulties today. You see how sometimes expressions chosen with the best of will have the opposite meaning of what they are supposed to convey. All these things must be seen in their proper light before education can be put back on its feet again. This has become more than necessary today. Forgive this somewhat drastic way of seeing it, but in our intellectual age, education really has been turned upside down. And so one of the characteristic features of Waldorf pedagogy is to learn that it is not the externals that matter. Whether a teacher draws substance for the pupil's soul nourishment from the individually different qualities of the four Gospels, or whether this is achieved by making use of what was presented in the Stuttgart Teachers Training Course with regard to the four temperaments, does not matter at all. What does matter is the spirit that reigns in all that was developed there. Because of the superficial ways in which these things are so often taken today, it could easily happen that someone, on being told that the treatment of the four temperaments could be studied in the fundamental course given in Stuttgart, also consults a later course in which she or he finds something about the teacher's attitude toward the four Gospels. The reaction of such a person might well be, "In this case, I ought to study the later course as well." It certainly is a good thing to approach different subjects by using different sources, but there is also another way of looking at it, namely that one may find a common message running through both courses, given in two different places at different times, even if outwardly their content may appear to differ widely. These inner concordances found in different lecture courses can be uncomfortable because of the way in which their various points are interlinked, instead of fitting into the more conventional patterns of cause and effect. And so you can take the educational course given here at the Goetheanum a little more than a year ago, at which a number of English friends were present, and which was rendered so ably and artistically by Herr Steffen, and compare it with what I have presented to you again in this course, in a different way. You will find that basically the substance of both courses is the same as, for instance, the head and the stomach. Each form part of one and the same organism. What may be uncomfortable is that because of the way in which the various themes mutually support each other, one cannot say to oneself, "I have read and understood the first course, and since the later one is supposed to carry the same message, there is no need for me to study that one as well." The fact is that if one has studied both courses, one will understand the earlier one in greater depth, because they each throw light upon the other. One could even say that only if one has digested a later teacher's course can one fully understand an earlier one, because of these reciprocal effects. Mathematics is built upon purely causal sequences. There it is possible to understand earlier stages without any knowledge of subsequent stages. But when it comes to a living pedagogy, its content is affected by mutual interconnections, with the result that what was given at an earlier date may receive further elucidation by what was presented later. I have mentioned this because it is all part of the living spirit which has to pervade Waldorf pedagogy. One has to have the goodwill to want to know it from all sides, and one must never be satisfied with having grasped one particular aspect of it. As a Waldorf teacher, one has to be conscious of having to widen and deepen one's knowledge more and more, instead of feeling satisfied with one's achievements, thinking that one is, after all, quite a clever fellow. If one has lived oneself into Waldorf pedagogy, one will soon get over such delusions. For a true Waldorf teacher, everything that flows from it has to be imbued with true heart and soul forces. It has to spring from the right kind of self-confidence, which rests upon one's trust in God. If one is aware of the divine forces working within, one will be fed by an ever-flowing fount of life, flowing since time immemorial, quite apart from what one may or may not have learned outwardly. One is only at the beginning of the way if one's self-confidence stems from outer achievements. One is where one ought to be when self-confidence has led to confidence in the working of God, when it has led to the awareness of the power of the words, "Not I, but the Christ in me." But when this happens, self-confidence becomes at the same time self-modesty, because one knows that divinely Christian forces are reflected in what is carried in one's soul. It is this spirit that has to reign throughout the school. If it were lacking, the school would be like an organism in outer nature from which life blood was being drawn, or which was being slowly asphyxiated. It is this spirit which matters above all, and if it is alive, it will engender enthusiasm, irrespective of the personnel or the leadership of the school. And then one can also have confidence that something of an objective spirit will live throughout the school, which is not the same as the accumulation of each teacher's individual spirit. This, however, can be nurtured only gradually within the life of the College of Teachers. Out of work along these lines, something has emerged in the Waldorf school that we call block periods or main lessons. These main lessons, which are much longer than ordinary lessons, thus allowing one subject to be studied in depth, avoid the distraction caused in many children by too many changes of subjects. For instance, pupils might ordinarily be given a geography lesson from 8 to 8:45 a.m., followed by an entirely different subject such as Latin from 8:45 to 9:30 a.m. This again might be followed by math or some other lesson. Block periods of main lessons, on the other hand, are structured in such a way that one and the same subject is taught every day for some 3 or 4 weeks, depending on the type of subject, during the first half of the morning session. For instance, in a main lesson period, geography would be studied for some 3 to 4 weeks, not in a severe or heavy-handed manner, but in a more relaxed yet absolutely serious way. When the same subject is taken up again during one of the following terms, the new content will be built upon what was given during the previous block period. In this way, the subject matter to be covered in 1 year is taught in block periods, instead of in regularly recurring weekly lessons. This method is undoubtedly more taxing for the teachers than conventional schedule arrangements, because such lengthy geography lessons could easily become boring for the children. The solution lies in the teachers immersing themselves far more deeply in the subjects in order to measure up to their freely chosen tasks. After a mid-morning break, which is essential for the children, the main lesson is usually followed by language lessons, or by other subjects not taught in main lesson periods. 2 foreign languages are introduced to our pupils as soon as they enter the Waldorf school, in Class 1. Using our own methods, we teach them French and English, the aim being not so much a widening of their outer horizons, but an enrichment of their soul life. As you will gather from what was said yesterday, physical movement practiced above all in eurythmy and gym lessons is by no means considered to be of secondary importance, but is dealt with in such a way that it can play its proper part within the totality of the curriculum. Likewise, right from the beginning in Class 1, all lessons are permeated by a musical element in accordance with the various ages and stages. I have already indicated, unfortunately with enforced brevity, how our pupils are being led into artistic activities, into singing, music making, modeling, and so on. Nurturing these activities is an absolute necessity. Purely by practicing them with the children, one will come to realize just what it means for their entire lives to be guided musically in the right way during these younger years, from the change of teeth through the 9th and the 12th years up to puberty. The right introduction into the musical element is fundamental to a human being's overcoming all the hindrances that impede a sound and courage-imbued development of the will in later life. The musical forces have the effect upon the human organism of allowing the nerve fluctuations to work into the breath stream in the smoothest possible way. The latter, in turn, works back upon the functions of the nervous system. The breathing rhythms then work over into the rhythms of the blood circulation, which act upon the rhythms of sleeping and waking. This insight, afforded by anthroposophical investigation, of how musical forces are creatively working within the human organization is one of the most wonderful things in life. One learns to recognize that in the raying out of the nerves from the spinal marrow, from the entire system of the spinal cord, we have an extremely sensitive and refined musical instrument. One also learns to see how this delicate instrument dries up and hardens, making the human being inwardly incapable of properly developing qualities of courage, if musical instruction and the general musical education do not work in harmony with this wonderfully fine musical instrument. What is coming into being through the mutual interplay between the organs of the nerves and senses with their functions on the one hand, and the human motor functions with their close affinities to the digestive rhythms and those of sleeping and waking on the other, all this constitutes a truly delicate and unique musical instrument. The upper part of the human being wants to play upon the lower part. By directing the child's entire organism toward the realm of music, we enhance the merging of external sounds coming from a piano during music lessons or from the children's singing voices with the nervous and circulatory systems in what can be recognized to be a divine plan of creation. This is something most sublime, for in every music lesson there is a meeting of the divine spiritual with what is coming from the earthly realm, rising up, as it were, in the child's body. In all that has been achieved in musical culture throughout human evolution on earth, heaven and earth are truly meeting, and of this we should always be aware. This awareness, plus the teacher's knowledge that they are instrumental in bringing together the genius of heaven with the genius of the earth, gives them the enthusiasm they need when facing their classes. It is this same enthusiasm that also carry into the college and teacher meetings, where the music teacher may inspire the art teacher, and so on. Here you can see clearly how essential it is for the Spirit to work through every aspect of Waldorf education. To give another example, not long ago, during one of our teacher meetings, it really became possible to work out to a high degree what happens to the pupil's spirit, soul, and body when they are first given eurythmy exercises and are then led over into doing gym exercises. Such insight into the relationship between gymnastics and eurythmy, so important for the way in which these lessons are given, was really achieved in one of our teacher meetings the other day. Naturally, we shall continue with our research. This is how teacher meetings become like the blood that has to flow through the living organism, quote-unquote, school. Everything else will fall into place as long as one allows it to happen. Then teachers will also know when it is right to take their classes for a walk or on an outing, and the role of gymnastics will find its natural and appropriate place within the life of the pupils, whichever school they may be attending. Doubts and anxieties will disappear with regard to the remark, quote, "What is done in the Waldorf school may all be quite excellent, but sports are neglected there," close quote. Admittedly, it is not yet possible for us to do everything that may be desirable, because the Waldorf school had to develop from small beginnings. To have gone as far as we are today was possible only by overcoming enormous obstacles and external difficulties. But if matters are dealt with out of spiritual insight, this whole question of the relationship between the physical and the spiritual will be handled in the right way. One could use the following analogy. Just as there is no need for us to learn how the various larger and smaller muscles of the arm are functioning, according to the laws of dynamics and statics, of vitalism and so on, in order to be able to lift it, just as little do we have to know, in every detail, the ins and outs of all that has to be done, as long as we are able to approach and give the lessons out of the spirit which has become transmuted into the rightful attitude of the teacher, as long as we are able to penetrate to the very core of all our tasks and duties in the right way. I could only give you brief and sketchy outlines of the fundamental principles and impulses flowing from anthroposophical research, according to which the Waldorf school is run. And so we have come to the end of this course, mainly due to your other commitments. And at this point, I would like to express once more what I already said during one of our discussions. If one lives with heart and soul with the ideal of letting education grow into a blessing for all humankind in its evolution, one is filled with deep gratitude on meeting teachers from so many different places. For you have come to this course in order to obtain information about the pedagogy springing from anthroposophical investigation, which I have attempted to put before you. Above and beyond whether this was received by one or the other participant with greater or lesser sympathy, I wish to express my deep gratitude and inner satisfaction that once more it was possible for a whole number of souls to perceive what is intended to work upon the most varied branches of life, and what is meant to fructify life in general through anthroposophy. Two thoughts will remain with you, especially with those who dealt with the organization and practical arrangements of this course: the happy memory of the gratitude and the happy memory of the inner satisfaction, as I expressed it just now. And the more intensely these thoughts can be inwardly formed, the thoughts of the work that is grounded upon such gratitude and satisfaction, the more hope will grow that in times to come this pedagogy may yet succeed for the benefit of all humankind. Such hope will intensify the loving care for this pedagogy in those who already have the will to devote themselves to it with all their humanity. It also needs to be said that it was not only the Waldorf teachers who may have given you something out of their practical experience, for you who have been present here as visitors have certainly given to them in equal measure. By allowing us to witness that what lives in us is beginning to live in other souls as well, you have fanned the glow of love that is both necessary and natural, and that alone can engender genuine enthusiasm. And we may hope that out of the feelings of gratitude and inner satisfaction, of hope and love that have flowed together during this course, good fruits may ripen, provided we can keep up the necessary interest in these matters, and that we are inwardly active enough to keep them alive. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, this is what I wish to pour into my farewell greetings. They are not to be taken as formal or abstract greetings, but as very concrete ones, in which gratitude becomes a firm foundation and inner satisfaction a source of warmth. Greetings from which hope will radiate out, bringing both courage and strength. May the love of putting into practice what is willed to become pedagogy for all fellow human beings be turned into light that shines for those who feel it their duty to care for the education of all humankind. In this sense, having to bring this course to its conclusion, I wish to give you all my warmest farewell greetings. The end of Lecture 8. This is a reading of the collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. Actually, it's a cycle. This is the last part. It's called Answers to Questions, given on various days. I'm reading them all together. These questions and answers were discussed in Dornach on April 18th, 1923. A question regarding religious instruction is put. Rudolf Steiner answers. A misunderstanding has arisen through my preliminary remarks about the child's development in regard to its religious impulses. So far nothing has been said in my lectures about religious instruction itself, because it was only today that I began to talk about the practical application of Waldorf pedagogy. What I had told you was that there exists a kind of physical religious, I call it a bodily religious relationship, between the child and its environment. Furthermore, I said that what the young child exercised, simply on account of its organism, entered the sphere of thinking only after puberty, approximately after the 14th to 15th year. What manifests itself at first physically, spiritually, and then continues its existence in a hidden way until it re-emerges in the thinking realm only in approximately the 15th year, I compared with an underground stream surfacing again on lower ground. In the case of the adult, religion is closely linked to the thinking sphere. However, if pedagogy is to be in line with the child's natural development, careful preparation for what will emerge later on already has to be made during an earlier stage. And so the question arises, bearing in mind these laws of human development, how are the religious lessons to be planned for pupils between the ages of 6 and 14? This is one of the questions that will be dealt with in the coming lectures. However, in anticipation, I would like to say that we must be clear about the fact that the religious element is simply inborn in the child, that it is part of the child's being. This is revealed particularly clearly through the child's religious orientation up to the change of teeth, as I have already described it. What has eventually become religion in our general civilization, taken in an adult sense, is something that naturally belongs to the world of ideas, or at least depends on ideation for its content, which, true enough, lives itself out mainly in the adult's feeling realm. Only after the 14th year does the adolescent gain the necessary maturity for appreciating the ideational quality and content of religion. For the class teacher, grades 1 through 8, the important question therefore arises: how must we arrange our religion lessons? Or more precisely, to which part of the child must we appeal through our religion lessons during this age from the 7th to the 14th year? During the first life period, up to the change of teeth, we directly affect the child's physical organization through our educational influence. After puberty, fundamentally speaking, we work upon the powers of judgment and upon the adolescent's mental imagery. During the intervening years, we work upon the child's feeling life. This is the reason why we must lead the child into this period through a pictorial approach, for pictures work directly upon the feeling, Gemüt. The powers of mental imagery mature only gradually, and they have to be prepared well before their proper time. What we now have to do in our religion lessons is to appeal, above all, to the children's life of feeling, as I will describe it tomorrow in regard to other subjects. The question is, how do we do it? We work upon the children's feelings by letting them experience feelings of sympathy and antipathy. This means that if we develop the kind of sympathies and antipathies between the 7th and 14th year that will finally lead to proper judgments in the religious sphere, we will be acting rightly. And so we avoid an attitude of thou shalt or thou shalt not in our religion lessons, for it would be of little pedagogical value for a child of this age. Instead, we arrange our lessons in a way that will induce feelings of sympathy for what the child is meant to do. We do not explain our real aims to the children. Using the pictorial element as medium, we present to the children what will fill them with feelings of sympathy in a heightened sense, also in a religious sense. And likewise we try to induce feelings of antipathy toward what they are not meant to do. In this way, on the strength of feelings of right or wrong, and always through the pictorial element, we try to lead the young pupils gradually from what is divine spiritual in nature, via the divine spiritual in the human being, to their making the divine spiritual their own. However, all this has to reach the child through its life of feelings, certainly so up to the 8th grade. What we must avoid is a dogmatic approach or setting up moral commandments. We must do all we can to prepare the child's soul for what later on is to develop into the adult faculty of forming sound judgments. In this way we shall do far more for the children's future religious orientation than by giving it religious commandments or set articles of faith at an age when it is not yet ready for them. By clothing our content in images, thus preparing the ground for what in later life will emerge as religious judgment, we prepare for our pupils the possibility of grasping through their own spirituality what they are meant to grasp as their own innermost being, namely their religious orientation. By appealing to the children's feeling life in our religion lessons, that is, by presenting our content in pictures rather than through articles of faith or in the form of moral commandments, we grant them the freedom of finding their own religious orientation in later life. It is of immense importance for young people from puberty right into their 20s to have the possibility of lifting up out of their own strength into conscious individual judgments what they first received. given with a certain width and many-sidedness, through their life of feeling. It will enable them to find their own way to the divine world. It makes all the difference whether the children during the age of authority are brought up in a particular religious belief, or whether by witnessing the teacher's underlying religious attitude, they are enabled to pull themselves up like a plant on its tendrils in order to develop their own morality later in life. Having first found pleasure or displeasure in what finally condensed itself into a thou shalt or thou shalt not attitude, and having learned to recognize through a pictorial contemplation of nature how the human soul becomes free through an inner picture of a divine spiritual weaving in nature and in history, a new stage is reached, where the young people's own images and ideas can be formed. In this way, the possibility is given of receiving religious education out of the center of life itself. It is something that becomes possible only after puberty has been reached. The point is that future stages have to be prepared for in the right way, that is, on the basis of the correct insight into human nature. In my lectures I have used the comparison of the river that disappears underground to resurface lower down. During the first 7 years the children have an inborn religious attitude. This now enters the depths of their souls, becoming part of them, to resurface in the form of thinking only with the arrival of puberty. During the second life period, we must work into the depths of the pupils' souls through what is revealed to our individual insights. In this way we prepare them for growing into religious adults. We impede this process if we do not offer our pupils a possibility of finding their own religious orientation later on. In every human being there exists an individual orientation toward religion, which after the 15th year has to be gradually won. It is our task to prepare the ground so that this may happen in the right way. That is the reason why at this age we have to treat the religion lessons in the same way as lessons in the other subjects. All of them have to work upon the child's soul through the power of imagery. They have to stimulate the child's feelings. It is possible to introduce a religious element into every subject, even into math lessons. Anyone who has some knowledge of Waldorf teaching will know that this statement is correct. A Christian element pervades every single subject, mathematics included. This fundamental religious current flows through the entire education. But because of prevailing circumstances, we have felt it necessary to come to the following arrangement with regard to religious instruction. And here I should like to point out once more that the Waldorf school is not an ideological, but a pedagogical school, where the fundamental demand is that our teaching methods should be in harmony with the child's nature. Hence we have neither the wish nor the intention of teaching our pupils to become anthroposophists. We have chosen anthroposophy to be the foundation, simply because we believe that a real pedagogy can flow from it. Our Catholic pupils are taught by visiting Catholic priests, and our Protestant pupils by visiting Protestant ministers. Waldorf pupils whose parents are freethinkers, and who otherwise would not receive any religious instruction at all, are given religion lessons by our own teachers. However, the surprising fact has emerged that nearly all our Waldorf pupils now attend the religion lessons given by Waldorf teachers. They have all flocked to the so-called free religion lessons, lessons which in their own way comprise what permeates all our teaching. These free religion lessons have certainly caused us a great deal of concern. With regard to these lessons, our relationship to the school is quite an unusual one. We consider all the other subjects as a necessary and intrinsic part of our education from the point of view of the principles and methods resulting from anthroposophical research. But in the case of the free religion lessons, we feel ourselves to be on the same footing as the visiting Catholic or Protestant teachers. In this sense, Waldorf teachers who give religion lessons are also outsiders. We do not wish to have an ideological or confessional school, not in an anthroposophical sense either. Nevertheless, our anthroposophical methods have shown themselves to become very fertile ground for just these free religion lessons, in which we do not teach anthroposophy, but which we build up and form according to the methods already characterized. Many objections have been raised against these free religion lessons, not least because so many children have changed over from the denominational to the free religion lessons. This has brought many other difficulties in its train, for despite our shortage of teachers, we had to find among our existing staff one new religion teacher after another. It is hardly our fault if pupils desert their denominational religion lessons because they wish to join the free religion lessons. The obvious reason is that the visiting religion teachers do not apply Waldorf methods, and the right methods are always the decisive factor, in religious instruction too. Answer to a further question regarding religion lessons. Rudolf Steiner. The characteristic mark of Waldorf education should be that all educational questions and problems are considered only from the pedagogical angle, and religion lessons are no exception. The Reverend Mr. X surely will admit that the two directions mentioned, namely the possibility of replacing religion lessons by moral tuition on the one hand and that of denominational schools on the other, have been raised from quite different viewpoints. I think instead of moral tuition, it's supposed to be moral intuition. The suggestion of replacing religious instruction by lessons in moral conduct is usually made by people who wish to do away with religion altogether, and who are of the opinion that religion has become more or less superfluous. On the other hand, a tendency toward religious dogma easily brings about a longing for denominational schools. Neither of these are pedagogical points of view. In order to link them a little more precisely to the pedagogical aspect, I would like to ask what it is that constitutes the pedagogical point of view. It is surely the presupposition that a human being is not yet complete during the stage of childhood or youth, something only too plain to see. The child has to grow gradually into a full human individual, which it will achieve only during the course of life. This implies that all potential and dormant faculties in the child should be educated, and here we have the pedagogical point of view in its most abstract form. If now someone who represents the purely pedagogical outlook, resulting from insight into human nature, declares that the child comes into the world with an inborn kinship to the religious element, and that during the first 7 years its corporality is steeped in religion, only to hear a call for replacing religion lessons by lessons in ethics, it must strike him as if the adherents of such an idea were unwilling to exercise a human limb, say a leg, because they had concluded that the human being needs to be trained in every respect except in the use of legs. To call for the exclusion of an essential part of the human being can only stem from a fanatical attitude, but never from a real pedagogy. Insofar as only pedagogical principles are being defended and pedagogical impulses scrutinized here, the necessity of religious in teaching certainly follows from the pedagogical point of view. This is the reason why we have established the free religion lessons for those children who, according to the regulations of the school authorities, would otherwise have been deprived of religious instruction, as already stated. Through this arrangement, and through the fact that all the children belonging to this category are attending the free religion lessons, there is no pupil in the Waldorf school who does not have religious instruction. This procedure has made it possible for us to bring back the religious life into the entire school. To speak about the proper cultivation of the religious life at school, and to counter the effects of the so-called, quote, religion-free enlightenment, close quote, by appealing to the inborn religious disposition in the young, may be the best way forward toward a religious renewal. I consider it some kind of success for the Waldorf school to have brought religion to the children of religious dissidents. The Catholic and Protestant children would have received religious instruction in any case, but it really was not at all easy to find the appropriate form to enable us to open the subject to all our children. It was striven for only from the pedagogical point of view. Next question and answer is from Dornach, April 19th, 1923. In answer to a question regarding music lessons given to a girl of 17. Rudolf Steiner. The essential thing is what Herr Baumann has already presented to us. With the onset of puberty and during the years following it, a certain musical judgment takes the place of a previous feeling for music and of a general musical experience. The faculty of forming musical judgments emerges. This becomes very noticeable through the phenomenon characterized by Herr Baumann, namely that a certain self-observation begins to manifest itself, a self-observation of the pupil's own singing, and with it the possibility of using the voice more consciously, and so on. This has to be cultivated methodically. But at the same time, something else becomes very noticeable, namely that from this stage onward, the natural musical memory begins to weaken a little, with the effect that pupils have to make greater efforts in remembering music. This is something which has to be specially borne in mind during music lessons. Whereas, prior to puberty, the children's relationship to music was a spontaneous, natural one, and because of it their musical memory was excellent, some of them now begin to encounter difficulties, not in taking in the music, but in remembering it. This needs to be seen to. One must try to go over the same music several times, not by immediate repetition, but intermittently. Another characteristic sign, just at this stage, is that whereas previously the instrumental and vocal parts of a piece were experienced as a unity, after the 16th to 17th year they are listened to with clear discrimination. From a psychological point of view, there is a fine and intimate difference between these two ways of listening. At this age, musical instruments are listened to far more consciously. There is also a greater understanding for the musical qualities of the various instruments used. Whereas earlier the instrument appeared to join in with the singing, it is now heard as a separate part. Listening and singing become two separate, though parallel, activities. This new relationship between singing and the appreciation of the part played by musical instruments is characteristic of this new stage, and the methods of teaching must be changed accordingly. What is important is not to introduce any music theory before this age. Music should be approached directly, and any theoretical observations a teacher may wish to make should come out of the pupil's practical experience of it. Gradually it should become possible for pupils of this age to make the transition toward forming musical judgments on a more rational basis. What Herr Baumann indicated at the end of his contribution, namely that one can make use of the ways in which pupils express themselves musically for increasing certain aspects of their self-knowledge, is absolutely correct. For instance, in the Waldorf school we let the older pupils do some modeling, and there, right from the start, one can perceive individual characteristics in what they produce. When you ask children to model something or other, their work will always display distinctly individual features. But with regard to musical activities, only when the age of 16 to 17 is reached can the teacher go into the pupil's more individual characteristics. Then, in order to avoid one-sidedness, it is right to deal with questions posed by too great an attraction for a particular musical direction. If pupils of that age should develop a passion for certain types of music, for instance, if they are strongly drawn to Wagner's music, and in our times many young people slide into becoming pure Wagnerites almost automatically, then the teacher must try to counterbalance their tendency to be swept away by music in too emotional a way, instead of their developing an appreciation of the inner configuration of the music itself. This in no way implies any criticism of Wagner's music. What happens in such a case is that the musical experience too easily slips into the emotional sphere, and consequently needs to be lifted up again into the realm of consciousness. A musician will already notice this in the quality of the pupil's singing voice. If music is experienced too much in the realm of feeling, the voice will sound differently from that of a young person who listens more to the formation of the tones and who has a correct understanding of the more structural element in music. To work toward a balanced musical feeling and understanding is of special importance at this age. Naturally, before puberty, the teacher, who is still the authority, has not yet any opportunity to work in this way. After puberty, it is no longer the teacher's authority that counts, but the weight of her or his musical judgments. Up to puberty, right or wrong is concurrent with what the teacher considers to be right or wrong. After puberty, reasons have to be given, musical reasons also. Therefore, it is very important to go deeply into the motivation of one's own musical judgments, if there is an opportunity for continuing music lessons at this age. One could spend the whole night talking about this theme if one wished to. Question: is there not an element of untruth in asking a child a question if one knows the answer? Rudolf Steiner: something highly interesting lies at the bottom of this question. Usually, if I ask a question, I do so because I want to find an answer to something unknown to me. If now I ask a child a question, knowing the answer, I commit an untruth. However, where teaching is concerned, there are always the imponderables to be reckoned with, and sometimes it becomes necessary to gain clarity about this point. To do so, I often use the following example. If, as a teacher, one wants to speak about the question of immorality in a religious and imaginative way, one might choose the following procedure. I think the word is actually immortality. In a religious and imaginative way, one might choose the following procedure. One could say to oneself, quote, as children are not yet able to grasp conceptual thoughts, I will make use of an image in order to convey to them the idea of the immortality of the soul. As the teacher, I am the one who knows, and my pupils are ignorant. Out of my knowledge I will make a picture for them. I will say to them, look at a chrysalis. When the time is right, the chrysalis opens and a beautiful butterfly flies out. And just as the butterfly flies out of the chrysalis, so the immortal soul flies out of the body when a human being dies. Close quote. This is one way of approaching the subject. Fine. But if such be one's attitude, one may find that the image chosen does not create a deep impression in the children at all. The reason is that the teacher, with all his or her ingenuity, does not believe in the truth of this image, which is used only as a means of illustrating the issue of immortality to ignorant children. But there is also another possibility, namely that the teacher believes in the truth of this picture, and then one's attitude could be, if despite my limited knowledge and wisdom, I have an awareness of what is real in the world, I do believe in the truth of this image. I know that it is not I who invented it, but that it has been placed into the world by the powers that have ordained the world. In the creeping out of the butterfly from the chrysalis, there is rendered on a lower level, but in sense-perceptible form, what happens when the immortal human soul leaves the body. And in this revelation I can and do believe. Note well the difference. If teachers believe in the truth of their images and the words used to describe them, their inner attitude will communicate itself to their pupils. One can find innumerable examples of this, and so, in a similar way, the imponderables play into the interesting question which has just been raised. The point is not that, as the teacher, one is of the opinion, quote, I know my subject, the child does not know it, and I now ask my question pretending that I want to hear the answer to something I do not know, close quote. After all, it makes a great difference whether I ask the child a question, say about the Battle of Sabern, and I know the answer, but the child does not, or whether I know the answer and the child does too. The untruth would lie in asking something I already know, but I could also have a different attitude, namely that the way the child answers the question is of interest to me. I may phrase my question to find out what the child feels and thinks about a particular point. In that case, I do not know beforehand what the child will say. Child's answer can have many different shades or nuances. Let us assume that the ideal attitude of a teacher, something I have often emphasized in my lectures, is that not even the wisest is beyond being able to learn something even from a tiny babe. For however far one may have advanced in scientific knowledge, a baby's cry still can teach one a great deal. If this be the ideal, the way a child answers each question will help teachers to learn how to teach. If teachers ask questions, it does not imply that they want to hear from their pupils something they already know, but that they themselves want to learn from the way a child answers. Then they will also phrase their questions rightly. For instance, they may formulate a question like this: "What does this mean to you?" Already the tone of voice may indicate the teacher's interest in how the child will answer. It is a fact that much depends on the imponderables that play into what is happening between teacher and child. If one knows what is going on in the child's subconscious, one will make many other discoveries as well. The whole question of untruth in the teacher also belongs to this theme, such as we find if teachers stand in front of their classes, teaching out of books or using written notes. It certainly can be very convenient for them, but such expediency has quite a devastating effect upon the actual teaching. For in their subconscious the children are continually forming the judgment, why should we have to learn what even they do not know? Why are we made to know what they are reading out of their books? This is an even greater untruth which enters the classroom than if teachers ask questions. Even when giving dictations, teachers should avoid dictating from books. If one is perceptive of what is going on in the child, and if the child can feel that the teacher is genuinely interested in the pupils, and therefore not asking questions with false undertones, the whole situation is an entirely different one. Then teachers can safely ask their questions without fear of introducing an element of untruth into their lessons. Q&A from Dornach, April 22, 1923. Question: would it be possible to implement Waldorf pedagogy in other countries, in Czechoslovakia, for example? Rudolf Steiner: in principle, it is possible to introduce Waldorf education anywhere, where it is based purely upon pedagogy. The significant difference between Waldorf pedagogy and other educational movements consists in just this fact. As you know, there are people today who maintain that if one wants to give pupils a proper education, one must send them to a country boarding school, for they consider an urban environment unsuitable for children's education. Then there are those who are of the opinion that only a boarding school can offer the proper conditions for their children's education, while others again insist that only life at home provides the right background for children. All these things cease to be of prime importance in Waldorf education. I have no wish to quarrel over these different attitudes, each of which may have its justification from one or the other point of view. But since Waldorf education is focused entirely on the pedagogical aspect, it can be adapted to all outer conditions, be they those of a town school, a country school, or whatever. It is not designed to meet specific outer conditions, but is based entirely on observation and insight into the growing human being. This means that Waldorf pedagogy could be implemented in every school. What is an entirely different question is whether this would be allowed to happen, whether the powers responsible for education and for making the curricula and so on would ever agree to such a step being taken. There is nothing to stop Waldorf pedagogy from being applied anywhere in the world, even tomorrow. But the real question is whether permission for this to happen would be granted. This question can be answered only in terms of the various local government policies. That is really all one can say about it. Question regarding recitation and eurythmy. Rudolf Steiner: it is a pity that Frau Dr. Steiner, who has developed the art of recitation here in Dornach, has been ill these last few days, and therefore unable to give us examples of recitation. The point is that eurythmy requires one to revive the kind of recitation and declamation that was cultivated in times more open to an artistic approach to speech than our present times. Our present age is hardly sensitive to artistic refinement. For instance, people today would not readily understand why Goethe, like a musical conductor, used a baton when rehearsing his iambic dramas with his actors. In our times, in recitation and declamation, both of which have to be strictly distinguished one from the other, the prose content is usually given prime consideration. At least since the 1890s, a strong tendency has developed to assign more of a secondary place to the artistic formation of speech, while the prose content of a poem is considered to be of first importance. And yet the essentials in speech have to be seen in the imaginative formation of the sounds, in the structure of the verses, in the musical and thematic treatment, in rhythm, beat, and in the melodious themes, all of which are fundamental aspects of poetry. Through the way in which speech is treated, they all have to be lifted up to a higher level than would be possible by means of prose content alone. The feeling for the artistic element in speech has declined altogether in more recent times, as some of our present cultural phenomena will confirm. For instance, I don't believe that there are many people today who remember or who have noticed which university chair the well-known Professor Curtius originally occupied at the University of Berlin. He has been lecturing on history of art and other related subjects, but these were not the subjects for which he was originally engaged. In actual fact, he began his university career as professor of eloquence, and his real task was to lecture on rhetoric. But interest in this subject waned to such an extent that eventually it appeared unnecessary for him to continue lecturing about it, and so he quietly slipped into another university chair. Similar symptoms can be frequently met with today. If the art of recitation is to be resuscitated, preferably more in form of a narrative style, or as the kind of poetry the ancient Greeks developed, and if the art of declamation, upon which the older Germanic poetry is founded, is also to be revived, it is necessary to do something about speech formation. This is the point. I do not know what caused this question to be raised, but what matters is that one achieves, through the way in which speech is treated, what is achieved in prose through the word content. It is not the emphasis on the prose meaning, but the way the different sounds follow each other, or the uses of rhymes, alliterations, and rhythms. In other words, the element of form in language, which has to bring out what the present emphasis on prose content is achieving today. Recitation is more closely allied to measure and to the plasticity of language. Its qualities are realized either through a lengthening or shortening of syllables, something which can be of special significance in ballads. In declamation, on the other hand, particular qualities are brought about by an alternation of pitch to a higher or lower tone of voice. The questioner had noticed that in the word greeting, the first and second syllable had been pronounced with equal stress. This is not a question of art, but only a matter of interpretation. It depends entirely on whether the speaker places the main value on the first syllable or on both syllables equally. That is, tell her I send greetings, or tell her I send greetings. Question. Does this not shift the weight of the rhyme? Rudolf Steiner. This could happen only if one neglected to adapt the other syllables accordingly. It is all a question of mood rather than of how speech is treated. Question. Is not an inherent law expressing itself in a person's interpretation? Rudolf Steiner. No, one's interpretation has to remain free. It is absolutely possible to artistically render one and the same poem, either in the style of declamation or of recitation. There is room for the most varied conceptions, just as a musical work can be interpreted in the most varied ways. There is not just one way of dealing with a poem. What matters is its innate essence, so that when either reciting or declaiming, one no longer has the feeling that one recites or declaims with the larynx, but that one is speaking with the air. To develop the gift of shaping the air is what matters above all in recitation. When singing, one shapes the air. When reciting, there has to be the same tendency, only in speech the melody already lies within the sound. It is in the way speech is treated that the essentials have to be brought out, and not through the content. In this context, it is helpful to take into account what happened when Schiller wrote his most important poems, namely that he had a general melody in his soul to which he could then write the text he was looking for. One has to aim at expressing the essentials on the one hand through the musical element, and on the other through the formative and painterly qualities of language. Question. In the art of dancing, different dancers have their different styles. This presumably is not the case in eurythmy, for are its movements not always the same? Rudolf Steiner. You would hardly say so if you saw a great deal of eurythmy. Let us say, for example, you recited a poem and another person recited the same poem. Even if you treated the poem in the same way, from an artistic point of view there would still be two different voice registers, and so on. This kind of difference already comes out very strongly in eurythmy, where you would soon be able to perceive the individual characteristics of the different eurythmists. For these are there, and if they have not yet become more prominent, it is only because eurythmy has not been developed far enough. It will happen when it has advanced to the point where the eurythmists really become one with their art. Then a more individual interpretation will become more noticeable. Certainly in eurythmy all movements are based on fundamental laws. You could find a parallel in speech. If I wish to say man, I must not say moon. I must not pronounce an oo instead of an a. The eurythmist therefore has to make the appropriate eurythmy gesture for a. But this underlying law in eurythmy still permits a multiplicity of possibilities for bringing out an individual interpretation. We are not dealing here with pedantic or stereotypical movements. You will also see a great difference between a beginner practicing eurythmy and someone who has done it for years, not only as regards skills in movement, but also in the artistry shown. Likewise, an inborn artistic gift will also be clearly perceptible, even more so than in other art forms. Eurythmy is essentially built into the human organism. The human organism incorporates it in such a way that, like the other arts, such as painting, it is not absorbed rationally, but nevertheless consciously, whereas dancing goes over into the emotional sphere. There, other difficulties may arise. Dancing is not really something purely artistic. Eurythmy is already an art. The participants of the course expressed the wish to found an association with the aim of opening up a Waldorf school in Switzerland. During various deliberations the question was raised whether priority should be given to the rebuilding of the Goetheanum or to the founding of a Waldorf school, since the realization of both projects seemed entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Rudolf Steiner. To build up the Goetheanum again is more or less a matter of course, not only among Swiss circles, but among the wider circles of anthroposophists in the world. During the years in which it was standing, the Goetheanum gradually came to be looked upon as something that was to represent the center of the entire anthroposophical movement. And there will hardly be any doubt among the majority of anthroposophists in the world that the Goetheanum will have to be built up again. Hindrances toward this aim could come only from the Swiss authorities. There can be no other hindrances. Unless the powers that be should make it impossible for us, the Goetheanum will certainly be built again. On the other hand, while the Goetheanum was standing, the need was felt to open at least a small school, for whatever springs from the impulses of anthroposophy must find practical application in life, by its very nature. As you already know, many other practical activities are the outcome of anthroposophical work, for instance in the field of medicine. I want to mention this only for the sake of clarification. Regarding the possibility of anthroposophical medicine, I also had to stipulate that if ever the thought should arise of working in medicine on the basis of anthroposophical research, it would be essential for those wishing to dedicate themselves to such a task to be in constant touch with ill persons through their personal care. This is the reason why here in Arlesheim and in Stuttgart our hospitals were opened. This only as an example to show that if any impulses in one or another direction are to grow out of anthroposophy, these and other institutions are bound to spring up by sheer necessity. And so in building up this small school, which is closely affiliated to the Goetheanum, and which we shall endeavor to keep going, we have done the only possible thing. We started it because a number of parents, who were convinced of the rightness of Waldorf education, wanted to send us their children. It was only through the interference of the local authorities that these children were taken away from us again. Due to Swiss legislation, we were unable to do, even on a smaller scale, what had been possible in Stuttgart, where, owing to less restrictive local educational laws, we could open the Waldorf school. In this respect, world progress has shown some very strange features. Please do not think that I am trying to promote conservative or reactionary tendencies by what I am going to say, but it is a fact that as far as education is concerned, there was greater freedom during the times when liberalism was non-existent, not to mention democracy. Lack of freedom has crept in only during the times of liberalism and democracy. I am not even maintaining that lack of freedom and liberalism, lack of freedom and democracy definitely belong together, but during the course of history they have shown themselves to be closely connected. And the least free of all educational systems in, shall I say, the civilized world, in that part of Europe which is looked upon by so many West European democrats as a kind of paradise, is found in Soviet Russia. There freedom is being exterminated root and branch through the most extreme form of democracy, as it is called, and an educational system has been set up that represents a caricature of human freedom and of human activity. To return to our question, I wish to strongly emphasize that the rebuilding of the Goetheanum is a necessity, and that it should be prevented, that it could be prevented only by outer circumstances. In any case, it should be striven for. As a matter of course, this aim will be resolutely pursued by all those who are serious about anthroposophy. As soon as official matters have been finalized, we shall certainly make every effort in this direction. One can take only one step at a time. If one does not wish to proceed in a theoretical way, One can take only one step at a time if one does not wish to proceed in a theoretical way. It is of course possible to make all kinds of decisions and to think out all kinds of plans. But if one stands firmly on the ground of reality, one will do so only if and when there is a sufficiently strong basis to warrant it. Naturally, the ideal solution would be if what could be founded to the building of a new Goetheanum toward a general spiritual and social life were to find its natural complement in the building of a Waldorf school. But in order to move forward in this direction, one would first have to overcome the obstacles put in the way by inhibiting interests in this country. On my part, I feel convinced that if only enough people can be found, and here I am not thinking in terms of majorities, who recognize that such a school is a necessity, it will eventually be opened. There is no question that ways and means will be found for it to come into being. Concerning the building of the Goetheanum, matters are not so simple. To bring it about out of the will forces of Switzerland, if I may put it this way, is not so easy. This would have to be a matter of international effort and cooperation. Primary schools, on the other hand, spring from the various folk cultures, and in such cases neither our Waldorf teachers nor I nor any other person has any say in the matter except our dear Swiss friends and visitors, and because of this we feel a great need to hear more about their feelings and attitudes concerning this point. After further contributions from various conference members, Rudolf Steiner was asked to speak the final words. Rudolf Steiner: Our chairman is of the opinion that I should say a few words in conclusion. In response, all I can do is to express my deep inner satisfaction about the best of will and the best of intentions our honored visitors gathered here have shown during this conference. And I must say that every coming together of this kind is a joyful event, in that it makes the participants realize that what is being cultivated here in Dornach is quite different from the misrepresentations that are current among so many people. If there are a sufficiently large number of individuals who by their own experience come to realize how many untruths are being broadcast about what is actually happening in Dornach, then the time will come when what is intended here, however feeble our beginnings may be, will reach the world more freely. Naturally, not everyone is in a position to clearly perceive the curious ways in which what is happening here in Dornach is being distorted. There are moments when one cannot help feeling amazed at the lack of morality shown by members of the public, and at the general indifference to flagrant distortions and falsifications, which really belong to the field of immorality. One cannot but wonder how it is possible that such perversions of truth are taken in with a certain phlegma. Matters have gone so far that if one touches upon this subject, one is almost met with incredulity. Only yesterday, the name of a personality who commands a large hearing here in Switzerland was mentioned. If now one feels it necessary to state that this personality criticized my book titled Toward Social Renewal even before it was published, that is, before he could possibly have read one single word contained in it, the untruth of such a criticism, spread by a person of considerable fame, will hardly cause a raised eyebrow. So great and widespread is the general phlegma concerning ethical matters today. Through it, these negative influences gather momentum. They increase tremendously. About 2 years ago, a certain matter was spoken about repeatedly, namely that a theologian had written a booklet in Switzerland in which the grotesque words were printed that here in Dornach a wooden sculpture was to be erected which could already be seen in the studio, and which bore luciferic features in the upper part and animal-like features down below. The fact is that the main figure of this sculpture shows the features of Christ in ideal form, while the lower part of the carving is as yet incomplete. When he was called to account, the author of the booklet simply declared that he had copied the offending words from somebody else's writings, and this despite the fact that the author of the pamphlet was a well-known person in Switzerland. This incident has been brought to the notice of our circle here several times, and not without a decisive edge. But owing to the general phlegma concerning moral matters, our words have fallen on deaf ears, instead of being passed on to widest circles as an example of how strong the inclinations are, even in famous people, to distort anthroposophy and everything belonging to it by spreading untruths and gross inaccuracies. Well, one could continue in this vein, but I am afraid that if I were to tell you even only a small part of all the untruths, real untruths, which are being spread concerning anthroposophy, we would not be able to go home before sunrise, and naturally we have no wish to do that. Nevertheless, the situation is such that one has to point out once again that everything is becoming so difficult for us because of the untruths about Dornach and all that belongs to it, untruths which are being disseminated in most underhand ways, and also because of the general indifference with which these perversions of the truth are met. I am not begging you to come to the defense of Dornach, certainly not, and yet there is something of real significance in all this. Many people hold the view that there must be complete freedom to express one's opinion. Certainly everybody is entitled to a personal opinion, and no one can support this point of view more strongly than I do. It is a matter of course that everyone must be free to have an individual opinion and also to express it. But no one ought to spread untruths in the world without hearing an appropriate and authoritative answer. It is the spreading of untruths which causes the greatest disturbances in the world. To make people see this is one of the most difficult things we have to contend with here in Dornach. We have very many good friends, but the enthusiasm for defending the truth by rectifying false accounts of what is emanating from Dornach has not yet become very strong. Our difficulties are more connected with these things than one might think. For instance, not long ago I was faced with a very large number of untruths, of untrue judgments, which were aimed at me personally. As in this particular case, it mattered a great deal to me to rectify judgments people would form on the basis of these untruths. I asked, quote, what would happen if in order to disprove all these untruths I were to submit within a short time documentary evidence, clearly set out and concisely written for quick and easy reading, close quote. The answer was, quote, it would not alter the situation in any way, close quote. Here you have some indications of the difficulties of which it can be said that they are at the root of our troubles. Rectifying the many untruths about Dornach, scattered far and wide, would certainly be a most desirable thing. The collection of funds for the creation of a Swiss school association would not be so difficult if there were less distrust everywhere. But I believe that this lack of trust will persist as long as one is not in the position of placing the actual facts side by side with the untruths, and as long as one is not able to count on a sufficiently large number of people who are not only capable of discriminating between truth and untruth, but who are also willing to stand up for the truth. Things have come to such a pass that quite recently I had to say to a number of people, to prove the truth regarding our anthroposophical cause would bring us the greatest of harm, because we should be far less unpopular if the untruths told about us were correct. In that case, people could vilify us without any qualms. But those who stand behind these untruths about Dornach and anthroposophy know quite well that they are scattering lies. Hence, to prove them wrong would cause them the greatest of discomfort. This is also how things are where personal matters are concerned. I am not exposing this situation to you merely to talk about it once again, but rather to look upon it as the shadow cast by light. In order to give light its proper brightness, there has to be some shadow, and the brighter the light, the darker the accompanying shadow. I put these things before you as the counterpart of the positive side, but just because they are there, you may believe me that it gives me all the more joy to have witnessed how so many among you have spoken tonight about your deeply felt desire to do something for the cause represented here. In expressing my heartfelt satisfaction to you, I also wish to put the light next to the shadow, which, as already said, was placed before you only to let the light shine more brightly. Through the fact that so many of our honored visitors, dear to us, have spoken with voices of such deep concern about our anthroposophical cause, this light has been shining especially bright. The end of this 9th section on question and answers. This is the final section of what is otherwise a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. This last section is introductory words spoken before a eurythmic performance, Dornach, April 15, 1923. Once again, we would like to try to give you an impression of eurythmy. It is an artistic movement that draws upon hitherto unaccustomed sources and that makes use of an unfamiliar language of forms. Therefore it may be permissible for me to say a few words beforehand. I do not intend to explain the performance. This would be inartistic. Every art must speak for itself, and especially in the case of an art form that was created to be seen, one should not attempt to give detailed explanations. It should simply be watched. You will see human figures performing gesture-like movements on the stage, mainly with their arms and hands, the most expressive of our limbs, but also with other members of the human organism. You will see individual figures as well as groups of eurythmists, the latter spread out in certain spatial relationships, and performing various forms and patterns as they move about. However, none of all these movements and gestures should be looked upon as arbitrary or fortuitous, for they are intended to convey a definite visible language or visible music. This is the reason why eurythmy is accompanied either by recitation and declamation, as in the case of poetry, or by various kinds of music. During the course of life, a human being progresses from the first babbling sounds of babyhood, which express only feelings and sensations in primitive form, to the articulated speech of later stages. In a similar way, it is also possible to progress from the primitive and natural gestures, babbling gestures, I should like to call them, made in ordinary life, to lend clarity, emphasis, or feelings to the spoken word, to a visible form of speech, brought about by the movements of the entire human organism. And so, what you are about to see on the stage does not rest upon artificially contrived movements, but is based upon an exact and careful study, according to Goethe's method of what he called sensible supersensible beholding, of how the spoken word and human song come into being. For in this case, too, one has to do with a kind of gesturing. This form of gesturing, however, does not take place within the ordinary visible human organism, but within the outflowing breath. Naturally, the breath is always directed, partly by human will forces, aided by the relevant physical organs, and partly by human thinking. We know that in speaking, air is set into motion. If we studied in detail the forms of these air movements by means of which human beings communicate with one another, we should find that a definite flow form of the outstreaming air corresponds to each sound, to each word figuration, and to the configuration of each sentence. Air forms, flowing out more radially from a speaking person, issue from the region of the human will, of course always through the agency of physical organs, as already mentioned. Sounds that shape these air gestures into waves of a more cross-sectional type if I may use such a term, stem from human thinking. If we could see these gestures of moving air as we can see the human being in motion, and this is possible through sensible, supersensible beholding, we should have before us a kind of aeriform image of the human being, or at least of part of the human being. And within this image we would see movement of flowing air. It is these air movements which are being studied carefully, but instead of letting the larynx and the other speech organs transform the air gestures into speech or song, they are turned into gestures performed by the arms, by the hands, or by the entire human figure, also by groups of eurythmists moving in definite patterns. Through this arrangement, what is happening in ordinary speech or song has now been made visible, the only difference being that the thought element has been left out of these movements. The thought element always tends to be inartistic and prosaic. In order to express themselves artistically through the medium of language, poets have to struggle against the thought element. They have to wrest away from the thought sphere what language offers to them. In a certain way they try to loosen the thoughts from language, retaining only its will element, which they use in order to express their soul experiences. This is the reason why we do not express the more undulating forms of air gestures, which emanate from the thought content, but, preferably, those which are streaming outward radially in a sound, in a word, or in the formation of a sentence. In making the appropriate eurythmy movements that accompany the spoken word, a unique opportunity is given for bringing to outer expression, clearly and visibly, what the poets have been experiencing within their souls. To believe that human souls and spirits are linked to any particular part of the physical body surely amounts to some kind of prejudice, for in reality the human soul completely permeates the entire organism, right into the outermost parts of the periphery. It lives in all that is outwardly expressed, in every physical manifestation. Poets experience the content of a poem with their entire being, but strictly speaking, they have to hold back what wants to flow into their limbs. Admittedly, there are only a few poets who really go through this experience. I think that one could safely say that of all that is being produced in the art of poetry, some 99% could well be left out of account without incurring too great a loss in the artistic field. But any deeply experienced poetry is experienced by the totality of the human being, and then soul and spirit are pouring into the entire being of the individual concerned. What a poet tries to achieve through the imaginative, the formative pictorial qualities of sound formation, or through the element of rhythm and beat, and also through the musical and thematic treatment of sound production, all this is basically achieved by letting the prose content of the words recede, while giving voice to what is truly poetical and artistic. Consequently, if the art of recitation is to do justice to a poet's work, it must not lay the main emphasis upon the prose meaning, something that has become all too popular in our inartistic age, but it should concentrate on the way in which the spoken word is formed. This has been striven for in the art of recitation, which is being cultivated here, and to which Frau Dr. Steiner has devoted herself for some considerable time. If the meaning of the spoken word is stressed in recitation, the result will be prose in essence. Though this may appear interesting and intriguing, because, so one believes, the personality of the reciter will then be in the limelight, it nevertheless remains inartistic. The artistic approach lies in the speaker's ability to bring out various qualities, such as passionate feelings, emotions, and in the case of thoughts, the communication of the thoughts themselves, by means of the pictorial element and the plasticity of the sounds as they follow one another, and also through the way in which diverse sound nuances mutually affect each other. It cannot be achieved by concentrating on content alone. If a thought is to be expressed poetically, the form of the thought has to be toned down. The poetic quality of language has to be looked for solely in the way speech is formed. Apart from the image-creating quality and the plasticity of speech, the essence of recitation is found equally in its musical, beat-directed, and rhythmical aspects. In prose, verses are obviously out of place, but in poetry there is every need for them, for they offer a kind of meeting ground, which, with its rhythmical and musical qualities, is of fundamental importance in speech. And so in the work of a genuine poet, we already find a hidden eurythmy in the way in which language is treated. Hence there is nothing artificial, in fact only something entirely natural in eurythmy, bringing to outer manifestation what the true poet has suppressed, at least to a certain extent. Poets want to place into the world, with their entire being, what they bring down into earthly incarnation. But being restricted to the medium and use of language, they must artificially restrain certain aspects of what they desire to express with the fullness of their humanity. All this is again released on being transmuted into a visual expression to the agency of eurythmy. Hearing the speaker's recitation, while at the same time seeing the soul and spiritual counterpart, which ordinarily flows into the spoken word, in the movements of the performing eurythmists, one receives a direct picture of the full poetic experience. To make this inherent poetic experience visible through movement, quote, painted into space, unquote, this is what eurythmy really wants to achieve. If you wish to let eurythmy work upon the soul in the right way, you must not confuse it with the neighboring arts of mime and dancing. Eurythmy is neither the one nor the other. However, nothing derogatory must be read into my words, for the importance of these two arts is not meant to be minimized or contested in any way. Nevertheless, eurythmy has its own and distinctly different aspirations, and if some of its gestures should appear to be close to mime, it can only be the result of what I would like to call a mood of mockery or scorn inherent in the poetry, or of an attempt to rise above a given situation. One might compare it with someone making a wry mouth or winking an eye while speaking. Any quasi-mimic eurythmy gestures need to be regarded in this light, and if eurythmists choose to make them, they are justified in doing so. However, I am not referring to the actual art of mime, but only to the odd occasion when eurythmy may slide into a style akin to mime, which, strictly speaking, is unwarranted, because eurythmy then loses its chastity. Likewise, what I am going to say does not refer to dancing as an art in its own right, but only to an illicit alienation of eurythmy into dancing. Certainly it is possible for eurythmy movements to pass over into dance-like movements. For instance, if a poem speaks of a person hitting another, or of setting upon another, or displaying passionate conduct. In such an instance, eurythmy movements, which are usually entirely contained within the realm of the physical body, can turn into dance-like movements. However, if eurythmy unjustifiably degenerates into dancing, if dancing invades the realm of eurythmy for its own sake, it has a brutalizing effect. Again, I am not saying that the art of dancing is brutal, but that if eurythmy slides into a form of dancing, it is being brutalized. A genuine appreciation of eurythmy surely entitles one to state quite clearly, eurythmy is neither a form of mime, which is communicated by means of suggestive movements, nor is it a form of dance, in which extravagant and passionate movements are made, no longer contained within the dancer's sphere of consciousness. Eurythmy occupies an intermediate position. It neither indulges in ardent or exuberant dance movements, nor does it use pantomimic gestures, which always lean toward the intellectual side. In eurythmy, expressive and meaningful gestures are performed, which in their own way are meant to have an aesthetic and artistic effect. These gestures are neither intellectually thought out, nor are they excessive by nature. They are neither to be explained away, nor should they be overpowering to the eurythmist or the onlooker. Through the immediacy of its line, and through the entire mode of movement, eurythmy should appear both pleasing and beautiful in the eye of the beholder. Seeing a song or music expressed in movement will always convey a right impression of what eurythmy is. Presently you will hear pieces of music performed in eurythmy. This music eurythmy is not dancing either. If it is done properly, it differs essentially from any kind of dancing. It is singing, not with voices, but with physical movements. It is just this singing, transmuted into visible movement, which enables one to differentiate eurythmy from its neighboring arts. Seeing it on the stage will help you to gain a true conception of what I have been talking about. Eurythmy is only at the beginning of its development, and it will need a long time to reach some stage of perfection. This is why, before each performance, I have to ask the audience to be tolerant. During its earlier stages, only one side of eurythmy was developed. But, for example, we have added stage lighting to enhance the visual effects of the performing eurythmists. These changing colored lights on the stage are to work as a kind of light eurythmy, which is to serve and to accompany the movements of the eurythmists, so that really the entire stage picture becomes one eurythmic expression. However, there is no doubt that stage presentation of eurythmy will be improved in many ways during the coming years. One may have faith in this future perfecting, because eurythmy makes use of the most perfect instrument available for any artistic expression. It is the human being who is a microcosm, a whole world in a small space, containing all the secrets and inherent laws of the universe. For this reason, if all the potentialities offered by the human organism were fully realized, fundamentally speaking, the moving eurythmist would present a true and artistic image of all cosmic secrets and laws. The art of mime uses only one side of the human being, and so do the other arts, which each in its own way also treat the human individual as an instrument. One could say eurythmy does not depend on an external instrument, nor on any one part of the human being, but transforms the human entity, and especially the most expressive members, namely the arms and hands, into visible speech and visible song or music. One may hope that when the possibilities inherent in eurythmy have been fully developed, a time will come when this youngest of arts will find its place side by side with the older arts in its own right. That's the end of that last section. This all comes from the book The Child's Changing Consciousness and Waldorf Education. I believe the newer title is The Child's Changing Consciousness as a Basis for Waldorf Pedagogy, or for Pedagogical Practice, something like that. These lectures were given, from April 15th through April 22nd,